Impact, definitely we'll have to see how he does in playoffs, because maybe he just is back to normal Impact, and he's just doing great in playoffs, and he's like super rock solid, and he's playing all his matchups well. But I thought Impact has played his worst year in NA by like a huge margin. I think it's still reasonable to put him third, because the reality is there wasn't like a really super like strong candidate that was like a guaranteed third. I did put Fudge, partially because I think Fudge is on also like honestly a pretty bad team. And I did feel like even in a lot of the losses, I thought he was playing quite well. He had some obviously standout poor games, and I think early on, but like he also had some really good games, and some games where I remember like thinking, okay, like he had some like Gnar games where they'd lose, but I'm like, you're the only point of pressure on the map. But, like he had a Jace game like that against FlyQuest, where I felt like he was like one of the only points of pressure on the map. His Malphite game, where it's like you're playing Malphite, it's like that was a game against 100 Thieves where I was like, if you were on a good team, like you've just won the game. Like it's a really high value pick. You're playing it pretty well. And he did have some games where like he was just actually carrying. And I think it is really hard to do when you're on a team that's not that good. And generally, like I think Contracts has played really well, but Contracts usually doesn't really focus on top lane a lot. And so I was pretty impressed with Fudge. There is easy things to point to as far as like detractions from him, but I think the reality is like you guys have said, there is for every single third team candidate. Sniper, I feel like is another guy that warranted some consideration, but I feel like honestly Sniper just didn't have a very good split. I feel like he was the lowest performer on 100 Thieves as far as like consistency. I don't think he is the reason that they were like losing all their games or anything like that. I think that's more of like shot calling or just kind of team play issues, because like 100 Thieves is weird since as individuals, a lot of them look really good, but like as a whole, they just haven't been that good. But yeah, I ended up going with Fudge, and I think third team is interesting because it's like clearly Cloud9 and Fly are the best teams, and they're going to have like every member in All Pro, and it's going to be dominated number 1 and number 2. So third team is where I felt like there was more flexibility and like more ability to kind of like, okay, who's someone who deserves recognition? I think Fudge is never going to win the award, to be honest, because I just don't think he's going to get enough votes. Most people will go towards an Impact or something, but I feel like it feels nice to recognize when someone's been improving.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, he like you said, he has had some games where he is carrying. I would say he has had games where he has carried harder than any game that I've had in this split.
Yeah.
I had Impact actually carry, right?
Yeah.
So I guess the bandwidth there is pretty high. So yeah, like I said, that third one was definitely tough to do. Mid lane, I felt like watching the pros episode this week. They had 3 mid laners on there. They had
Skipping
Quid,
jungle.
they had Quid, Palafox, or true. I'm just solo lane prio. Okay, we can do jungle first. I thought that the pros episode was cool though, just because it had the 3 mid laners, and they did talk
mid
about
lane council. We can talk about mid lane first. Doesn't matter.
Okay, because they. And Raz actually brought this up directly. They seem to really kind of underestimate, or I don't know, maybe for their perspective, it is correctly estimate Loki as a lot lower. And they were talking about, they didn't have him in their top 3, which I thought was quite interesting, because I still ended up putting him, even after listening to their arguments and their reasons, I still put Loki in as number 3. I did the quad Quid Loki pack, which I think might be very standard.
Yeah.
With maybe a little like shuffling around of order for people. But I did consider, after listening to all 3 of them talk about it, moving Loki down, but I just didn't have enough of the other like positive side argument to bump someone up into it, so I still kept him there. Did you guys break up your pack at all?
I actually did Quid, Loki, then Quad.
Okay, so you had him even higher.
Yeah. So I did Quid first, then Loki second, then Quad third. I did my votes, and then I watched pros after last night, and so I was kind of interested. I mean, they were fairly negative on Loki, and it was APA, Palafox, and Quid that were on there. But I felt like just in general they were pretty negative on Cloud9, which was kind of a bit surprising to me. Just even in the way that they talked about Thanatos at some points, I thought was kind of surprising. Overall, they were pretty positive on Thanatos, but yeah, they weren't super super high on Cloud9, and maybe that's just because of what they see in scrims and stuff or what. But that's also what's kind of interesting about all pro voting is that it's like, generally speaking, pros base their votes almost exclusively on scrims because a lot of them aren't really even watching the stage games. They're focused on their own prep and things like that, whereas the casters are voting exclusively on the stage games, right? So it is kind of like that mixed kind of result. For me, I think Loki actually played quite well throughout the split. I felt like Quad was solid, but I feel like he didn't look nearly as dominant as he did last year. And that it felt like he kind of took like a little bit of a step back. Not that he's like playing poorly, but he just didn't feel like the reason that they were winning in a way that he did last year for me. FlyQuest felt way more driven by jungle top to me. And then their bot lane is just like super solid, and like quad was super solid. And I felt like they were kind of more there. And to me, the reason that I was weighing Quid more heavily is I feel like Quid is such a driving force in 100 Thieves games. Like when I look at him as an individual, clearly like 100 Thieves is a worse team. They lost a lot more games. So like there's going to be things you can point out, but I feel like he is making things happen for his team in a way that the other mid laners don't. And that's what really impresses me about him, because I think it is so difficult sometimes to like create your own opportunities in league, and like that takes playing more aggressively and like playing more risky and being able to like have the mechanics and stuff to be able to pull it off. So that's kind of like why I gave Quid the edge, but I think those three mid laners to me were pretty clearly top three, even though a lot of the mid laners on pros were talking about like, oh, maybe like APA or maybe someone else instead of Loki.
APA really?
I think they said one of them mentioned APA in their top three, right?
APA had himself second. But the others mentioned
Quid,
him as
Quid
number
and
3.
Palafox as well.
What was the other one? Because they said either APA or someone or Saint. Saint was the other one.
Yeah, I was going to put
Saint
Saint in a potential top 4 for me, because I see a pretty big gap between like the top 4 mids and bottom 4 mids, where I would not consider APA top 3 really at all.
Yeah, I thought he wasn't very good this split, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he had a super off split. He had a couple good games, like some decent Azir games, like he had his Ziggs, but he had a lot of games where he was just kind of invisible or just like losing his team the game. But it's hard to I wouldn't blame it strictly on him. I think TL as a whole, I mean, their bot lane was good, but their whole top side of the map was just looking uncharacteristically off. Probably has something to do with adjusting to coming back from the lane swap meta. I think they were a team that was like so into it that it was going to be tough coming back. And yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't put APA up there, but I was trying to find a way, like, how do you slot Saint into the top 3? Because I feel like he's really, really good. And when you watch his games, he's had some like insane 1v9 carries, which I like. Most people can't do that, but I mean, he's also had some games where he's like playing Xerath and like, I don't know, soft inting the game. So maybe he doesn't deserve top 3, but I feel like definitely at least an honorable mention. But
yeah,
the order is tough for me. I would go like Loki, Quid, Quad probably, because I don't know. Watching Quid actually, I think watching 100 Thieves, they're really entertaining, but actually I get so mad watching their games because of their throwing.
Yeah.
And the way they throw, I don't know who's calling it. Somebody on their team is calling it for sure. And it's like, if I was playing against 100 Thieves, I would say like, okay, if we're ever losing, you know what? Even if we're winning, just make a 5-man play somewhere. They will react wrong, like incorrectly to it every single time, no matter what. It even happened this past weekend where they were like hard winning the game, and then like the other team made a 5-man play top against them, and it's like, okay, great. They're actually trolling. They're overgrouping for nothing. They didn't even get a kill off, or I think like they killed Sniper off of it. And then 100 Thieves is like, nah, we're going to all show up. We're going to TP in. And River's like, you know what? I'm going to walk into all of them as Trundle and Suicide. And I'm just like, this team is so tilting to watch. And a lot of the time it does start with Quid getting caught, which is why like I would take some points off of him.
That's totally fair.
Because it's like, you can be a really good player, but if you get caught and then bait your whole team to die repeatedly, it's hard to say you're a good player. So yeah, I don't know. It's hard to overlook his just complete hard carries though. So he's obviously very good, but yeah, I don't know. Like watching 100 Thieves games actually just like it's so painful.
I had
sometimes
a kind of a similar thing for both Quid and Saint because I saw it almost as like, all right, they've got one of those like those augments that is a boon, so they can be stronger, but there's also
It's Kiss Curse.
there's also a curse to it where it's like, oh my god, you can have a 25 stacks Medjez game as Saint, but then you can also have there's a 3% chance or 5% chance or whatever that you're gonna have this like big mega throw or whatever. And so I was like, oh man, so these guys got some really higher peaks, but then there's also some chances that in order to unlock that higher level, they had to sacrifice something. And they made that bargain, they made that deal, but definitely very good. And I thought mid lane was definitely a lot more stacked than top lane. When I was thinking about going from solo lane to solo lane,
Top lane was tough.
Yeah, I was like, there are so many more arguments for players in mid lane here. It definitely felt a bit crowded.
Yeah, I considered Saint as well. The only thing I will say on Saint that really, at the end of the day, I felt like, how can I was trying to justify to myself, like, is there a way I can bump out one of these other guys for him? And while Saint had some really good performances, Saint never had really good performances against those top 3 mid laners, I felt like, for the most part. Like, I remember the thing that really stuck out to me was I went back and looked at some of those games where we had like this whole story of like, okay, Saint, is a super hype prospect. And then he was going into this gauntlet of like Lyon had started really hot. They won 3 in a row. And then back to back, he was going to play against FlyQuest, Quad, 100 Thieves, Quid, and then C9 Loki, right? And it was like, you're going to play like these 3 mid laners, these other Korean mid laners, like it's going to be this super exciting thing. And all 3 of those games back to back, he did absolutely zero. Like he did nothing. And I felt like he was losing lane. He wasn't really like being able to create anything. Yes, obviously it is also like he's on a worse team. But I did find it really hard to then be able to like justify to myself that like maybe he does deserve it over these guys. Like he had some monster carry performances. Like his series against Disguise was obviously crazy, where he was like having absolute pop off moments on Yone and Ari. He's had some really, really good games against Dig and stuff as well. And I think he's really talented, but I just couldn't justify, I think, bumping them down. Jungle.
Back to jungle. Does anyone not have Inspired first?
Inspired has got to be first.
No, that's a given.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm a big Blabber fan, but like you cannot realistically put him above Inspired this season, because I think, what was it the other week? You were talking about some quote from pros about those 2 players where it's like, they're both really good, but like Blabber will int games and Inspired won't. And that's kind of true. Like when was the last time Inspired had just a really bad game outside of, solo queue, where I've heard it's more common, but in pro, I don't know. This guy is just way too solid. He just doesn't do bad plays. Like he's just always doing what his team needs him to do, and I think that one's pretty much a given.
It's also too the fact that every pro, when you talk to them about FlyQuest, so many of them just like put their hands in the air and they're like, oh, we can't do anything. Like Quid just this week on pros was like, yeah, it's like impossible. He said we can beat every team except FlyQuest, and he was like, yeah, our map, we can't play the map at all versus FlyQuest. It's impossible. And a lot of people credit Inspired, for that aspect of FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I feel like the pros that I talk to that are detractors from Inspired will just be like, well, exactly what he's going to do. He's just going to like clear all his camps, and then he's going to base, and then he's going to clear all his camps again, and then he's going to base. Like they're like, he doesn't have to do anything, and he can play that way because he has 3 winning lanes, and like so it's so easy. So like that's kind of what I hear from detractors of him. But that being said, it's like he is super efficient. He plays incredibly well in all of the fights. It always feels like he's right place, right time. I feel like he is what you want from a jungler, and to me, he's the driving force of the best team in the league. I feel like he's the MVP, right? And I think there's not really any good argument that another jungler should be put above him. I did feel that Blabber was my number 2. Like he was my clear number 2. And I think Blabber still played really, really well, though he does have some of those moments that you can criticize. Like overall, he's incredibly impactful. I think he does kind of play that similar style where he's going to play that farm heavy style and he's going to execute really well in team fights. Number 3 is where I thought things got pretty interesting because I feel like Contracts has played really well, but I also think that River, like Quid, is super important to the success of 100 Thieves. So to me, that became a battle between those two players. And as much as I like wanted to give it to Contracts, because I feel like especially when you're playing on a much worse team and you don't necessarily have all these winning lanes, the fact that like Contracts was able to make good things happen and was like a carry in a lot of their wins and also playing well in a lot of their losses, I still felt like River to me kind of edged him out. But I did feel like that was really close and interesting. It's like I just think River is so fun to watch, and I feel like especially how he plays as Nefiri. I think he's the best Nefiri in the league. I feel like the amount of pressure he draws in these fights and how aggressively he positions and moves to like actually be able to always draw spells and the creative angles he finds for engages and stuff, I think make him a really unique player and make him super important to when 100 Thieves is playing well.
That one is weird to me. Like when you look at River's games, he's gotten 6 Nefiri games. Like how is he just getting Nefiri all the time? This champion,
because it kept getting nerfed, and I think people are like, oh well, now you can give it to him. It's too weak.
Yeah, but
he's just the Nefiri goat.
Maybe. I think Nefiri is just an absurd champion to the point where it's almost hard to judge someone when they're playing this champion. No, for real, because so many of the things, especially like Nefiri's a rule breaker, like a hardcore rule breaker. Like she is so safe that it's just an unpunishable champion. And then, you just have this, if somebody's out of position against you, for if you appear on Nefiri's screen and you're out of position, she'll ult you and kill you. And Nefiri can face check 5 people and then press W, E over a wall, and it's somehow good for her. Right. So, I don't know. I feel like Nefiri is just a little too unfair that, I don't know. I like, every time I watch her, I'm just like, yeah, this is not normally. So,
I
don't know.
I mean, the W is super cooked. I just think.
Yeah. I think River is a good player. He'd be my number 3 as well. But it's just like looking at his games. It's just like how.
But on principle, you hate Nefiri too much to give him credit for it.
It's just like I don't know. When I see him doing well on Nefiri, I'm not like, damn, River's a beast. I'm just like, damn, why can he do that?
I mean, I agree with you. It looks crazy, some of the things he gets away with, but I feel like then you have to abuse it to the maximum, right? And to me, it's like he does position in ways that like it looks so ridiculous that the other team can't help but just spend their stuff on him. Like he literally just ults into the middle of everyone in some of these fights, and it looks so comical. And then he like ease and dodges a skill shot, and then they like throw ulties at him. They're like, this is so illegal. And then he W's it, and he like flashes out, and then he ults back in, and then it's like he's using it to the maximum. And to me, like that is what you're supposed to do, right? And I definitely hear you. It's like the champion is super busto, but I think he uses it so well.
Yeah, he's also been super creative on the few games that he played other champs, so he gets some good credit.
Yeah, it's just okay. When I compare him with Inspired, like Inspired's gotten 1 Nefiri game, and he's playing Xin Zhao most of the time, and Xin Zhao has had like a terrible win rate in LTA, but Inspired's won every game he's played it, and Xin Zhao is the complete opposite of Nefiri, right? It's like he is a super honest champion. If you walk into the river when you're not supposed to walk,
puts in a hard day's work.
Yeah. That's true. Like. He has no defensive mobility. If you're out of position, you will die, and he makes it work. He does actually get caught on Xin Zhao sometimes, just because it's like unavoidable.
For what it's worth, like no one is even really banning a Nefiri against them, so it's like he could be playing it. They're just not choosing to. I mean, it's not one of the most like banned champions against them at all. Like they ban it quite a bit, but it's not really often banned against them. So It's like he obviously just doesn't think it, whether it's compositional or what. I feel like he could play it more.
Yeah, maybe. But I just think when you look at their performance, anyone who can perform on these like honest champions,
to me extra credit.
To me, is more respectable than someone just playing the rule breakers.
The job is to win. You're a pro player.
Yeah. I'm not faulting them for picking it, but when I'm just trying to classify how good is this player, and it's like,
Yeah.
every game they've been playing the Giga OP champion. It's
So
like,
if River
alright.
got into Fury every single game, but he won every single game, is that his fault or his
No,
opponent's
it's his opponents for trolling.
fault? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's good. I'd put him number 3.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's just it's hard for me to be like he's
Just hating
just
a Fury.
Oh, it's just taking a Fury.
Yeah, I think we all have the same 1, 2, 3, 4
Contracts didn't get him for you.
for jungles. Then no, I mean I love contracts also, and he has had really good Neferi games. But River has so many times like saved games for 100 Thieves and like found really good angles for them. I was like, it's definitely a tough one because contracts deserves a lot of credit, but kept River in there. Down to the bottom lane though, AD carries. Who's your number 1 AD carry?
I did Masu.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I did consider like, do I want to do Yon? Because I feel like eye check wise, Yon is still like really good. Sven is really good. I think FBI definitely plays quite well. Also, to me, those were like the 4 I wanted to fit into the 3 spots kind of thing. I ended up going. I was debating about this for a while. I can't remember if I put Sven second and Jan third or vice versa.
I
but
did Jan
Masu.
second and Sven third.
I think that's what I might have settled on. But it's interesting because it's like Jan statistically didn't have a great performance compared to how he normally does, which I thought was interesting. And it's like definitely a lot of it is one of those things where when your team is doing really well, it's easier to put out more damage and do all that. Earlier in the split, Jan was actually like the lowest DPM AD carry, which was like really surprising at one point to me. He ended up like 5th or something like that. He was just above Henna and Scary Jerry. It's not like the most enormous difference, but I did think that was kind of like interesting because normally he is one of those guys who's like at the absolute top statistically. But his top side, I think, had a much rougher split, so maybe that's like kind of explaining that. But I feel like eye test wise, Jan is really good, looks good even on a worse team. But Masu, I just feel like it was hard for me to really find something kind of like similarly to how we're talking about Inspired, not as dominant because I think Inspired is kind of different level. But it was hard for me to think like what is it that he's doing like poorly that I can like really kind of knock, because I feel like Masu and Busio play their matchups really well. Busio, I think, is so good at actually playing the map and helping to like stabilize, their solo lanes. Like he often moves around. Masu is often like in these 1v2 situations or gets left when Busio is moving around and like almost is never dying, almost is never punished. Team fights really well. When he gets a lead, he extends it. When he's like put behind, he like gives up the minimum and doesn't chain die. Like I just feel like he's kind of everything you want from an AD carry.
Yeah, I mean I would have to agree. I think I would do Masu, Sven, Jan personally.
Yeah,
because
then a really good split.
Like you said, yeah. Also, if you're looking at, I don't know if you guys been keeping up with fantasy, but Sven he's like the number 1 fantasy point earner by a decent margin. Okay, but this was before.
He's the LTAfantasy.com GOAT.
I was like, they just were on the receiving end of the fastest series
Before this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, he was like averaging 2 points higher than the next person in the entire league. I think that was like North and South. So obviously that means he's the best player.
Is Sven the next player to be inducted into the Hall of Legends?
It might be. It's hard to say. But no, I think Sven's been really good. I think,
Really good.
yeah, he plays a lot of Ezreal as well. And I think he has that self-sufficient play style where, to me, Sven feels more like the kind of guy who's going to like be supportive for his team more than the massive takeover hyper carry, like take all the resource type of player. So yeah, I mean I respect that a lot. I think his performances are gonna seem, I don't know, quieter than someone who's playing Varus or Kaisa and just 1v9ing with a lot of items. So yeah, he's number 2. It was really close between him and Masu for me, but I think Masu's just had too good of a split. And yeah, like you said, there's not a lot you can point to with Masu and just be like, yeah, like he's doing this really badly because he's not. Like, it's not a lot of holes in his gameplay.
Yeah. Like I said, I had Masu, Jan, Sven. The reason I ended up putting Jan over Sven is because of that like difference of safety versus killer instinct. I just love an AD carry that that's gonna throw down a Lucian that's gonna put out some crazy DPS and take a lot of risks and stuff. And I feel like, man, Jan has to carry Team Liquid. APA has some games where like his Ziggs game, he was doing mega carry work until the very end where he teleported it into the Nexus. But I feel like a lot of the time since, especially this been split since TL's top side has been really struggling. They have to have that bottom lane operational.
Yep, absolutely. FBI I did think was worth consideration. He didn't make it on my list, but I thought it was worth at least kind of giving him honorable mention because I did think he had some really good games. But yeah, I mean, it's just weird because I had this discussion when I was on the lounge this week or the week before when we were talking about All Pro, because it was funny. We were going through All Pro and people were just kind of talking about, like people they were considering. And, like Jad and Emily and Raz or whatever were kind of like mentioning, for this, I'm considering this and this and whatever. And basically for every single position, someone mentioned a 100 Thieves member. And I was just like, not this was not like an attack on them or anything. I was just like, as like a thought process, it's like, okay, how can every member on 100 Thieves be potentially top 3 in their role, but also the team looks like this out of sorts? It's like, how can you like all be that good, but also this bad?
That's the thing with that's why their games are so frustrating.
Because individually they look so good, but like as a whole they look.
They're
so
absolutely
really
a team
weird.
that they're worse than the sum of their
parts.
Yeah, 100%. And man,
they're the inverse energy.
I would love to hear their comms because I guarantee if you could listen to their comms, you'd be able to point out right away who's the griefer. And that's just your effort. Then they'd all be griefers. But yeah, something about it. Someone on their team, I swear, just needs to say
something isn't right here.
This guy's caught. Let's not throw the game trying to save him. Like, let him die, and let's reorganize.
And caught is the perfect word because they were mentioning it also on this last episode of Pros with all the mid laners. We're talking about AD carry, and they're talking about FBI, and they're like, oh yeah, and we consider FBI, but then he always gets cocky and will get caught out later into the game. It's almost like one of those players where it's like they count on some way to get back into the game. They're like, all right, let's go look for FBI, because and they keep mentioning cocky. I don't know. I guess it's just like in the mid game, then he with his positioning, he's just like, all right, I got my couple items now, and so he steps out into a more vulnerable position, or like he walks up to get the mid wave or something that's looking juicy. But then you think about you're always talking about Quid also. Well, he has a tendency to get caught, and then you're like, wait a second, a lot of the 100 Thieves members,
they're all doing it.
Wait a minute.
Wait a second. Can I have that
River would if he wasn't on Neferi. Yeah, they something about it. I don't know. And is that a vision problem? Because if you just never know where the
Halo's fault.
Maybe I don't know. The vision control game is one of the hardest things to actually
quantify.
Yeah, well, especially when you're watching from like the
God view,
the viewer experience, because you don't. Like, yeah, you can see where their wards are, but you can't really gather their vision. But if a team is just routinely like walking into the other team being like, oh, I didn't know their whole team was in this bush, obviously that's a pretty big problem. Yeah. Usually, you should at least have an idea of where they can be, even if you don't necessarily know where they are. But when it's like you didn't even think they could be there and then they were all there, that's pretty bad. So, yeah, something's going wrong there. I don't know what it is, but
let's go down to the support role and investigate.
Yeah, I mean, support seems like a pretty clear top 3 to me, with Vulcan, Busio, and Core.
Yeah, I would be surprised if anyone had someone else.
I swear, Core JJ was making a really good run up my standings at that Poppy game. Just because of that last Poppy game, I was like, oh my God, Core JJ just solo won this game. Holy, as a jungler, I'm like, now that is a support right there. That guy supports.
I think Core JJ's Poppy is on a tier of its own, and then everyone else. But
that shit was crazy.
When he saw him Poppy,
he's the only support who solo won a game. I was like, just because that, like, I almost was like, he's number one. I didn't end up doing it, but I really wanted to do it.
It was so funny hearing APA talk about it too, because he was saying that Core just kept doing this in solo queue over and over and over, where he would just do this level 1 invade and go fight the jungler. And APA was like, "You are trolling Core." Like he's like having him in his games doing it. He's like, "You gotta stop doing this." Like, he's like, you know, he thought it was bad, right? But he was like, Core was convinced it was good and just like kept doing it. And he's like, turns out it was good. Like, so it was pretty funny because those games can go weird when you do those kind of invades and it goes bad. Yeah. You can solo lose your team the game. 'Cause I was playing some Warwick top a while ago, and I was watching this. There's this Korean challenger one-trick Warwick guy who does it like every single game. If he's on red side, he he walks into the enemy blue and will just like try to like do these games. And you can just make the game so bad for the enemy jungler, but also sometimes they collapse and you just die and go over first blood for free and your game is cooked. But it is high risk, high reward, and Core definitely got
he hit the high reward.
He got the jackpot. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know if he can do that with other champs. I mean, he's had some Renata games where he'll like go and harass. So I think Core's another one of those players that kind of fits in with the high game IQ, like Whippo, where I think he's creative when he thinks about the game. He understands a lot of the moving parts and will do like the play that you don't expect, the non-standard thing that ends up being good. Mm-hmm. Where I think sometimes he'll also do some highly questionable things and kind of like int a bit, but that just comes with that's part of the job description. You know, it's a job hazard.
Yeah. Sometimes the sports has to kill themselves for the team.
Yeah, sometimes you have to just get caught in the enemy jungle by yourself and
for the team.
For some team. Don't know if it's your team or their team.
How many people would have died if I didn't go get that vision?
Exactly.
That I just died
now
for?
You know where they are, Medios.
I'm thinking of this Karma game where he just kept trying to cancel recalls, and then he just ends up so deep getting caught out, and then like the entire game just collapsed around them. But it happens.
Yeah.
You know, so I was having trouble coming up with like the order for them, but I think I went with Busio, Vulcan, Core.
I did that.
That's what I did too.
Yeah, and it like Busio's been very like his team fighting has been insane. Like he's making the Nico work, and just I don't know. He just seems so annoying to play against. I think that's how you have to quantify supports. Is think about if you're on the other team against them, just how annoying are they? Are they just everywhere? Are they just doing obnoxious things? Are they hard to keep track of or whatnot? And yeah. He's been doing a good job of that.
I also gave him extra points for, you're talking about giving points for the core Poppy game. I give him points for his flexibility in a similar way, obviously not as extreme as Whippo and stuff, but his Janna game I thought actually really, really fit in that draft, and I thought that was really smart. The Rumble flex, where they were able to actually do that against Cloud9, and they did blind pick Rumble, so it's like, oh, Thanatos, you get to, counter pick top, and then they do support Rumble and Volibear top, and it actually looks good and practiced. He can play hard engaged champs, tanks, like he can play as Alistar as Nautilus, like he played Rel, he can play Nico, he can play enchanters like Janna and Renata, he can play, more aggressive stuff like the Rumble. And I know from watching him a lot in solo queue, he's playing like Vel'Koz and Poppy, and like he's cooking all kinds of stuff. So I do think he really does kind of have that threat, and he's a very, very well-rounded player. And what he does on the map, I think, is also really important, because I do feel like he is so good at always, like there's these quietly important moments in 1v1 matchups where, like, at certain times you're going to be vulnerable in like Orianna versus Azir, XY. It doesn't really matter what the matchup is, where, okay, you're going to be out of mana in this matchup at this time, or you're going to be like really vulnerable to an all-in at this time. And I feel like Busio is so good at playing around those moments and being able to cover his solo laners at the correct times. So I feel like he's played really well, and he's a young player, but I feel like he's playing like a veteran. So I think it's pretty impressive for how good he's gotten, like how quickly he's gotten there.
Yep. And for MVP, we already are all pretty much said. Inspired.
I feel like Inspired is a lock.
I think
honestly,
everybody already has that. I mean, the other names that a lot of people were throwing out were Whippo then as like the secondary for FlyQuest, and Thanatos, I think for Cloud9. But Yeah, I think it has to be inspired. So we're going to take a quick break, and we will talk about the playoffs matches coming up right after this.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80%. Winner! The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Welcome back to The Dive, driven by Kia. It is time to talk about our first week playoff matchups and also a bet that we are going to be doing to make things a little bit more interesting. And not only are we going to pick the team that we think is going to win the title. Obviously, C9 and FlyQuest are the front runners, so you only get one of those. But then we also get to pick a secondary team that we think is going to go the
Dark
furthest.
horse.
Exactly, our dark horse. And so whoever is correct on all of them will just like win. But if all of us are wrong, then all of us lose. And so we're gonna do a spice bet here. We're gonna have some really hot peppers or something that our producer is gonna be cooking up for us, and all the losers are gonna have to suffer.
So to be clear, you pick who is going to win, and then who is going to get the furthest.
Yeah.
That is not FlyQuest or Cloud9.
Yeah.
those are the rules. I'm going FlyQuest to win it. Should we do the first part first? What do you?
FlyQuest.
Because I think we're all going to be.
C9.
Yeah!
Let's
because
go.
we knew that was going to be the way it goes.
We added the second part.
That's why we added the second part, the spicy part.
So I'm FlyQuest TL are my dogs in the race.
Okay.
I would go TL as well because even though they haven't looked good, they got their new jungler in now.
Spawn's back.
They look a lot better. Yeah,
Okay.
Spawn's here. They got coach buff.
Uh-huh.
I mean, hell, maybe they win the whole thing, but that's not how these bets work.
All right, who you got?
Yeah. Since you guys are both going Team Liquid, I got to go with the wild card. The most wild card.
Too wild. of
You
a
know,
card.
you know what it is.
Shopify Rebellion.
that actually might be the most. I'm gonna go
That
with the
would be
second
the most.
most. I'm gonna go with 100 Thieves.
All three of us have different then.
They made the playoffs run last time all the way up into finals.
So
So
I got Fly TL, he's got C9 TL, and you have Fly 100. So
There we
we'll
go.
see. We'll see.
somebody's gotta win, right?
Surely,
Someone's gotta actually get it
surely.
right and win.
One of these people who watch this league full time will get this right. We'll find out, or we'll all pay the consequences. This Saturday, though, we have Fly versus Shopify Rebellion. That is going to be our first playoff matchup. This one seems very one-sided. I'm not going to lie. Though I will say on pros, Palafox says they are favored in this matchup. And I to me, I thought that was some crazy cope. Maybe it's
That
just
is
like
crazy cope.
putting some bravado on, but he was seeming like, he said they're beating them in practice, I believe. He seemed pretty confident about their matchup. He felt like, if things go to our game plan, we can just win. And so he seemed pretty confident, which I was very, very surprised by. I think it is like a swift 3-0, honestly. I think FlyQuest is definitely on another level, and I feel like Shopify is kind of like the odd duck in the upper bracket. 100 Thieves did a little bit of trolling, and I think Shopify played well and were very competitive. But I will say, to Shopify's credit, they did take a game off of FlyQuest in their before, right? I think they were.
I was gonna say, I know where the confidence comes from.
Yeah.
It comes from the best of 3 that they
Yeah.
played, and the Shopify players feel like, of course, whenever you lose like that, you feel like you should have won,
Yeah.
But yeah, that's definitely where the confidence
one
comes
of the
from.
only 2 games in the whole split that FlyQuest lost.
Yep, there you go. And I think a big part for me too, in talking about it a little bit bigger with Fudge, it really did feel like Fudge was really down on himself for the beginning of the split. He was playing really poorly. We interviewed him a couple times. I talked to him in an on-stage interview before the series versus FlyQuest, and he's talking about Whippo, who is trash talking him. Like, he's very aware of it. With the Whippo's coach, has a list of the bottom 3 players in the league, and Fudge is on it, and all these things. I really think that series and him playing super well versus Whippo, and gave him a lot of confidence. And I heard that afterwards, when they were going up and doing the handshakes, Bwipo kind of like, gave him more than the handshake and gave him like
Give him
the
a
bow
bow,
even after that series. I feel like that has done wonders for Fudge because, he's been playing really well towards the end of the split, I think, because of it. So, I'm hoping that Palafox said it would be close. He graciously gave FlyQuest that, and when he was like, "Oh yeah, we're favored, but it'll be close." He graciously gave FlyQuest that extra room. So I'm hoping that it really is, and that it's a banger.
That is so cool.
But
I'm with you. I could see the Fudge angle, Fudge gap Bwipo before. I could see contracts super pop off, maybe make something happen, but it's inspired. And also, where I can't see it, and I haven't really felt like I've seen any evidence of it, is where's the Palafox angle, right? Like I feel like Palafox has really struggled, and Quad is very, very solid, and I'm really worried for them in mid lane. And even saying even the top half, it's like you could see an angle for contracts, you could see an angle for Fudge, but it's like those are their top side is 2 MVP candidates. Probably one who's a lock for MVP. I think, first, to me, the best top laner in the league, the best jungler in the league. And it's like, that's where you're hoping you're going to get an advantage. And then mid lane, I think, is a massive gap. And bot lane, I definitely think is going to be really tough for them as well. So it's like,
the only people...
Plus, Shopify plays the map in the mid game and the late game better. They're more coordinated. It's like...
I think you have to have the mentality that you have a good chance and that you're going to win, though, if you're going to play versus a team like this. So that's why I don't fault them for that.
Sure. I mean, you shouldn't go in saying, we're terrible, we're going to get farm.
But they've seen that and saying that they're favored.
Yeah, exactly.
That was surprising to me.
That borders on delusion to me, especially because looking at Shopify's most recent game against Team Liquid, they looked like paid actors by Yuji to be montage fuel for him, because they just got run over by Yuji. Like, they actually, I felt so bad for Umpty watching this game, because it was like all of Team Liquid is just hard performing, like playing for the jungle,
playing purely for him,
letting him get every camp in the game.
Yuji's peak LeBron.
Exactly. It was just like, damn, like Umpty's just back there like shedding a tear. But I mean, to Umpty's credit, like when they did, he was backstage and like he actually genuinely looked happy for his team.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was quite the case, but yeah, I don't know. This Shopify team, after coming off that, unless they were legitimately being paid off for that game and they've got something else in the tank, they are so dead in the water. Like there's no hope in my mind.
I think when you're on the receiving end of games like that, it is. I can understand the mentality of writing it off. A lot of players will be like, "Oh, okay, well, game one, Core JJ did that invade, and so that didn't count," And so I can see the like deletion in real time.
That's basically what Palafox was saying.
And you're like, "Oh yeah, blah blah blah." Yeah, and then he was like, in the second game that was unlucky,
Yeah.
And so there's like these like things you do to keep your mentality, basically. I feel like what was the angle there? But yeah, I mean, of course, everybody has FlyQuest as top in the league right now, so it is going to be really difficult. And I actually think it's going to be more difficult because they already had the best of 3, where Bwipo had a bad series and FlyQuest still won, because I feel like FlyQuest will like prep harder, be more locked in type of thing, so that
only have one opponent this week.
Yeah, so
and
like
next week,
so those things don't happen. And so even though I think it was good for the Shopify side to get, I think, much needed confidence, and it is beneficial. Maybe even they've had good scrims, going versus them. I think the price that you pay with like putting FlyQuest on alert mode and like warning with the first best of 3.
Yeah.
The way that FlyQuest prepped going into the Cloud9 series, I was just like, oh my goodness, this is genius. And if they put that level of effort and prep, with the swaps on the draft and the level 1s and completely controlling, jungle off of it. It was actually funny because I'm comparing both series that we had that last weekend. We had the FlyQuest stomping Cloud9, and then we had the Team Liquid stomp, where they also prepped jungle invade stuff, and they also used a collector first Jhin, like early snowball type of stuff. And I'm like, wow, those were fairly similar. So you could definitely see some really big payoffs for the amount of prep and stuff that came in.
I feel like FlyQuest, if this does end up being closer than I think, Game 4, Game 5, I feel like they should be the scariest team in the league. We haven't gotten to see Game 4s and Game 5s yet. We haven't gotten any deep Fearless thing because our split one only had one best of 5, which was a 3-0. Now we have a ton for this playoffs, which is going to be really exciting. I feel like FlyQuest is going to be so hard to deal with in like a Game 4, Game 5 Fearless situation where people are all out of their meta picks. Bwipo has a million random picks. I feel like these players are super flexible. So I do think that is going to be tough. We'll see if Shopify can make it interesting. That would be very, very exciting. But I'm expecting a 3-0 FlyQuest stomp. And then Shopify, if that happens, they would play 100 Thieves in the lower bracket, which would be a rematch of what earned them the upper bracket, which would be kind of exciting. On Sunday, though, the second playoff matchup for the week is C9 TL. This is one that I think people are really excited for. And even though it was, TL not versus like a team of C9's caliber, the fact that UG came in and had a really good first series, I think gives that hope for TL fans that like, oh, this guy's the truth. He's going to save us. We're back, and I think that has built up the excitement against this series to like a lot higher than it was before. Plus, when you pair that with the fact that C9 got turbo blasted by FlyQuest, I think TL fans are now feeling a lot more hopeful after this last week than they had been. That being said, I still think even with that and the players on pros talking about C9 as like not that good and just this standard team and they just do everything kind of normal and play meta, they are really good at playing that style. Even if you want to ding them for like, oh, they're not creative or whatever, they are a really, really solid team. And I think individually, especially like, UG had a really good first series, but it's like, this is going to be, assuming he's starting, your second ever LTA series, and it's going to be a playoff series against Blabber, who is one of the best junglers in the league ever. That is going to be a really tough task. And the top side, when you look at like Thanatos versus Impact and stuff, that seems tough.
I would assume that Umpty is going to start with what APA was saying on pros, where he was like, oh, yeah, well, if we go into Fearless, it's going to be a big advantage that we now have UG because, say, Umpty uses up all the utility picks early, then we sub in UG, and the other team has to think about, oh, all the carry picks are still up, and we don't care that Fearless has taken out the utility picks, is what he said. So that made me think that they're gonna start Umpty and maybe switch in UG there, but that is pure speculation.
Yeah, I mean it's always interesting. Like that is obviously the idea behind the Fearless stuff. I don't really think there's a huge edge to be gained by swapping people back and forth in. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but you're also like really telegraphing then, if that's truly what you're going to do, you're fully telegraphing what your draft is going to be, right? And that also has negatives to it. If Umpty coming in means Umpty will only play, Skarner or Sejuani, and like that is it, then like exactly what they're going to do. And if you're concerned about it, you either like ban it or you pick stuff that will counter it. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, I'm blinding Lilia and you're going to pick Sejuani into my Lilia or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, well, that sounds horrible. And so now if I blind Lilia, are you then still going to do that? Or are you going to play a carry? You know what I mean? So like, there's ways around that. So like, I don't know if APA, if like, you're not going to say your real strategy on a piece of content before the thing. So maybe they will really do that. I don't see it as an edge personally. Plus, then it's like, if you did that and it's that world where Umpty comes in and you play the first 2 games, now imagine you lose the first 2 games with him. Now, UG, you haven't played a single game of League of Legends. You haven't played a second of League of Legends today. And now you're coming in an elimination match as your first ever playoff game and you're expected to reverse sweep.
Get in there, champ.
Like, good luck, buddy.
Yeah. That I would be really shocked if they started Umpty, though. Like that. Just, I don't know why you would do that.
That sounds so mean.
It does. I don't know. I mean, just look at how they performed. It felt like all of TL is just like rejuvenated now that UG is in. Like it really feels like they're in some honeymoon phase. Like they look like a completely different team. Obviously, Shopify is not as strong of an opponent, but they were just all playing better. And yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of worried for C9. especially after this last game. Like, good God, that was rough. There's no way to sugarcoat it. I think Copium is like drafts were pretty awful in my mind. I think giving Nefiri to red side is pretty barbaric. I'm not really sure how that happened. So I don't know what happened. And then next game we got Thanatos on Ornn. Like you got your star Korean import carry and you're giving him Ornn versus Renekton. Like you mentioned that he was creating opportunities to get killed, but I don't blame him, man. It's like you just got literally speed run in game 1 and now you're on Ornn versus Renekton. It's like you're feeling some pressure. You don't want to like sit back and try to get carried. So I don't know. I'm hoping C9 can just be like, yep, drafts went terrible, all good, go next fast, which they did. But
the fastest in the LTA.
Yeah,
it was 35-4 was the kill score in that series, and 2 of those kills, one of them I think was to literally the Nexus tower, like to like the fountain, and the other was right before that in game 2.
Yeah, it was rough. It was
they almost got perfect
bad.
series.
It was bad, absolutely. So either I don't know. I mean, FlyQuest obviously is a good team, but I would hope C9 looks better than that.
So you're actually nervous for C9. You don't just think, oh, it was a bad series or whatever. Because I know some people, like the C9 detractors, are like, oh, well, you had some rough series before that. You know, like when Vulcan was traveling and stuff, and he came back and they looked kind of out of sorts. That was obviously a tough series, and then this one was obviously bad. But I still feel like if it's like that's like the negative side is saying, oh, okay, they didn't look that good against Lyon. They looked really bad against Fly. They're just not that good now. But when you look at the split as a whole, I still feel like C9 has looked significantly better than TL. So it's like, what do you trust more in, the recency or the body of work?
Well, I don't know if you can look at one without the other. I'm just saying I'm a little nervous for them. If I was gonna be betting on this game, I would still go with C9. I think that there's a really, really solid team who they do sometimes just have bad games, right? And
they looked pretty good against TL the week before.
Yeah, exactly.
They 2-0 TL, right? So it's like we did see this. Obviously, it was Umti, not.
Yeah, I think with that one, it was really close. Obviously, the second game is the game that TL were literally at Nexus about to win, and then APA teleports into the base and they don't push it to a game 3. So at the very least, I think it is close and it is competitive. And
game 1 was a C9 stomp, though, right?
It was definitely C9, heavily C9 favored.
Yeah. But they had Furies. So can't really count that.
Well, also the beginning of game number 2, Cloud9 were also pretty heavily winning. And TL had to make a bunch.
Impact was trolling on Yorick.
and they had to have APA and TL make a bunch, kill like 4 or 5 towers within 5 minutes to get a bunch of gold to get back into it. And then they still ended up losing. So yeah, I'm still favoring Cloud9 even after the very quick losses to FlyQuest.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm nervous because I think TL looks so much better now. Maybe because people have been talking, like they've been gassing up Yuji for a long time. Like he's probably the tier 2 player that I've heard the most hype about. Obviously he was coming from Dragonsteel, like Maryville, and I think they've been winning everything for like a long ass time. And
he's the only guy to ever win 2 MVPs in an ACL as well.
Yeah. Also,
back to back, I guess it was.
When I asked Blabber about him directly, he said that they had scrimmed against him before, and Blabber's not the kind of guy who's like super praises other people, but he was like, yeah, he wasn't bad. Like, and with a lot of players, he'd be like, yeah, this guy's just bad. So that is kind of like a lot of praise coming from Blabber. So especially like when you're a top LCS team playing against a tier 2 team, usually the games aren't close, but if you can leave a good impression, then that probably means you got something, like you're doing something right. So I definitely want to see more from Yuji. I think that he had an insane debut. Yeah. Pretty much as good as you could hope for. And we'll just have to see, can he keep it up? Or hopefully C9 bounces back. But I think it'll be a banger.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really exciting series. I will say, I don't think it's fair to like expect Yuji to like have he's just that player we saw last week because like that he was set up so much for success and they were very snowbally games. It's interesting because I think he will be really good in the LTA. Like I think that is true, but I also think just because his first series was good doesn't mean he skips all of the like development time that most players need. And so I think both can be true. And I have heard from multiple junglers that scrimmed against TL when they were trying out UG and also when they were trying out the mid laner. Multiple people told me that TL was straight up significantly worse than with UMT when they were in scrims, when they were playing with UG. And that's not necessarily to say like, oh, UG sucks or oh, UG is worse than UMT. It's like, no, UMT has been playing with that team for quite a long time and has a tremendous amount of tier 1 competitive experience, right? He played in LCK and he's played here for a long time. I think it's normal for UG to need some time. So I'm hopeful for him, and I think it would be super exciting and a really cool story for TL if he can maintain that level and he just comes in and he's just the GOAT. Like, that's just cool. But I think realistically, it's hard for me to not enormously favor Blabber, who has won a bunch of championships and has consistently been one of, if not the best jungler in our region, right? Against the guy who has an entirety of 2 games played at a tier 1 level. That's the entirety of his experience. So it's like, how can Blabber not be insanely favored against that? So I do definitely pretty heavily favor Cloud9, even just purely off of that. Like if UG is going to be the one starting, but I think it's going to be a really exciting series. And I think with Spawn here in person, TL is going to lock in on I think it's very likely that they will play like a super standard style, and we'll see TL playing like Impact's not going to be on any funny picks unless they run out of everything. I think he's going to be playing tanks. He's going to be playing his standard carries. Like
I think he's actually going to run out of picks because I actually am most worried for TL in Fearless because of Impact. So
I'll give you my Impact approved list.
That's my.
He's allowed to play Galio. He's allowed to play Sion. He can play Cassante. He can play Shen. He can play Rumble. He can play Gnar. He can play Renekton. Like any of those type, I'm pretty okay with. I do think you can, and there's going to be others as well that I'm sure I'm not thinking of. I think he has enough that like I would be pretty comfortable with that kind of pool. I do think if C9 goes in with the idea of like attacking his pool and taking away comfort picks and stuff like that, and then throwing some bans at him later in the series, he could be a real liability though. I mean, Thanatos is just way better.
I think regardless though, the top lane is going to be Cloud9 favorite, and Thanatos is going to be a problem in the series.
Yeah. I mean, if Thanatos played Renekton and Gnar, and then game 4, game 5, they like, throw a couple impact bans, Impact's going to definitely be in trouble. Yeah. I think that could be true. It's gonna be an exciting one though. I'm pretty hyped for it. Definitely think it is the projected most exciting series for sure. That is going to be the 2 matchups that are coming this weekend. That is going to do it for this episode of The Dive, driven by Kia. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you do not miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. The LTA returns this Saturday, May 24th. Where FlyQuest is going to be taking on Shopify. It's 1 p.m. Pacific. We will see you there for the start of playoffs.
Welcome back to the LTA. Can Shopify pull off the upset, or will FlyQuest continue the dominance they've demonstrated throughout Split 2?
I'm on the way.
Yeah.
I can look Galio or Varus in rotation here.
I have double look, so...
Burst, my flash. Nice.
Play low here.
I'm fighting the Fury.
Yeah, you'll find cut it all.
They're all popped out.
Go main. Choke Theory?
Destruction Theory.
19-6. They're going to slam game 1 and start this series off with a win.
Flashing.
I'm on Senna, guys.
Yeah.
Look at Senna.
Okay, on me. Yeah. They're top. Kill them. Mordecai's in all. Kill in all.
No, I will just kill Mord.
I'm behind enemy line too.
Low top.
Keep it to Azir or Azir.
Get top. 2-2, yeah.
I get.
Really good.
Nice guys.
Hitting him. I'm coming.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Ezreal 1, no barrier.
Yorick TP'd and try.
Careful though, you're gonna die.
Yorick's and try.
Okay.
Running at you. Yorick's not helping.
Coming Skarner.
No flash Skarner. No flash Skarner.
FlyQuest from a 7,000 goal deficit come back to hit match point after game 2.
Just kill. No, you have to.
Ataka! Ataka!
Okay.
Rental no flash, guys. Rental no flash. I don't think
Red is dead. I'm just killing Cedric.
Yeah, kill Cedric. Try to run. Rental no flash.
I will live.
Zaya no flash. Rakan no flash.
I wanna go on Zaya, okay? Stun Zaya. We killed them all. I killed them.
Yeah.
FlyQuest will take the win in this series. It might be the longest 3-0 in North American history.
The 3-0 from FlyQuest against Shopify Rebellion, or maybe a 0-3 for Shopify.
True. Yeah, I mean,
know.
I think your prediction was actually pretty close, Jet. They did kind of lose 2 of those games.
Yeah, I actually think Jet's prediction was the closest.
Yeah.
I predicted, because we were all going to say FlyQuest 3-0, I just said it, but 0-3 for Shopify. And it was, for what it's worth, the longest 3-0 in the history of the league.
Yeah.
Going back to LCS LTA North history, 129 minutes, breaking the old record by about 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
That is crazy. Yeah. I didn't see that coming. Like, some of those games crept up on me because they were really action-packed.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, it's a 50-minuter.
And we were going to say this at the end of last series. There are silver linings for Shopify. Fudge in the pregame interview said, we just want to be better than Cloud9. They definitely were. Okay, the average game time, 26 minutes to 43, took them longer.
True.
And a much better kill to death ratio. The fact that they got 3-0'd with a 1.5 kill to death ratio is hard to do.
Yeah. So it is a positive thing, guys.
And also for comparison, game 2 was only 1 minute and 30 seconds, about longer than the entire series, 2 games versus.
If we're doing report cards, that's at least some maybe CB work right there. They didn't win the series, but it's better. They didn't completely fail.
Yeah.
Points for effort. Points for effort.
Interesting.
I will say, game 2 was so crazy because they should have won. But you know what? I'm going to throw that out of my memory banks. Let's just look at the bracket. I just want to see what the bracket has, so we can look to the future.
I think that's fair. That's fair.
A popular man once said, "Don't look to the past, look ahead." All right, look to the future.
Check out the dates on this. So FlyQuest next game is June 7th. That's going to be in 2 weeks, because next weekend we have the lower bracket that you can see on the bottom left. 100 Thieves versus Shopify. That matchup is set. And then the loser of today's C9 TL matchup will be the other game that we see next weekend.
100 versus Shopify. There's the revenge angle. There's 2 teams that aren't always the cleanest. But now, as we see, maybe a team that's been struggling with
C9
cleanliness.
arriving.
I don't know. C9 arriving.
They're back and
in
they're
their
pissed.
car. One of these days, I really want them to do the clown car thing. I'm just waiting for it.
Have you pitched it to them directly?
I have not. Maybe I should instead of just repeating it on
just
broadcast.
wishing isn't going to be enough. I think we need some action here.
Yeah, we need Jack to come out of the trunk. We need everybody to come out of the car.
Driving the car.
That's possible too. All right. It's possible too.
But similar to SA Series, Cloud9, Kia, and Team Liquid were in the same group, and we actually got a preview of this matchup just a couple of weeks ago.
All right, guys. Today, not something special. Let's do some normal stuff. Everyone recognize what your job in the game, and then don't to be aggressive around the object timer. And also, I think you guys need to talk about. I don't want this dragon. I don't want give this Herald or drop instead of saying that. All right, 1, 2, 3, C9.
Drake 20 seconds, guys.
Come.
Reverse.
Isurus 5. Bishop 5.
Yeah, coming. I'm coming, guys.
Roger,
can I
use TP now?
I have also. Look Pantheon, guys. Look Pantheon
right now. This is in 5 seconds, okay?
I can eat Pantheon. I think we should kill Pantheon, guys. No. Come on, 2 seconds. Yes, flash.
Come back.
We're good.
No flash.
Cloud9 squad that now has such a commanding lead. Team Liquid's going to have to find a miracle to get back into this one.
Don't go too hard.
I'm going.
Yeah, going.
Yeah. Pantheon no flash. Nice. No Pantheon.
Nice.
Yeah, we don't have to do anything.
Top wave.
Yeah, top wave.
GG guys. This is too good.
Yeah.
Charge, and Thanatos wants his way onto the enemy AD carry. Yawn is successfully peeled for, and Umpty's got a beautiful counterattack. Loki and Blabber have to scatter as C9 is now in some serious danger. A beautiful ultra fire kick from Belio takes down the enemy carry as C9 are collapsing. Has made his way back into the fight now, healed up off of the cams. Core JJ's on a killing spree. Blabber is down. Thanatos dies to Yawn's bullets. Now in a spot to maybe just end the game. Full send this all the way. APA with a teleport straight in their face as Blabber's going to be the first target. C9 looking to go after Umpty, but that's not going to matter. Core JJ finally taken out by Loki. Umpty dies too. Yawn goes on a killing spree, but now a massive Meganon right back the other way. Team Liquid went too hard, too far. It's a 4-kill fight for C9.
No. There's no way. Okay, pop.
Yeah, pop.
Okay, get in here. Yeah, we can base after. Just. Okay.
They don't minion. Can I tank the towers or no?
Yeah, they don't know. Kill fast. Go fast and base. Yeah, it's nothing, guys. Don't worry. Yeah, they have no way.
They're trying. We can recall though.
Yeah, go.
They have no minions, guys.
Don't die Thanatos. Okay. Zig's on hold, guys.
That's fine.
Look for fight.
We took 20 seconds.
I'm running. I'm gonna chase anyone. Chase anything.
Scan out, Jigs.
Lucian's ulted. Go flash. Lucian, don't play. Lucian's still alive.
Lucian, 1 HP.
I'm looking Emilio.
Careful, Jigs.
I got him. Push me.
It's only 1 Ziggs. Can we go 2 lanes somehow? We have a lot of time.
Guys,
he's gonna have ult. Okay, he's gonna have ult.
Yeah,
okay, heard.
Where's KSP? Next wave.
Block the Qs.
We have it.
Yeah, okay. We end.
Hit try.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm out 4 seconds, okay?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's f***ing go.
Kill her.
You, TL. Nice.
Doctor Strange on the way.
Cloud9 has been putting out some really good content. That was the last time these teams played in the best of 3. Very close to going to a 3rd game.
Yeah.
As you could see there, with massive goldie from Team Liquid. And this was a bit of a pattern for C9 throughout the group stage, is that they would be in losing positions, but clutch out the games, which made their game record really, really, really strong up until last week when they played against FlyQuest.
Yeah, I was gonna say, then looming on the horizon was FlyQuest.
We don't show that footage.
Yeah, we don't show the footage, but we do show the statistics.
Oh, that's worse. That's worse than the footage.
That's crazy.
Show the footage.
We have another statistic.
It was rough.
It's when the first seed plays the second seed in LCS and LTA North history. It's one of the biggest stomps we've ever seen.
Oh,
God. Because this is across 2 games. All these other were when we had best of 1 formats, and this is ranked by kill to death ratio. 35 kills to 4 across the entire series when FlyQuest played C9.
Some of those were like at the Nexus, like at the fountain diving, so that wasn't even like necessarily indicative of how that game went.
Honestly, C9 is in every single one of these.
I will say though.
Oh, are they?
I will say, last week, even though it seemed super one-sided, there was a moment when Cloud9 had what is defined as a major lead.
Okay.
So a major lead is after 3.5 minutes when you have 51.5% of the game's total gold. So let's see how they
51.5.
Let's see how they fumbled this lead. So as you can see, Blabber has just gotten the second crab.
Okay.
Bot crab, top crab. Let's roll through how long they had this lead for and how it fell away.
Okay.
It appears FlyQuest got a few minions.
Okay, yeah, they caught 2 waves.
Yeah, the threshold fell down again, and the major lead disappeared. But after the double crab, for 6 seconds, they had a major lead.
6 seconds.
The rest of the series, they were losing.
Blabbers, crabbers.
Wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. Damn. Okay.
Man. This was
amazing.
Again, just to contextualize, this is not the expectation. Like C9 got absolutely smashed, and these were the 2 best teams that we expected it to be close, this to be like a really good series, and this did not deliver to the expectation. C9 got shut down faster than Raz at an average Friday night bar, but I still think FlyQuest, we can celebrate how good they look, but C9 just dropped the ball completely.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a big thing that people are now revisiting are the champ pools of C9, right?
Sure.
Because we kind of talked about how C9 going into the series, we're like, actually, you know, we've seen Thanatos bust out the Galio, I think was the biggest surprise for me in terms of like evolving his picks. We've seen Loki play a tremendous amount of things. So I think people were really high on, you know, like you say that FlyQuest has this flexibility, but also C9 have this flexibility. And it's now interesting to compare them to TL, who we see as a more like having their picks essentially.
What I want to point out here is that while the total number of unique champions that Team Liquid has played is lower than C9, look at the concentration at the top end of the C9 pools. 4-4-4, then just once. 5 Vi games, 5 Ezreal games, 7 Alistar games. Wow. So this is a tendency that C9 had throughout most of the year, especially when we're in the positioning phase with best of ones. And Anero said this in one of the C9's podcasts, that they kind of just pick what they're good at and win because of that. And I think this extends a little bit longer to the way C9 plays in general. Is like they are good at their small core, but once they're pushed a little bit, they've fallen short, in my opinion. So I actually think both of these teams will get challenged by the best of 5 fearless format for different reasons.
I want to put out one small thing.
Yeah, get in there. Get in there. You're throwing on.
Yeah. So first of all, this little divider is because of UG, right? So there is a repeat here if you're combining it as champ pool. But the super interesting thing that I think is, especially since we touched upon Core and his impact in terms of getting UG into a really good spot, especially in their game 1. He has played a ton of different things, especially since best of 3s opened up.
Last thing.
Here, wait, do you want the?
Well, no, last thing. The biggest difference I see is in the top lane champion pools. Like the type of champions that Thanatos plays versus the type of champions that Impact plays, as we zero in on the matchup between Thanatos and Impact, because it's going to be one of the things that dictates the series. People have talked about how dominant Thanatos have been, especially in laning phase, and how Impact seems to be slumping compared to, especially last year in summer when he won MVP.
Yeah, like zeroing in on Thanatos, there is definitely a style of play that he prefers, like the Gnar side, the Gwen side, like just being able to play counter matchups where Impact is the direct opposite, like being completely fine, recognizing his role in the game. Thanatos, I think, has kind of struggled a little bit because he's like playing Galio and he's playing Ornn sometimes, and he's still winning lanes, and he's trying to go for a solo kill, and sometimes it can cook the game state. And I think what I love about Thanatos is, yes, he is one of the, if not the best top laner in the league. Yeah. And a lot of it has come out in his laning phase. And he has been really good in team fights. It's just about, if you're doing well, calling for attention or recognizing your role, and that it's just not your game.
Yeah, Thanatos is one of like the premier top laners in Impact, despite, like you said, coming off of MVP split. He's had a rough split so far this split, and I think that surprised me for sure. I definitely thought that Team Liquid would look better. Obviously, they were the big like split push kind of like roles or lane swapping team, and then when that changed, the question was, can they keep up? I thought Impact would be able to, but he had been struggling. Sometimes you see a bit of an uptick in playoffs, but
really quick, the reason it says
now.
18th, 15th, 22nd, that's ranked amongst all of his splits all time. Yeah. So not amongst the league. So the fact that he has 0 solo kills and we've been through an entire split is crazy. This is the top die guy who would just solo kill people without needing comms on a fairly routine basis. So he hasn't been generating any individual leads for this Team Liquid team, and it's made it a little more difficult for them to close out games.
But can we talk about how crazy it is? 22nd in all of his splits. That means he's played 22 splits.
Yeah,
That's
many
insane.
splits. Many splits.
Yeah. It is very weird. And at the beginning of the split, it made sense because a lot of it was him challenging his champion pool and playing more things like Gwen and Jace and like trying to find more carry options and then it not sticking. What was really weird when he was going back to his Renekton's and Gallios and you were still finding problems where he was getting like either ISO deaths or just not having, like falling further behind in lane. So I believe it's going to turn around at some point. Somebody like Impact, who's always really critiquing his own play constantly, he will get better throughout the playoffs. You know, it just has to happen now. But that being said, Azel is going to be standing by with a stage interview with Blabber to hear from his perspective.
Thank you. I'm here with Blabber ahead of your match against TL. I wanted to talk to you because you guys had your series against FlyQuest. Obviously, FlyQuest won that. And now a lot of people are just kind of, I feel like, already handing FlyQuest the trophy. Do you feel like Cloud9 is being overlooked off of one best of 3?
I mean, I think so a little bit. I mean, I do think that FlyQuest are playing really well right now. I will say that I think they're a bit better than us right now, but I mean, playoffs is still for what, another month? So, I mean, I definitely think that we can still come back and be better.
So Yuji is going to be starting today for Team Liquid. Have you played much against him? You know, what do you think about him as a player?
I have not really played much against him just because like we played TL pretty recently and then we also played them like today. So I haven't had really much time to scrim against TL at all, regardless if it's Yuji or Empty. But I think Yuji's just a pretty consistent player. He doesn't really make that many risky plays, kind of like the opposite of Empty, honestly. He kind of just plays more consistent and yeah, I mean, I think he's not a bad player and we'll probably have a good matchup today.
How much of an advantage is all the experience that you have? Because Yuji has a total of 2 Tier 1 games played. This is going to be his 3rd for Game 1. You have hundreds of games played. You know, how much of an advantage is that, especially in like a high-pressure situation such as today?
I think it just depends on like how he handles the pressure. I think some people handle pressure a lot better than others. Like for me, for example, my first playoff series, I played really poorly just because I didn't handle the pressure well, but I don't really know him as a person. But if he's able to handle the pressure well, I think he'll be able to play just fine.
Cool. Well, thank you very much. Good luck today. Back to the lounge.
Well, you saw him on stage. Yuji is starting. That was a big question on everyone's mind going into the weekend.
Yes.
Will Yuji start over Umpty versus Cloud9?
And it's because his debut was so good.
Yes.
Right? Even Team Liquid sent out a tweet saying the future of North American junglers. So I wanted to check against the greats. Like, this is who he's chasing. So Blabber actually is the great that he's chasing. Let's look at Yuji's comparison to Blabber. So this was APA on Yuji's first game. We're going to talk about how they really played for jungle on this one, but I want to get to the chasing the greats comparison.
Okay.
Yes. Looking at
so of all the greats, right? Contract's one of them, but Blabber's the one he's up against right now.
I think he's the one that they're going to be chasing the most. So 2 wins versus 252 wins. 29 kills and assists. I mean, that's a lot. It's not 3,864.
For 2 games.
But also Scuttle Crabs is where he has the most to make up for.
That's a lot of ground.
Yeah. There's only so many Scuttle Crabs you can get per game. 11 in 2 games is not bad, but it's not almost 1,700 Scuttle Crabs.
How does he make up the difference?
I mean, that's a great percentage for 2 games, though.
I think he's got
to start.
games red. I think that's where it starts.
I mean, I think it starts with a double Scuttle.
Starts with a double Scuttle.
Because then you're getting double the value. You're stopping Blabber.
Every time you're getting Blabber,
yourself.
if you get twice as many as he does, you're going to catch up in no time. But yeah, we'll keep our eyes on Yuji's career very close here, as this is very early, beginning of his career, coming in from Mongolia. He likes to call himself the Mongolian monster in the NACL, hitting Challenger on multiple different servers while playing in Mongolia before coming to North America. And
also,
like, this guy was the GOAT of Tier 2 junglers, just constantly smashing people. There's a reason he won Most Valuable Prospect twice in a row.
And then he was set up, I think, best than any other rookie player was ever set up in their first games.
It's true.
Like, the fact that he was played to as aggressively as he was in Game 1, and then Game 2, where he was getting invaded on by Contracts' Kazakhs, and the collapse was instant. It almost felt like Spawn or the coaching staff in general was like, guys, if he is getting invaded, we are playing for jungle no matter what. And I think not only did he look good because of it, but also just in general, I thought he was ready to play. And he handled the pressure, which was a question that Blabber posed.
Yeah, I do want to shout out Core JJ for setting up Yuji better than anyone. And Core JJ in particular is just exceptional at helping out younger players in their first games. He will take so much of it onto his own shoulders to make things work. And we actually have Azael standing by on stage with Yuji to talk about this matchup.
I'm here with Yuji ahead of the matchup against Cloud9. Last week, you had a great start to your Tier 1 career. The team really set you up for success. How much confidence did that build for you coming into this week?
Honestly, I think I had so much confidence just going into, I guess, any match in general. So I think that match set me up a lot. And yeah, I just felt confident now.
So given this is only going to be your third game in LTA history, and you're going up against Blabber, who's played hundreds of games, who's won numbers of titles, who's played internationally, how do you feel about the matchup against him? And is your lack of experience a disadvantage?
I mean, there's definitely advantage in experience, but I think we as a team does very good in playoffs, so I think we'll do well.
Is there anything in particular about Blabber that you think about when you're trying to prepare for him as a player?
I guess he just farms a lot. He dies for the crab. Maybe I need to see him at the crab. Also.
So just show up to the crab and kill him.
Yeah.
All right, seems pretty easy. We'll see if they can do it. Back to y'all at the lounge.
Sound strategy.
Yeah, no. He's already aware, right?
Yes.
We talked about the crabs and put it on the graphic. He already knows. But I think, obviously, we already talked about this. TL did a great job of playing for their jungler. I think this is exactly what you want to do when you're integrating someone onto your team, right? And APA, he let Contracts have a little warning.
He gave him the warning.
And yeah, I think the big thing here is it's nice to play around Yuji. He's a guy that can carry games if he's given gold. I think this is kind of the biggest difference when you do look at the jungler stylistically. Right, is that we think of Umti as this kind of 3 camps, and maybe he's in your lane. You have to watch out for that. But then Yuji, I think, is much more of a carry jungler, and I think the core JJ invade that they did end up having really, really set them up for success. And we're going to have a chance to listen in on the comms from both teams from core JJ's Poppy invade from last weekend.
Are we rocking in here?
No, not defending.
Yeah, I will check the blue only.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blue.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, they're keeping me off here, guys.
You can go lane B5. You can fight Poppy. I can go. I'm picking jungle.
Yeah, that's very good. Only Alistar move.
Alistar looks like he's going.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna just kill this guy.
I think I might have to flash.
You can come to me here. I buy time here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be really behind tempo this game, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to play around Pantheon behind me.
He might just flash over the wall here.
Do you guys want me to go, actually?
I'll keep fighting her.
Yeah, you just played your 1-1.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be kind of really this game, okay? I will need to play for chickens at 4. That is my most important thing this game.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yon, I don't need.
Yep.
Ian, if you watch my bot lane entrance, it's very good. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be there soon.
Fighting bot.
I'm faster.
Really good trade. I'm going. E start. I'm gonna keep going.
He has W style, okay?
Yeah.
I have W.
I'm going. Fighting.
Yeah.
He wired?
Alright, damage trade. More time
Conscious
here.
is really bad. No cleans.
Does Poppy use flash or no?
No. She only uses Ignite.
Yeah. We see Pantheon. He did all 3 camps here.
Yep.
He's crossing into his blue side.
Yep.
They're gonna invade now again. I just kind of need match if Poppy full commits, okay?
Yeah, I just need level 2 though, that's the problem.
Okay.
I'm gonna base TP.
They're hitting blue, Young.
Coming.
Level 2.
He got blue. Oh, he didn't get it.
Or come walk.
Okay, it's okay, I'm leaving.
I'm holding my position.
I'm watching Alex side little
I'm not overcommitting.
Yeah, it's okay. I ward here and you can base, maybe even B5 to be honest.
Walking.
Yeah.
Core, Alistar can move, but...
Can you push or not?
No, I'd rather hold.
Okay, you hold. I'll just get XP solo here. I can defend you, by the way.
Yep.
She doesn't have Ignite anymore, so...
I have Smite here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do Ignite.
Yeah.
Get chicken spawn in 4, okay?
Okay.
I'm basing, I'm going here.
Okay.
So cool to be able to see the
Yeah.
comms on both sides. And I think the thing that stands out to me the most watching it is how important it was that actually Yon and Core got the chunk on the bottom lane, which enabled the second invade for Core JJ because denying the experience and the condition of the bot lane. But that's Contracts was calming really well. Like, he dealt with that as best as he possibly could. It just was not to be.
And I love that they, even like we could see APA in his quote, they're playing to Yuji, letting him play aggressive, because we've seen a lot of tier 2 junglers get promoted up. I'm looking at players like XU, players like Kenby that struggle early on because, yes, they're a carry player in tier 2 and NACL, but once you're playing in tier 1, first off, different level of competition you're against, but also your team might not be playing to you as much as your tier 2 team was. But I love that Team Liquid said, no, Yuji, we're going to make you comfortable. We're going to play. We're going to trust you to be that carry, and we're going to play heavily to you, because we don't always see that when junglers get called up.
Yeah, and you can definitely see the champion pool here, Emily, if you want to touch on it just a little bit.
Oh yeah, so I do think these junglers stylistically are very different, right? And so as we see, they're split 2. This is just for split 2. Shared champions are just Sinjao and Pantheon.
Yeah.
And
as
then,
a reminder, Yuji was playing in NACL and then got called up to Team Liquid, so this includes the tier 2 champions.
And there you also see, I think the Viego was really important to put him on. That's also a huge comfort pick for him. So even when he was getting invaded, I thought the team protected him really well. But then this spills into a discussion that I feel like kind of was reignited around First Stand with what CFO were doing with their 2 top laners, which is, this is now a 6-man roster for TL. They're splitting between their 2 junglers. How well is it going to end up working?
Yeah, and I mean, this is interesting because they're going to be going up against Cloud9 that's had this experience in the past. Remember that at the time, this was 2018, summer, you have Reaper did the coaching staff. They had the small bros coming in. They were in match point, losing against TSM, and they came in, Graves Malzahar, and they made it work. So, like, you have the conversation of, like, how do 6-man lineups work? The differences between the 2. Now it's Blabber who is facing a team that is kind of in the same conditions, and it's going to be interesting to see it from that perspective.
I'm so conflicted on this because I don't know if the 6-man roster is even real. Yuji
You're not a
came
believer.
in, they tried him out, and now he's immediately starting the playoff series against C9, because if he does well in their first games, they're just probably going to keep playing him. I love that they have Umpty there, who seems to be very correct, like challenged by having the 6-man in a supportive way, so I think he'll be ready to sub in if something does go wrong. But I don't know. I generally think 6-man rosters don't actually help that much because of split practice time.
I disagree. I love the 6-man roster. I'm also reacting because I think Loki and APA were chirping each other across the stage right there. I see them chuckling. But I love the idea when you see champ pools as different as they are. Funnily enough, Yuji is the one that played Sejuani this split, not Umpty. But his Viego is a particular one. I think he's better on things like the Xinjiao and the Pantheon. Like, Yuji on the carries is what I expect from him, and then Team Liquid can always go towards Sejuani, Maokai, things like that. And Emily, to your point of, like, later on in a best-of-5 Fearless, dress can get a little wonky.
Yeah, and that's where I am really curious to see if they'll use the full 6-man. Right now, we have Yuji in. What are you guys thinking? I think this series is going to be really, really close.
I'm just going to lean in and just say C9 takes this 3-1. Wait a minute.
Okay, tell me why, then I'll go.
Okay, I think that C9 is just the better team overall. They've had a much stronger split. I think they're a stronger fundamental squad around team fighting. I think Team Liquid is a team that's ramping up, but there's some questions that I have, especially with the jungle lineup.
Okay, for me, Cloud9 has won a lot of games, but they haven't played a lot of good games. Because they had I'd say a lot of their wins
been a worrying trend.
Large deficits and comebacks off of opponent throws. Also, the way they play has been very one-dimensional. They pick strong laners, they clear a lot of camps, and they hope to stack objectives and win games that way. And then the biggest criticism I would hear about Team Liquid towards best-of-5 Fearless is they have small champion pools. My argument is C9's champion pools are equally as small.
Yes.
So I'm going to go with the recent momentum. Team Liquid looked great last week. Cloud9 looked like terrible against FlyQuest, so I'm going TL 3-1.
We don't have the board anymore, but we saw the board earlier with how many times C9 had played certain champions in a best-of-5 series. I have it going all 5 games, but I think that as the series goes on, C9, we're going to see some more limitations in that champ pool. That's why I have them as winning the series. But Raz, we disagree on it, I believe. But what else is coming up next year?
That's a great question. I mean, I just disagree with the fact that you were just yapping earlier when we should be starting the damn game. Let's get to it. Let's go.
Don't break the camera.
Let's go.
Playoffs is basically like the main course, and every other game you play before that was just the appetizer.
Going into playoffs, even the small mistakes can change the outcome of the whole split.
I like that type of pressure in the playoffs. I think it's more fun. It's more exciting when you win. It's more sad when you lose.
all of the sleepless nights mean nothing unless I can perform right here and now.
Zerdy does still have his flash. He is going to be able to use the flash. Nicely done. The tower is heated up, and they are taking shot after shot after shot. Zerdy with the outplay.
I feel like I have a lot of doubters. Quite literally, like every single pro player, the analysts, it feels like honestly the entire world. That kind of pisses me off, and I feel like this is my chance to just show everyone why I deserve to be in the league.
Team Liquid always performs in playoffs. The pressure makes the games way more exciting for me.
When you play in Tier 1, you only get one opportunity. Once you squander that opportunity, it's extremely hard to get back in. So this playoffs, I'm going to play to prove that I belong. I'm playing for my future.
It's been a while since I won my last title, and I think it's my time to win again.
Oh, nice double pull comes out from Blabber, and C9 just completely shut them down. Blabber just might have won the series.
I've been the best jungler in the league so far throughout the whole split, and I think playoffs is the time to prove that I am. And winning the title definitely would prove that.
FlyQuest are leaving no doubt whatsoever who the best team in the LTA is.
Playoffs is my time.
It's my time.
My time. My time.
My time. My time to win it all.
Welcome back to the LTA. Playoffs are here, and so are fearless best of fives. Today, we have another battle to decide who stays in the upper bracket and who gets knocked down a notch. Last week, Yuji had a strong debut with TL as his teammates set him up for success, and Coach Spawn's in-person presence continued to bolster the squad's performance. Cloud9 had the opposite experience, though, as their eagerly awaited battle with FlyQuest resulted in a swift and merciless defeat. Can Team Liquid keep their momentum going forward today, or will C9 bounce back and prove that last week's missteps were just a bump in the road? Let's find out. Team Liquid versus Cloud9 starts right now. I'm Captain Flowers, once again joined by Kobe and Azael for this one, and I am hoping that here in the LTA we get our first Fearless Game 5 here today.
We're on the hunt for a Game 5. We'll see if Team
At the very least, 4 games, right? At the very, very least.
Let's shoot for the stars. Aim for 5.
Let's go 5 here. C9 versus TL. This one should be a banger. Let's get right into the draft then. One thing that we always mention that is always kind of a damper on the TL side is that they always have to ban Yone red or blue. Yeah. It's been a big thing at internationals and stuff. They very commonly also follow it with Gwen, especially like their last series versus Cloud9. They throw that one at Thanatos. So a lot of these TL bans, even though they're on red side now, will look fairly similar from blue side too. They're kind of pigeonholed.
All right, the third ban for TL will be the Ahri. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kalista, Pantheon, and Rumble targeted for removal by C9, and they will first pick the Vi. I know that there's probably a lot of C9 fans out there not too happy with the start of this draft.
I mean, I think when they go Vi that early, they're very likely to just go towards Vi Taliyah, something like that, right? I do think that's really strong. Obviously, the Ahri pairing is already taken out, but Taliyah could be used, as a bit of a denial pick here. Pantheon is gone, Vi is gone, so some of those best jungle pairings aren't there, but you can still go Taliyah Xin Zhao or something along those lines and have it be just fine.
Yep, 100%. Don't want to give over the Taliyah after the Vi's already been first picked, so they will take that away. APA talked about it on the recent Pros podcast as well. Like, this champion is just busted at the moment. It's also one of his best, so pick that up and get Yuji an attack damage jungler. Yuji is by his description, the carry jungler of the two. You know, he mentioned like the Nefiri and Wukong and stuff as well. Which to me, I'm like, well, Umpty also played Nefiri, and he did carry with it. But we'll see here. Getting that Nefiri is always a good thing.
His birthday, happy birthday.
For a jungler right now.
All right, the response over on the side of C9 is to lock in the Azir. Azir versus Talia is just the peanut butter and jelly of mid lane. They're always together, one versus the other one. It just seems like
Do you like peanut butter and jelly flowers?
I like anything until I have to eat it 75 days in a row. So I'm very thankful for Fearless and the fact that it'll only be one game here with these two, as the Varus is locked in for Sven on C9 side as well, and Team Liquid gonna put Impact on a tank with the Scion.
Welcome to LA, all the way from Texas. We got people flying in.
Let's go.
You know, all the way. It's almost 6,000 miles, I think it said, to see Core JJ. We got people flying in from Texas. So welcome. Hope you all enjoy the show. And we got the Scion here for Impact. I think it makes a lot of sense. Rumble was already taken off the table for him. They can throw a couple protection bans here for that Scion to try to deny Thanatos. Vivo talked a lot about their matchup against C9 and how his role was really just to neutralize Thanatos. He thought that was the key to actually beating Cloud9. And we'll see if TL does try to replicate that. And Bessa, one of his best champions, that's going to be taken away. And the Gwen's already gone. So those are two of those ones that people kind of like playing into tanks. And we'll see if they're going to take away something like the Jace as well to try to limit him a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to take down Thanatos, neutralize basically the biggest carry player on the team. Although a lot of the other players have been stepping up recently. I think Loki definitely having some good performances himself. So we'll see how he does on the Azir this time around. But does Thanatos actually draw another ban on top of Gwen and Ambessa?
I feel like he should, honestly. You know, he is the biggest threat in lane.
Yeah, but like, so a lot of people do like still playing the Scion into the Jace. Like, are you like super scared about the Gnar? Because those are some of the other common things that he does play.
They don't care about any of them.
I
care more about the
I guess they
Alistar.
feel okay. We'll see after the game if they still feel that level of safety.
Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting. You know, it depends on what their read is, right? You know, if Impact is comfortable in these matchups, then they don't need to spend any more bans towards it. Instead, they are going to be banning away the Alistar. They can obviously take a support here on 4 if they wanted to try to thin that pool even more. Well, Senna and Ezreal are both banned away. We saw Senna very effective yesterday for Masu.
And considering it's Fearless, I actually think that if Impact is comfortable against those champions that can be more difficult for a lot of other matchups like the Gnar or the Jace, it's actually not just a disadvantage to leave them open. You're getting an advantage by taking one of them out for the rest of the series right here if Impact is confident that he can absorb the pressure from them. Now let's see what Team Liquid's going to lock in here. Okay, we've got the Jhin to match the Varus in bot lane.
We have had actually a lot of Jhin popularity over the last couple of weeks. A lot because of some of the early snowball that these top teams have been doing. It does provide a lot more CC, so let's see what the answer is to round out the Cloud9 side. Into the Scion, Thanatos kind of toying around with the Renekton.
Yeah, it seems probably pretty likely. We've seen this a number of times. I feel like it's a fine matchup. You know, Vulcan very likely to just go hard engage here. I think we're going to just see some permutation of like Leona on one side, Rel on the other side. Like maybe there could be a Rakan in there. Both teams, I do think, would want some of that hard engage, especially on the TL side where they don't really have a go button right now. At least Cloud9 does have Vice. They have some more flexibility, but Rel makes a lot of sense. You kind of just choose what side of the engage matchups you want. I feel like that's always the first couple games in Fearless is going to be like, okay, you have to get through Nautilus, through Rel, through Alistar, through Leona, and once those are gone, there's more flexibility unless you're going towards something like Lucian Melio or Lucian Nami.
Yeah, Team Liquid kind of thinking about, okay, so Cloud9 do have a lot of dive. They have Vi, which they start out with, plus the Rel, plus, you know, Azir moves there, so what can we do to deal with that amount of dive? Of course, you know, Talia rocks are always a good example, but they get that primary engage that you're looking for. Rakan's way quicker than the Scion coming through, so Scion plus Rakan is always a really nice combination. You get the quick moving skinny guy and then the big moving train coming afterwards.
I just always feel like you need some sort of point and click, some sort of hard engage to be able to set up APA here on the Talia. Of course, you can hit seismic shoves, you know, unassisted, but it is so much easier, so much better in these 5v5s if you have that threat of just the R flash from Core JJ and APA follows it right up to get 100-0.
I want to see, after we got Whippo's Renekton performance yesterday, That Renekton was with like a 7,000 gold advantage, way more tanky than the Scion. I want to see if Thanatos,
can the matchup. You just get 7K ahead, and then you just turn out to be more tanky.
Let's see how Thanatos, if he can replicate that advantage, because he is for sure a Renekton connoisseur. This is, one of his top champions, and has had some very good Renekton carry games himself.
I feel like if there's any other top laner in the league that you're going to expect to follow up Whippo's Renekton yesterday, it would be Thanatos trying to carry the game here from the top side, get Cloud9 bouncing back from their defeat last week, and have them ready to rock and roll here against TL. This is an upper bracket match, so if you lose, you're not eliminated, but it's about making a statement. It's about making sure you're one of the top contenders as the playoffs are getting kicked off. Azael, when you were talking to Blabber earlier in the interview, he was talking about how, I think people might be a little bit, harsh on us for the performance against FlyQuest, but they're really good right now. But playoffs is still a whole nother month, and I feel like we can come back and really be a competitor and be one of those scary teams by the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is so important getting in all these games, especially because we only had one best of 5 last split, right? Most of these teams didn't play a single best of 5 in Fearless yet on stage. So they have got to adapt to this. The more games you get here on stage, the more deep Fearless series you actually have, the more adept you're going to get to it. And, when you talk about Fearless drafting, well, this guy has been very good for the team when he has been here.
He certainly has. Just look at the win rate. You can't argue with the numbers.
Numbers are numbers, man. The math knows.
You can look for some holes, and you can definitely still look for some arguments. But Spawn is actually the GOAT coach, and they flew him back over just after the previous Cloud9 series. So he was not here.
Tariffs on Australian coaches these days.
Spawn was not present for the Cloud9 2-0 of Team Liquid that we had 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So now is the chance for them to actually replicate, and Yuji does get caught on the late invade.
Oh, wow. Yuji takes a lot of damage on that one. The dog was hungry for some chickens, but immediately just gets thrown back out into the yard. But now, Sven and Vulcan walking right into the tri-brush here as Core and Jan were waiting for him to trade back a little bit. Crash down from Vulcan does not hit Core JJ, so the strike back from C9, not quite as strong as it could be.
No, but still, they got 2 potions there. They got a potion off Sven and a potion off Vulcan, so they are going to be feeling pretty good about how that actually started out.
And the big thing is, you're going for an invade. Look at the mini-map right now, or the picture-in-picture, because you can see in the picture-in-picture, they're doing a replay of how Blabber got over there. But while they go for this counter, on the late invade for Raptors, they also had prepped this counter on the red quadrant here, so he takes away from Yuji very early in the game, and we knew coming into this, jungle was going to be a priority, level 1s were going to be a priority. Yuji's back for round number 2 at those Raptors. Neither of them have flash. The cooldown on the smite for Blabber is just barely coming back. It was like a couple seconds away from that charge. Yuji is able to get it.
Yeah, now they're going to be starting up the red here, and Core is there to help as well. Without Blabber having level 3 or any sort of assistance from his bot lane, it's unlikely he can actually move over. And this is actually warded out at Krugs as well, and now Jan's coming, so they are really kind of turning the tables here onto Blabber.
Yeah, Team Liquid putting on the pressure as Jan, dealing with Vulcan and Sven in a 1v2, has plenty of attention drawn his way so that Yuji and Core can complete their task over there with the red buff, while Impact is on the losing end of some trades up here against Thanatos' Renekton.
I just have to say, the beginning of this game is so cool because everybody coming in after last week's series, all expecting jungle focus, all expecting all these level 1s, because the teams that prepped so heavily for their level 1s last weekend were rewarded incredibly heavily. I mean, Core JJ absolutely just solo won the first game by taking Contracts, the enemy jungle, out of the game. And so Cloud9 knew this was going to be imperative coming and playing versus Team Liquid. So nice little battle that we've had so far, which has ended up fairly even, all said and told.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is basically their stats last week, and then the career win rate here. Now, how many games? 2-0, not bad.
100% is 100%.
100% is 100%. Blabber, though, insane win rate for how many games he has played in the career. Absolutely one of the best junglers in the region of all time. I do think, yes, Yuji played great last week, but you have to be looking at this as a very lopsided matchup based on the experience, based on how many series Blabber has won, how good he has been for how long. Yuji really does have a lot of work to do, but I love how much TL has made the focused effort to really set him up for success. Not even just last week, but it's like when you have a level 1 like that, where it goes that bad, where you're pushed out, where you almost die, it can be a horrible game for you. But his team then recommits to reinvading. You know, Core JJ comes over, again, helping him out and trying to put him in a position where he can feel comfortable and confident.
Yeah, that level 1, it's not just almost dying at the chickens and then having to flash away. It's having your own red also stolen away by the cheeky flash past the vision at level 1 from the opponent jungler. But the team having his back, like you're saying, making sure that he doesn't fall behind. He still has the smallest of gold leads, about the equivalent of 1 melee minion. But Vulcan and Sven have now taken their position up here in the top side of the map. Jan and Core JJ doing the same, as bot laners and top laners are going to switch those positions on the Rift right now. And you can see Blabber is already down there in that bot side river once more. Going to look maybe for APA here with a Vault Breaker. Loki's ready to dash in and follow up, and APA forced to flash.
And Thanatos, we are looking at the topside matchup when they're trading up there. He already had the advantage over Impact, and then they make the early swap. And you saw on screen, he was getting a turret plate while Impact was trying to teleport back in there. So this Renekton already is the biggest difference, and we'll see how big he can actually get. Again, a lot of people kind of remembering, maybe even traumatized by the previous Renekton that we had yesterday. We'll continue to track because he is a little bit down in experience, although he does have the gold lead.
All right, so Vulcan used his flash there, and he does not have Hex Flash on the Rel. Yes, he gets the cleanse out of Jan, but that cooldown is significantly shorter than Vulcan's flash. So C9's playmaking opportunities are going to be a bit more limited here for the next few minutes, and that is going to include the timer for when the grubs spawn here in about 2 minutes from now, as Yuji starts up the first neutral objective with the Drake.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any sort of an opportunity to punish that cleanse. You know, if they do show up and they have a 5v5 around the grubs, then maybe, you know, a flash stun from the Renekton could really punish it or something along those lines. But otherwise, obviously, it is going to be a trade up here for Jan if he can just play safe until that does come up. TL, though, going to be farming this dragon, no problem. Early Ocean Dragon, always going to feel nice in some of these matchups, especially, you know, tank versus carry style matchups. Like the Scion here, getting that early Ocean Dragon means you're going to be able to be a lot more tanky in those 1v1s and kind of just withstand the early pressure, which is really all Impact has to do here. He just has to get experience, get his minions, and scale up.
It is worth noting, Impact used his ultimate to make a tempo play to get back down to the bottom lane and try and push that wave into tower, but it was a cannon wave, and so Thanatos actually only missed one singular melee minion walking back, and not a lot was gained there. And now the minions in front of tower has it
frozen.
He's got it in a very dangerous spot for Impact. So Impact trying here to push on in and actually crash the wave. Well, Thanatos there gives a little bit of punishment on the way out and just continues to have a pretty good early start for himself.
And that was actually pretty nice by Impact. It's one of these small things that I think sometimes people don't really think about, but one of the best ways to actually, you know, break a freeze like that is to force your opponent to trade onto you in the wave, right? So Thanatos goes forward, you hit him with a slice and dice, you know, you hit him, you know, the Q goes through the wave, and that kind of breaks that.
Loki's going in for APA as Blabber's there for the follow-up, and remember, Talia's flash was already spent earlier. Blabber makes a repeat visit, and Loki gets first blood.
Blabber very active in this game. You know, people were talking about him, all these pregame interviews we did, like about how much he farms. And he does farm very efficiently. He also puts out some pretty good pressure towards mid lane. And the repeat there from Vi, he didn't have to use his ultimate. So Vi still has ult for the grub fight.
Okay, grub's already started up by Cloud9. Blabber's going to claim the first one, but Yuji, Core, and Jan are ready to contest for the remaining two.
Loki's basing, so they're just going to give it up, I think. No, now he canceled his base, so maybe they're at least thinking about it, but APA had TP'd back, and maybe they were just feeling like the resource difference there was too large. Impact almost has his ulti as well, so Thanatos has got to be careful.
Yep, Thanatos popping the Dominus just to make sure that he has plenty of HP to continue to survive the encounter down here. Yuji with total control over that grub pit has already claimed one for Team Liquid, and it looks like nobody from C9 is going to be around to try to contest that third grub. So 2-to-1 split favoring TL with the grubs. They also got that first neutral objective in the Drake that we mentioned earlier, so 2 out of 3 already completed for the feat.
I'm going. I'm looking. Strong. He dead.
He dead, nice.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
You want to do 2 grubs to find?
I want to do 1.
Those are just efficient comms. I'm going, and he's dead. Okay. all the important updates.
Yep, and you heard they had planned there. You know, Zen was asking, do you want to do 2 grubs? Lover says, nope, just want to do 1. And then he's going to go back to farming. So is able to get that. And, you know, to touch back on what you were talking about earlier, you know, I do feel like we've seen a number of interviews where, you know, people are talking about pros are talking about Blabber or Inspired, and they're like, yeah, they just farm. You know, they don't really do that much. And I feel like it's such an oversimplification of how they're playing the game. Because to me, jungling has always been, and probably always will be, about efficiency. It's about how you spend your time, right? Yeah. So it's not like they're just farming. They're farming, but then they're finding windows of opportunity where they can put pressure on the map, where they can cover waves, where their opponents need to, push out. They can be there for a counter gank. They're always there at the right time while keeping their farm high. And that is just being a good jungler.
Yeah, it's about minimizing the opportunity costs, right? Always finding that value play, as Impact seems to not be struggling a whole lot, really, against Thanatos on the Renekton. Yeah, he's down a couple hundred gold, but it's nothing super severe. He's still up very slightly in EXP as well.
I will say often, when it goes into this kind of matchup and, Impact stopping for the Bramble Vest here, Thanatos is going to be pretty strong when he gets one item. He spent his gold on Cull early on, right? So if you get towards Black Cleaver or whatever, on that one item, you can start to then bully the Scion again, usually. But Impact definitely has stabilized, and as long as you can get through the early levels without just getting slammed, even if you start losing the push, it doesn't matter. You're going to be able to hold at your tower just fine.
Meanwhile, we also have Loki getting the full Nashers after that kill, so a little bit different investment from the junglers, with UG picking up the neutral objectives, or the majority of them, but Blabber having those visits, and we'll see if that does pay off, because honestly, Loki has been quite good for Cloud9, especially over the last several weeks. Especially on this champion. He's very comfortable on the Azir, and it's going to be an interesting one to track.
And this was how the matchup went last time these two did go head-to-head. Thanatos, playing the Gnar into Impact's Yorick, was able to actually Flame Horizon him, definitely got the better of him, in the 1v1, in the laning phase. And now it's interesting to see, what the read is here for TL in Game 1. Obviously, Impact people talk a lot about how he's better on tanks and kind of his specific carries. Thanatos is also quite a meta player. Like, he plays a lot of the standard champs. So it'll be super interesting to me to see where these players go if we get towards a Game 4, Game 5. Where are they going to take us as far as their champion pools, and what would their comfort levels be?
Those conversations are one of the biggest reasons why I want Game 4 and Game 5 in these Fearless matchups. It just becomes so much more interesting, as now Core JJ with a big engage on Loki in mid, but it's not enough. There's not enough follow-up damage, and Loki's still alive with about 1/3 HP remaining. That was Core's flash, that was Core's ult, that was a lot of resources used for TL to not get away with a kill, or even a flash from the C9 mid laner.
One thing though, Loki has no TP, so if they want to actually fight this dragon, he is going to be down quite a bit of health. You can see Impact tried to walk through and potentially proxy there, but Thanatos stunned him under the tower, so it prevents him from getting that proxy. So now if Impact roams with his ulti, he's going to lose tower plates up on the top side. So it was actually really critical that Thanatos denied that proxy angle there from Impact.
All right, top lane going to continue trading while Team Liquid backs up as a three-man squad. APA coming over to help now as well with the Weaver's Wall. The curtain call opens up, and C9's got to try to exit to their right. They escape most of the shots as Team Liquid now continues marching forward. Dragon's already been aggroed. It's Blabber taking the shots for now, but immediately Team Liquid is ready to step in. Dragon still at about half HP. Vulcan off to the side, has the flash, back up and available on the Rel, but he's only half HP. APA firing the rocks back over the wall for a good bit of damage, as now teleports are ready to arrive for both of the top laners. It'll be a smite fight over the Drake, and it's going to be claimed by Team Liquid. Now, can they find anything else on the follow-up? Blabber in some danger here in the front line as the chains of corruption fly out and lock Impact up, but the rest of Team Liquid is not able to move forward fast enough. So C9 will disengage without losing anybody, but it's Team Liquid who claim the objective.
Yeah, they got the dragon and they got both summoner spells here off of Sven. Impact coming in with the early teleport into the ultimate. I thought it was going to be even worse for Cloud9 with the sandwich there, but Loki is able to Azir ult Impact on over back to his own side. But still, having no summoner spells left on the Varus after this dragon as well could be detrimental. Again, Cloud9 started this fight out with the lower end of health bars, but Impact coming in first here definitely has a very large effect going straight towards them. So
1068 to 0. Both of them just smote at the exact same time pretty much there. And yeah, I mean, Impact comes in, as you said, I agree. It could have went a lot worse for them. When you see him on that flank, you're getting definitely nervous for C9. It did seem like there was a little bit of maybe miscommunication between Loki and Thanatos, because Thanatos was moving forward to try to attack Impact as he got Azir ulted out. And Thanatos clearly wanted to try to look for something, TPing in, had his first item, was feeling strong, but not an angle for a fight there for C9. And TL going to be really comfortable about how this game is starting up, especially when it's a Mountain Soul. If you can work towards that with this sort of Scion as your front line, he's going to be invulnerable.
Okay, so Thanatos does have that first item that you mentioned, also has 1 stack left to clear on the Cull, so about to get a payday on that one too. So we are approaching that point where the Renekton could be a big threat if we get to see him in one of these fights. The next fight likely to happen, of course, would be the Rift Herald spawning here in just about 30 seconds.
And it's going to be dangerous because, like we're talking about with Sven having both summer spells blown, this is a Varus with no mobility. So you're playing versus Nefiri here. That thing can destroy you. You have Talia that you have to worry about with the wall coming through. It's like Core JJ on flanks as well. Sven has to be so careful with his positioning, but they're actually teleporting the Talia down to bottom side here.
Okay, Impact going to lead the charge as they go in for the tower dive, but Seismic Shove sidestepped as Thanatos then slices through the unraveled earth. He'll tank the stun just to get the extra distance.
Yeah, and Impact had about a second or two on the cooldown of his ultimate. Otherwise, I think when APA comes in, you just use that ulti for the stun. You get the Seismic Shove off of that, so just didn't quite have the timing. And meanwhile, Loki's going to be pushing on top side. Impact does not have his teleport. He could ult up there, but this is going to cost them the Herald very likely off his extended play.
Team Liquid thinking about maybe looking around up here, but it is pretty dangerous. C9 have control over the top side river. They got 4 players nearby, and Blabber has already claimed that objective, but APA is putting in a lot of damage on the bottom lane tier 1 turret. The top lane tier 1 for TL also under some pressure here, but not nearly as much. Thanatos just barely clearing out the wave in time to prevent APA from taking bottom tier 1. But now that UG is here, Thanatos is forced to step back. APA is allowed to move forward, and its first turret this game going over to TL.
Well, they just got the flash off Yon. Blabber caught him walking through the jungle there on a dangerous path and does punish him. Insta flash from Yon, respecting there could be other C9 members there.
Yeah, and TL had made the call pretty early to send Yuji to go steal away that red buff and like commit to the bottom side. So their call was, you know what, we're going to give the Rift Herald, try for a kill. At the very least, you know, we'll get red side jungle, counter jungle, and the first tower for themselves. But it did end up costing quite a bit with also losing the flash off of Jhin. You know, Sven's kind of dangerous timing window that we were talking about is coming to an end, and Yon's is just beginning.
And I really like the fact that they went for that tower play because Team Liquid had already secured 3 neutral objectives for the first feat. There's only 1 kill on the board 16 minutes into the game, so nobody's near the one for PvP. But then they get the first turret. They immediately secure the empowered boots. Nice little bit of extra strength here early on for a game where it's so close, anything can really tip the scales in one side or the other.
Yeah, I mean, it's not game deciding by any means, but it is very big. You know, they're quite nice ever since the change where they made the boot upgrade cheaper. It is something that you'll see basically upgraded from pretty much every player every game at this point. So definitely going to be happy about that. Having that little bit of additional move speed and combat power can be quite nice.
All right, let's see if we're going to get a fight as we look here towards the mid lane. Team Liquid going in as Blabber has to flash away the seismic shove from APA. Too much of a threat there onto the jungler. C9 knows that this next Drake is about to spawn here in 30 seconds. They cannot afford to lose Blabber before that. But now that he has no flash, it could be a real dangerous fight. Meanwhile, Impact proxy farming the entire time up here in the top lane.
These are very good choices from Team Liquid, all revolving around the immediacy of the spawn of this dragon. They want to look for some big flash cooldowns before the fight. They blow Blabbers. Then Impact gains tempo by proxying the early time on rotating over, and now he can ult down the river.
The question is, do they feel confident to fight with Yon having no flash? He's going to be quite vulnerable.
Okay, C9 have started up the Drake. Thanatos ready to teleport in and join the rest of the squad. 5-man unit from both teams ready to contest this third Drake. Already got it down to about half HP. Blabber still working on it. Sven providing additional DPS, and Team Liquid decide they're not going to go in. They will not contest for this, and C9 take the Drake.
Yon's pushing mid lane, so they're trying to get the tower trade.
Big engage coming out from Vulcan, but he doesn't find anybody. Now C9 trying to continue the follow-up, but it's not there. Team Liquid successfully disengage, and the C9 aggro does not pay off. Impact still keeping everybody away there with a nice use of the Decimate for zone control. The only person that's really taking some damage is Impact and Core JJ on the Team Liquid side, but they both still have more than half HP.
Yeah, they will be able to just walk it out. Vulcan looking for an aggressive engage there. Does get the flash off of APA. They're not able to knock down Core JJ with that, but briefly now, TL will have no flashes on either of their main carries. And C9 does get the dragon, does defend their tier 1 mid, so I'm going to be pretty happy about how things went there overall. It's a very, very even game. 100 gold, 200 gold separating the teams right now. 1 dragon is the only advantage, really, for TL, plus that feats of strength. So both teams, it's going to come down to execution. And this is often how best of fives goes. Game one, teams are kind of feeling each other out, getting some of those first game nerves out. And usually when it starts getting explosive, it starts getting really explosive.
Yeah, a lot of the trades so far in this game have been determined by like, oh, one extra summoner spell was here used. You know, like, oh, Thanatos did teleport to that fight and Impact just walked because he was proxying. But that's also a very small thing. If Cloud9 are fine just rotating the Azir up to top lane to push on that side, because Loki still has his, and they are. Bottom side, of course, Impact does get the early lead on the push for bottom side, so they will have momentum there, but honestly, I don't think it's going to turn into too much. Even though Otacon is spawning, that thing is... It's a large investment to actually take it, and the reward isn't quite as big as it used to be in the previous season, so teams are a lot more trepid around this objective. Nobody kind of risking a lot to just start it up.
And I like the fact that you use the word risk, because in terms of neutral objectives, he's also one of the highest risk ones because of how much damage he does, because of how powerful his armor and magic resistance shred is. If you make the miscalculation and aren't fast enough on killing him off and the enemy team recognizes it, you're in for a real tough fight. So nobody's going to push that issue too far just yet. Still just that not even 1,000 gold lead for C9. Only one kill on the scoreboard 20 minutes into the game. Somebody turn the Ring of Fire on. We need some PvP here.
I think we're going to get it at this next Dragon. I think the main reason TL didn't commit there was because they were missing the flash on Yon. So if you go for an all-in fight here, you could get punished. But I want to talk a little bit more about Yuji. If you don't know who this guy is, he is a 2-times winner of the NACL MVP, the Most Valuable Prospect Award. The previous winners being Busio, Masu, and Dokla, who all then won championships in the LCS/LTA thereafter. So the track record really is quite good for winning this award. And this guy won it twice. So the
he's going to win twice.
There you go. At least the expectation is definitely very high for Yuji. And it's going to be really interesting to see, is this really going to be a 6-man roster, or is it going to be, Yuji coming in and just playing so well that he kind of demands that starting role?
Well, he definitely could in this game, although we haven't had enough action to prove it. The Nefiri definitely is a champion that has a lot of outplay potential, as everyone is now well aware of.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see what antics he can get up to on the dog as soon as he completes second item, get a little bit stronger there. For the time being, though, they really do need to concentrate on opening up the map a little bit more. We only really have had the single tower taken that was traded for the Rift Herald. And so it wasn't like blasting open one side of the map or anything. So we'll have to see if we can get a pick or something that's really going to ignite this game.
All right, the next Drake spawning in 60 seconds. Team Liquid did have control over the first two, but then Cloud9 with the priority over the bottom side river for that third one. Team Liquid was not confident in their ability to force their way in and try to contest it, so the soul stack has not continued. But if TL want to set up for this, we'll see if Cloud9 will be able to approach, because right now they've also got a 4-man squad down here. Thanatos up in the top lane trying to get that one shoved out. Might be able to take the tier 1 turret before he joins up for the rest of the fight. Does have TP to try to join. CoreJJ in some danger. Popping the quickness defensively, but Blabber is ready to chase him down. Impact moving close enough to allow the battle dance to disengage, but it's not enough. CoreJJ gets crashed down on, and now Team Liquid's in some serious trouble. Impact can't get away in time. Core and Impact caught unaware, and C9 is happy to punish.
There's the pick that's actually going to ignite the game, because that's Otacon and the Dragon that's about to spawn for Cloud9 here. Not only do they catch CoreJJ, that's going to be a quick death timer, but getting Impact afterwards also is huge for C9. You look immediately, TL try and go into damage control afterwards. They try and push on the other side of the map. Yon and Yuji here in mid lane, but APA at least trades top tower for it.
Yeah, he does get the top tower, but Thanatos got a top tower while they were actually doing those picks. So he killed top tier 1, then TP's down to bot. They get the bot tier 1, the top tier 1, 2 picks, Otacon, and they're now on Dragon. Impact's going to be respawning here in 5. He does have teleport, but he's got no flash, no ult. This would be a hard fight to take, but Yuji's looking for it.
Okay, Yuji taking a little bit of damage here at the start. The Chains of Corruption do not find a target. Blabber can jump back over the wall here with a Vault Breaker. Impact using his TP to try to join up as APA wants to block off the C9 escape route. Vulcan almost almost hit by the seismic shove, but he steps out of the way. It's not enough to keep him alive as Yuji gets the first kill of the game for Team Liquid. But the Drake and the Otacon have both found their way into C9's pockets.
Such a close series here. We keep trading back minor things after every objective, after every pick. TL still able to at least scrap one kill back for themselves. Cloud9, though, really starting to edge ahead with that last run of play when they got the pick on a Core JJ, turning it into a fairly good power boost for themselves. The timing window on them finishing the Dragon afterwards was quite narrow too. So here's a look at how they got Core JJ again. When we started, you saw he was placing the ward up there by Raptors. That is a very deep ward. That is a very dangerous ward to go for. Preemptively ahead of the Dragon spawn timer. So he was punished by Cloud9, but again, you get a little bit of pushback from TL. They picked off Vulcan after the Dragon, and they also return to finish the tower.
All right, so no more Otacon, no Dragons for another 4 minutes or so. Baron is about to spawn here in about 10 seconds. Impact gets jumped on by Thanatos and Blabber. They are locking up the Scion. The big meatball front line for Team Liquid is not tanky enough, and C9 just smack him for the disrespect.
Yeah, he just gets CC'd up there for so long. Once the point and click CC is there, the Varus ult is always going to hit after. You have percentage HP damage coming through, and he just got shredded. Impact is killed like it's nothing, and he has no teleport, so Cloud9 can play very confidently on the map, try to get some vision out of here.
He has no teleport, he has no ult, and he's about to have no mid laner. Loki going in looking for the solo kill on APA. C9 is coming to life now.
That's actually huge because they control both side waves. Thanatos already pushing on the top side too. Impact still dead for a while. Now the other solo laner in the dirt.
Baron o'clock.
It's open season on Baron right now. The teleport comes out. Cloud9 will burn this down. Can Yuji pull out some magic here on the Nefiri? It's a very mobile champion. He can take some risks.
Okay, Impact is alive, but he has to walk all the way down here. Yon also walking all the way from the base. Yuji thinking about maybe trying to steal this one away. Some Darkened Daggers flying into the pit, but that's not enough. C9 already going to go ahead and claim themselves a Baron. Vulcan keeping everybody busy over the wall, and Core JJ is already dead again. Blabber flies into the back line, looking for a little bit more damage here to Yuji, but there's no follow-up, so he has to flash back to the safety of the team. Curtain Call opens up, trying to find an exit kill. The last shot, not going to find the target as Impact cannot pursue them with the ulti. C9 gets the Baron after the 2 kills on the solo laners, and they get everybody out alive.
And I, for one, am happy to see a controlled Baron here from Cloud9. Vulcan is on peel duty. He keeps the Nefiri out. He gets the W, and it actually turns out even better because they had the multiple kills and APA is still dead. They can go and actually finish that one onto Core JJ and even get more. Like Cloud9 here absolutely blew this game open.
Yeah, able to get all of these major objectives back to back to back to back. Going to be feeling really good about it. And now, as we get back to live, they're going to be pushing with this Baron buff, trying to extend this gold lead. There's still all 3 of these tier 2 towers on the map that Cloud9 can look to take. You can see Thanatos is pushing up top lane, and Blabber's just going to be bouncing between mid and top while they use this Azir tower summoned up in mid to kind of have this point of power to attack this mid lane tier 2 as well.
Yuji and APA seeing if maybe they can find an opportunity for a pick here on Thanatos, who just casually walks right past the seismic shot, flashes over the wall. He's ready to turn this one on its head, and APA is heading to the graveyard. If he's not any careful about it, then he is. APA's already down. Core JJ is going to go with them. Ever since that first overextension for the deep ward in the C9 jungle, Core JJ's been dead more than he's been alive.
You better be careful when you go and try and gank Thanatos. You know, he is not trapped in top lane with you. You're trapped in there with him, and they're going to destroy the base.
They're going to destroy the base. They're going to destroy the top lane tier 2. They're going to have the Baron for another 60 seconds, and the Dragon's going to spawn then as well. C9 have total control over Summoner's Rift in this one. There was 1 kill on the board 20 minutes into this game. It was a 500 gold difference. 8 minutes later, C9 is up 9,000 gold.
I mean, they've just made all the better plays right there, the right place, right time, punishing every overextension, it feels like, from TL, really understanding where they're strong, when they're strong here. And Cloud9 have just created a massive gold lead with this. The death cap completed by Loki on that base. Now the Sterix completed as well. I think he's actually going to sell that and swap it over to the Death Dance. But 3 major items now for Thanatos and Loki. 3rd item through for Sven. Their carries are well and truly online. And they're just going to go right back to the Dragon, move towards Soul Point here. grab that Mountain Soul, and when you're already this far ahead, the extra defensive stats are so difficult to overcome because TL really does need to 100-0 someone with APA and UG right off the rip to have a chance in a fight. And if you get Mountain Soul, that's just not happening.
And TL also need to stop getting picked off.
Yeah.
They keep losing members. It feels like every couple of minutes, somebody is just dying on the side. Cloud9 have just been methodical, moving across the map. And now with mid inhibitor already down, bottom lane is an easy pathway in here to Siege. APA was trying to push topside for a little bit there, but Cloud9, they take that Baron and they use that buff to the maximum.
The biggest problem for Cloud9 right now is that there's only a few things left to take from Team Liquid. They've already claimed all of the Tier 1 turrets, all of the Tier 2 turrets, 2 out of the 3 Tier 3 turrets, one of the inhibitors, one of them's open. There's not a whole lot of these loot pinatas left to smack. C9 with total control.
Dang, we're too good.
The best kind of problem to have as C9 just moving into Team Liquid's jungle, removing all of the vision, making it so scary to step outside the walls of the base for TL. Vulcan just waiting in the brushes. Thanatos waiting to see if anybody from TL is going to try to step up and retake any bit of this territory, because if they try, they're dead.
I want to know how many Cloud9 fans were previous Blabber Vi haters that have been converted. Because honestly, he has had some good Vi games, racking up a few of them in a row here, I feel like. This one was very controlled. When you think of like the yikes moments, it's always like, oh no, I took my ultimate and someone flashed me under tower. And you know, it has had a couple of those, but this game has been so controlled from C9. And he's found some very good picks, starting with a lot of the mid focus that, you know, got them into this position.
And it's really interesting because we had this episode of Pros where APA was on there with some other mid laners, you know, alongside Quid. You know, they were talking about how C9 is just this really standard team, and it felt like they were really kind of, you know, underrating them and thinking, yeah, they're not that special. They just kind of farm. They play normal champs. They don't really do anything that crazy. But C9, you know, obviously is still a force to be reckoned with. They do play that style very, very effectively. They have really good individual players. They team fight well. And I do think you have to give them that respect here coming into playoffs.
Well, we've got less than a minute now until Baron spawns again. C9 going back to base, taking care of their purchases. You can see everybody pathing up towards that Baron pit, and you have to think that if they can secure this one without anything totally wild happening, it's just a march into the Team Liquid base and a Game 1 win right after.
Yeah, I mean, Loki is just so ridiculously strong right now that it feels like you can't win the fight without killing him, and now he has a Seekers on top, right? And that is always, exactly, that is always that kind of doomsday scenario where you start to look over and you see these luxury items coming through. Sterix is done now for Blabber. You can see he has an Iron Elixir in his inventory as well. And Thanatos very likely will have a Sterix here soon too. So, I mean, they're just getting so hard to knock down, and they're such a massive gold lead that the amount of damage they're going to be doing is ridiculous.
Thanatos chunking half of UG's HP out there with a quick Renekton combo. Means that the Team Liquid jungler is going to try to heal up a little bit more as Vulcan steps up. He even steals away the chicken.
Yeah, I mean, it is just not TL's jungle at this point. They see Vulcan coming. They know he wants to look for that engage, so they have just got to leave. And C9 just have Blabber and Loki two-manning this. You want to say Yuji's got to look for a steal, but how does he ever get there? They have no vision in their jungle whatsoever. Thanatos is just bodyguarding all the entrances, so all they can do is just go bot side and try to get a camp or two in exchange for the Baron.
But it's actually so simple for Cloud9 because they can just group up as long as they move by a pack. Nobody's going to get picked, and they can just go siege up with the Baron. The time is in their favor as long as they're patient here and don't fumble with a 10,000 gold lead, 3 dragon lead in front of the Nexus turrets.
20 seconds until the mid lane inhibitor respawns. The top lane inhib dead for a good long time now as Team Liquid is looking for their opportunity, their last defense here at the Nexus turrets. Weaver's Wall isn't going to do a whole lot here at the very start. Core JJ jumping into the back line as UG has found his way onto Sven, but it's not enough. APA is already dead, and Team Liquid's attempt is halted in its tracks. Impact drops next, and Loki flies into the back line for the Emperor's Divide. A double kill as Yawn falls. Team Liquid is erased off Summoner's Rift, and C9 dominates Game 1.
What a controlled game from Cloud9 in the opener of this series. It is a best of 5, so TL gonna have to immediately go back and face Spawn in person to hear about that one.
He is not going to be happy with the outcome of that game. It was a slow first 20 minutes, but then C9 hit the gas pedal and never slowed down. Let's head on over now to the LTA Lounge, who are joined by a special guest to break down the game.
Thanks, Flowers. We have Inspired, who's going to be awaiting the victor of this Cloud9 versus Team
Nice spoiler.
How you doing?
Doing good. Just watching some League of Legends.
Is this the result you wanted in game one?
I mean, honestly, I didn't give my prediction yet, but I was expecting Cloud9 to win, but I didn't expect such a stomp in game one.
I can vouch. At the very start of the game, we asked, you said C9 3-1 for the series. And that's pretty much how this game went. It was very slow.
Yeah.
Even when the game was even, I was asking you who's ahead, and you were saying C9. We'll get to the reasons why they won after we check out the comms from the victory.
Towers will kill.
The whole thing.
Hey guys, look top, okay?
Sure. You want to go here? Recon's going.
Yeah, look,
No, I can't. Okay. Talia.
Look at it, back.
Yeah, I'm coming to you guys. We need to kill the Fury. Yeah.
I'm fine.
Sign. Flash or no?
No flash in.
Okay. What the?
Nice.
Can we kill Corday?
No, we can't.
All right, we're going to go over some of the reasons that C9 was able to win this game. And Inspired, can you talk to me a little bit about the Azir versus Talia matchup and what needs to happen early?
I mean, I think this matchup favors the side of Talia in the early game, especially the jungler. Like, if you play with Talia in your mid lane, you know that you can contest any crab you want, because Azir cannot really leave his lane to help you. If you look to invade enemy raptors, fight for first buff spawns or like second buff spawns, Azir is also not strong at those type of fights. But this game, Team Liquid just didn't really look for many opportunities. They tried level 1, but then they didn't really repeat it. They didn't try to re-invade anything. Meanwhile, Blabber was just trying to catch up whatever he could in the jungle. He snuck one gank mid, which I think he was just trying to do the Drake. And Team Liquid was like thinking, oh, he's gonna go for the Drake. And then Blabber was like, Talia
at their vision, they're pinging the Drake saying maybe
Talia
he's
has
here.
mid push, so I might as well not start it and just camp for her. And it worked out pretty well, because right now if Talia has no flash, like, she can't follow her game plan. She can't just push and move.
No flash
really
means this happens.
But APA didn't really adjust his game plan, I think. After he lost his flash, he still tries to push the wave and just got ganked. And now Azir has pretty much the free lane, pretty much free early game, which will snowball into free mid game. And everyone knows that if Azir goes side lane, he farms very fast. He can push wave, take camp, push wave, and just get crazy gold lead. So.
And then we wanted to check out how they ended up losing the game. It was still pretty close, 22 minutes in, 35K to 35K. Core is just looking for vision, Inspired. He gets spotted on this control ward.
I don't know what Core was looking for there, honestly. Like, I think if they just group together, looking at Sion items, like, I really don't think Cloud9 would fight them. I think Cloud9 would look at them, at the Drake, they would hit Sion a couple of times, and they would be like, nah, Sion is too tanky, let's keep getting items on Azir. Like, I don't think we want to fight yet.
But instead, they get caught. That leads to turrets, Drakes, Otacon, and really no comeback from there. So that's interesting. Those two big moments, I'd say the flash getting burned and then Core JJ checking could have made the game a lot closer. Inspired.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid just didn't really play to their win conditions too much. It seemed like they were a bit off, maybe a bit stressed. I think it's also they are not that comfortable playing with Yuji yet. I think was like a big playmaking guy, while Yuji right now played Nafiri, which is more of a following type of champion, so he couldn't really make many situations happen for them.
Yeah, we just got news. TL, blue side, no subs. So they're sticking with Yuji. Emily, Raz?
Okay, that should be interesting, because yeah, I think it came down to that Drake setup for me too, right? Because those kills happened right before, when they could have easily just backed off instead of going for that invade for vision from Core, set it up, because they had done a good job with early Drake stacking. So keeping Yuji in, that should be interesting, and we'll see how they play around him.
And a small note is, really a lot of pressure on Umpty. If they go down 0-2, now he's coming in, like, that's
it would be
an interesting
That's a hero story.
It would be a hero story. It would be a hero story. Also, attention to all the LTA fans, from now until May 28th, you can cast your ballot for the Kia Most Valuable Player. He might be sitting on this couch with us. We'll see. And the Kia All-Pro teams using the QR code on your screen. Participating fans can enter for a chance to win a trip to the 2025 LTA Championship, and terms will apply. That's it for Game 1. Game 2 is up after the break.
He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game. Uzi now reigns as king.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee. Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Running through every block, we cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the day. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, I'm like an addict.
He dead, nice. Nice, guys. He's dead. Nice. I'm looking
Chase him forever, chase him forever.
Just kill him, right?
Yeah, looks on too, okay?
I'm tipping, guys. Yeah,
No
we're
flash,
gonna
ulti.
Nice, we killed
No
someone.
flash, no ulti.
I'm tipping. Yeah, we can Arcon after, okay? Yeah, I wanna hit trailer. Yeah,
mid
I can go mid, I can go mid. You guys hit, okay? Okay. Yeah, let's go Arcon, okay?
Slowly looking, okay? Slowly.
Lane no press, lane no press.
Go well. Look around, guys. Look around.
I'm one mid.
Go mid.
Looking sign.
He's tanky.
I have ulti. I think you should ult it.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah. Kill sign, guys. Just kill sign.
Yeah.
Playoffs is my time to prove that I can be one of the best in the region. I think the games actually matter in playoffs. I remember really vividly my first semifinals against TSM. I would say that series I kind of choked under the pressure. It was like I was a rookie, my first ever playoffs, and I was super nervous going into that series. Even I couldn't really calm my nerves down even after the first game. Nowadays as a player, when I get in game, I don't feel nervous. But back then, even while I was playing, I could feel that I was nervous, like that I didn't want to look bad, that I didn't want to play bad, and that really caused me to play poorly in that series. Maybe I wasn't good enough as well, but I would definitely say my nerves affected me a lot in that series, and that's like one of the series that I remember for a long time. That was 7 years ago, so like obviously I don't think about it as much now, but when I first started playing, that was one of the series that I thought about the most.
What fuels you?
I think.
Welcome back to the LTA North. We're going to be starting draft for Game 2 very quickly. C9 dominated Game 1 against Team Liquid, picked blue side, kept Yuji in. We have Inspired here on the desk. Inspired, what do you think Team Liquid's should change for this draft?
I mean, I don't really think they should change much. I think they should just be a bit more calm in the game and just follow their win conditions. And I want to see APA Ziggs. You know that whenever he chooses that champ, he's just owning really hard. So, I mean, Tala is also one of his better champs, and it didn't really look that strong today in this first game. But maybe the Ziggs is going to be different. And I know he's thinking probably about it as well. Like, we all know APA, like, he's probably going into the room and saying, Coach, just
Ziggs.
Ziggs.
Yeah, like even, I feel like Team Liquid, when they're at their peak, they played side lanes and mid game really well. Like even just like a quirky mid, something like that allows APA to play on sides pretty more exclusively. I think stuff like that will work. But now that it's Fearless, I'm interested more in like Thanatos' top lane pick, because Renekton's down. Obviously, like Ambessa was banned, Gwen was banned in phase 2. I wonder if he's going to early pick or like if he's just going to be willing to expand and go into the second phase.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the bans are going to be coming through, especially with the Ziggs still in play, as Inspired already pointed out. And it was that Ziggs that helped them have those, 4 turrets in 3 minutes against C9 in a game that, yes, they ended up throwing in epic fashion, but as we see, the Yone still being banned out by TL.
Yeah, and the Sylas, which means they might be, well, they don't have the Maokai player in at the moment, because not a lot of times the Sylas would be a ban for Maokai. But I'm thinking about Team Liquid and their inflexibility in draft phase, because Yone and Gwen were 2 of their bans in Game 1, along with the Ahri for the first 3. And I feel like Yone and Gwen might want to stay banned unless they're willing to trade it for Rumble. Rumble would be a possible first pick for Team Liquid for me if it stays unbanned.
I like the fact that we're going through at least thinking about the jungle picks. Actually, a question for you, Inspired, is just like the experiences that you've had, if you've had experiences playing against UG in solo queue, like some of his champion pool, some of his strengths, what are you looking for now that you're looking at the UG second game here?
I do think he's just better like mechanically in skirmishes, and like as we see, they already first pick Xin Zhao for him. I think those type of champs are what he likes to play. He likes to play Xin Zhao, Viego, like those fighting characters. And I think Xin Zhao is just really strong in the meta right now. Pantheon is out, which is pretty strong fighting champs that can beat Xin Zhao, and Vi and Nafiri were already picked in Game 1, so.
I really like it if C9 takes away Rumble here, because we're thinking about the champions that Impact will have in the best of 5, and Rumble was way up there. I'm really surprised that they prioritized UG's pick instead of just getting Rumble for Thanatos.
I think they just want to play some sort of tank into Rumble. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if they decide to pick like Ornn maybe or something.
Yeah.
Because I don't really know what else Impact would play against Rumble. I don't think Impact wants to pick Jace right now.
Probably not.
Galio is the one pick that comes to mind.
Actually, Galio is still open, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he will just go for Galio.
And it works really well with supporting any Xin Zhao engage. Like, you already have a pretty good base of what your comp can look like.
Would APA reach for the Ziggs already, this early in a draft?
I mean, Ziggs doesn't really like to play against tank like Skarner, I assume. Especially if you're blind to pick him.
Talia Azir down, Nico banned.
You're playing with my heart with this hover is all I'm
Ahri's
saying.
A good pick.
Oh,
Ahri's a
okay.
good pick.
Yeah.
I like the Ahri.
So that's what Sylas ban was for. I think they just wanted to pick Ahri.
It was also banned in the last game too. So it was banned by Team Liquid. So
Ahri was banned.
Ahri was banned. So it's like, it's nice that it's out. So looking for some picks with the option that Ahri and Xin Zhao. Looks pretty strong here. Corki getting picked here by Cloud9 though. What's your thoughts on Corki? Corki is interesting. Coming into the split, a lot of people were really high on Corki as a pick, thinking how strong it was in scaling. But then, like, the win rate wasn't great. It was dropped pretty down low in priority. What's your thoughts on Corki?
I do think Corki is strong. I think he just got kind of unlucky at the beginning of the split. That a lot of games. Yeah, he just lost a lot of games, and people were like, maybe it's not working. But I do think it's a strong champ, offers a lot of damage, can be flexed between mid and AD.
Yeah.
So I think it's just good pickup in like those type of situations when you already have AP top laner, so you can afford to play AD mid, but you can also drop him to ADC positions. So I think it's a good spot to pick Corki.
Yeah, I like the flexibility of Corki. I also like if C9 are at all worried about that kind of turret destruction or like map play, Corki is a really good answer to choose through turrets very quickly. C9 can send him into side lanes.
Yeah, full bans for bot lane right now as well. Since the solo lanes are most likely, it's most likely a Corki mid could possibly flex to bottom, but for the most part, we're just seeing bot lane bans here to set up.
One ban that I would want from C9 side is like a Braum. Because I think with Team Liquid's comp, you have Xin Zhao, 80 carry pick coming up if you have Braum. Because like, I'm imagining that you're probably going to continue to flex the Corki going into 5. And if you see something like a Rakan, or I mean, Rakan's already banned.
Now there's Senna ban.
But like an engaged option, I think Braum becomes really strong for what Team Liquid already has. So letting it through. We'll see what it looks like.
From what I'm watching now, I feel like Sven is just gonna pick Ezreal on 4. And you kind of don't mind playing against Braum if you go for Ezreal.
That's true.
Yeah, plus you can potentially go Ezreal Braum and have level 1 power forever.
Unless he'll take it away here. Nope, taking away the Bard.
Bard is just target ban into Vulcan, I think.
Yep, Varus, Jhin gone from game 1. Senna, Lucian, Kalista, Karma, Bard, all the bot lane bans already.
Ezreal is very strong. And like, if you can get a really strong, like your team actually, like the support counter pick that you get, like the Janna pick or anything like that, then you'd want to go into 5
Here we
support.
go.
So yeah, that's actually a really good call out.
Good read.
Double AD comp.
What do you like into Ezreal then?
I think into Ezreal just pick some sort of scaling ADC, maybe Jinx? I don't know what else. Oh, or Smolder. Smolder got buff this patch and is looking really strong. Whenever you get the Infinity Edge on Smolder, you just start like dealing so much damage that the stacks don't even matter that much.
Interesting, Rakan's already down, so Zyrakan's a little bit weaker. Jinx against Rumble can be a little tricky, but yeah, they have to pair the whole bot lane right here. There it is, Smolder.
Yep.
Smolder Braum.
And the Braum coming through.
It
You
comes out
called
anyways,
it.
but it is
Red.
blind Braum. It's the only question that
They
I have. But
did
going
ban
Ezreal.
Karma and Bard, which are two
To
good
set up
answers into
Braum.
Yeah, but that makes sense. Which comp do you like already? I kind of like Cloud9's composition. I feel like they can play around Xin Zhao and Galio a little bit with the poke.
Yeah, I like Team Liquid composition as well, but I think Vulcan can't really punish Braum blind pick that easily, because I feel like he likes to play melee champs more than range.
He's gonna play Alistar.
He's picking Alistar into Smolder Braum, which is not really that great, honestly.
He likes Alistar.
Yeah.
Don't like the angle. That's his most played champ of the whole split. That's his 8th Alistar game already just in split 2. So Inspired, final prediction now that you've seen the drafts for this game.
I think Team Liquid takes it. If they lose this game, I really don't know what Spawn can cook for them. Like, I really think this is the one they're gonna win.
Okay, Flowers Azale Kobe, what do you think?
Much Lounge. Thank you very much, Inspired. And that's a pretty strong opinion from our special guest, saying he doesn't know what to do if this doesn't work for the TL scaling squad with the Smolder win con.
I mean, I will say, Brahms and Zhao, very difficult for these double AD carries to actually get through. And Smolder, I do think, the kind of clear weakness on the TL side is that their comp is maybe a bit slow, is that they don't have great primary engage. It's like your main form of engage is like a Braum flash ult or Xin going in with a Galio ult or something like that. Not that reliable. But that being said, if Yon can get to 3 items, Smolder is crazy on 3 items these days. Since those buffs came through, it's looking strong.
All right, non-subscribers, we'll see y'all in 30 seconds. For everybody else, though, this first game was really slow for 20 minutes, and then as soon as Cloud9 got their lead, they just immediately kept building it and building it and building it all the way to knocking the Nexus down 10 minutes later. What I want to see is for C9 to start faster in this one, since we're talking about TL taking this more of a defensive stance, wanting to get Smolder to 3 items. I feel like it's up to C9 to be active early.
It's going to be really interesting to see how they play it out. Because, yeah, if Yon can get the 3 items, if you get Essence Reaver, i.e. Rapid Fire, every time your Rapid Fire is up, you just Q someone. If it's a squishy, they lose like 20+% of their health once you have 225 stacks. It's really difficult to play around, and you can kind of force your opponents into engaging into you. Something that stands out to me, though, is the fact that Impact is actually playing Aftershock, not Phase Rush, which is less common in these matchups. Generally, people are going to be playing Phase Rush, because if you get hit by the Electro Harpoons, you can kind of get chased down. You go in with the Phase Rush trade, and then you're able to just kind of kite it out. So we'll see if there is any opportunity for Thanatos to punish him on that. He is playing Conqueror, so these extended trades could really go in his favor.
Everything else seems pretty standard in terms of summoner spells, in terms of keystones. Cleanse for Sven versus the barrier on Yon with the Smolder. Heal for both of the supports, just playing for the defensive angle, keeping those AD carries nice and healthy. Doesn't look like we're getting anything super wild here at level 1. Doesn't look like Blabber's going to be going for the crazy flash over the wall, Skarner buff steal or anything.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about how last game was slower. I feel like TL wants to play that sort of game, right? It's like you have heal Guardian on your Braum, you have barrier plus fleet on your Smolder. You're just trying to play to scale and knowing that it's going to be very difficult for the C9 comp to actually reach Smolder and pick him off if he's not out of position.
Yeah, I guess the areas they could create some action is mid-jungle, like UG and APA. But whenever people talk about UG, they talk about, yeah, he is really, scale-focused and farm-focused. So we'll see how many risks they actually end up taking. Charm flashes from APA, maybe an opportunity.
Thanatos could also be vulnerable potentially. Obviously, Galio has great gank assist for the Xin Zhao, so there definitely are opportunities for them to play. But we will see. Kangas, though, is standing by with C9's coach and Arrow.
Thank you very much. I have an Arrow here. And Arrow, UG is the name on everyone's mind right now. What kind of challenges does that pose to you as a coach, having a 6-man roster to prepare for?
Nothing crazy too much. We kind of know what to expect from both of them because we've watched their games and seen. All junglers are kind of playing the same stuff right now. Like maybe one jungler doesn't play one champ or something, so you ban around it, but it's nothing too crazy. Just treating it like another team.
Are you expecting UG for all the games today?
Yeah, we're expecting UG for every game, but if they change it up, cool. I'm not sweating it.
You never know. We actually had a fan in the audience as well. It's their birthday today. Can you say happy birthday, Aiden, for me?
Yeah, happy birthday, Aiden.
And actually, surprise, this was Aiden's sign, so an Arrow just cheered on the enemy. So congratulations on that, an Arrow. With that said, we're going to send it back to the casters.
The old sign swap bamboozle.
I knew something was suspicious when I saw another sign behind the sign.
How could you do that to that man when all his orgs have already exploded, He's got a stable job, and now you're putting him in danger.
He's the one who explodes the orgs. He's the problem.
He was just talking about how well prepared they were for the draft and everything, but he wasn't prepared for the signs. He let it slip through.
Betrayed.
He also
by another an Arrow.
Very nonchalant. He's like, yeah, whatever. Junglers are junglers. They do the same stuff. I don't care if they sub in. We'll see about that. Okay, so far, though, after the full clears, you have a little bit of a move from Umpty up towards that top side, towards Impact.
Yeah, and Impact, we want to talk about, obviously, game number 1 was not, his fault or anything like that, but he has been underperforming this split. These are his stats compared to his own stats. So out of the 22 splits that he has played, solo kills is including, all of playoffs and stuff, but this is actually the first regular season in his entire career where he didn't even get 1 solo kill, right? He's not been performing to that same level, but historically, he has always been a guy to step up really when it counts, when they go international, when they go playoff time. Game number 1, I think he was solid, so we really want to see a strong performance from Impact so TL can get back to their winning ways and really challenge these teams at the top like C9, like FlyQuest, that are those expected top 2.
And here in mid lane, APA losing out on the early trade against Loki here with a Corki as Vulcan and Sven ready to scrap with Yon and Cord down here in the bottom lane duo. But I think in game number 1, Loki had a much better performance than APA did, even getting the solo kill onto APA down there in that bottom side jungle after Cloud9 really started to come online. So we'll see if APA can bounce back a little bit in this one. He is on the Ahri. He does have one of the only real methods of trying to engage for the Team Liquid side. So I want to see if he can step up and face the pressure after the game 1 loss.
Yeah, I mean, Ahri has a very big difference depending on how many charms you hit. Everybody's always looking at your first couple charms, especially your flash when your flash is ready. So a lot will be riding on can they get any early money, especially because mid jungle duo could be very big for some of these early objectives.
All right, teleports used for both of our mid laners now as they go back, make their first purchases. Nobody's getting a huge early purchase. It's not like APA was able to make it to a lost chapter or anything like that. Not like we have any completed big components for the Corki either, as everybody just has that basic tier 1 400 gold type of junk. So no decided advantages there, as our top laners are both hitting level 6 and about to make their first recalls as well.
And I mean, you can see what kind of a game Sven is also expecting it to be when his first base is tier colon emote, right? Like he's just looking to farm. You basically spend a lot of gold without getting any combat power whatsoever. On the other side, Yon does have a pickaxe. So one of the things that I think people sometimes over-focus on with Smolder is like how perfect your CS is to get stacks. But often trading is really the way that you accelerate it. So if you do have a combat advantage, you can step forward and constantly be trading Qs and being able to really accelerate it. Because every time you get to one benchmark, it accelerates your speed at which you get to all the other benchmarks. So you get to 25 fast, and now all of a sudden you're AoE stacking the waves. You're getting to 125 faster. When you get to 125, all of a sudden you're Q bouncing through the range minions and stacking off your opponents and getting to 225 faster. So it really is kind of that multiplicative, acceleration.
Yep.
Couldn't think of the word.
Multiplicative.
Yes. Multiplicative.
Yuji, though, he talked, when you interviewed him actually before the game, he was talking about Blabber, and he was like, yeah, that guy loves crabs. and Team Liquid can run him off of this crab. So they won the big fight over bottom scuttle crab here. And Yuji can sneak into the back of the dragon pit with the wind becomes lightning, charge on over. So Team Liquid already here doing some nice things. Because he was able to get that crab, Yuji's the first to level 6, the Xin Zhao level 6, very, very big. And TL controlling the bottom side of the map nicely. You see all the vision through the river leading up to the dragon. Their roam on through where Core JJ came in through mid lane to help him get that. And this is a much better start here for TL.
Absolutely. And one thing that's always nice, a minor thing for the game, but when you are facing a tank on the other team, if you have someone who is like solo AP or solo AD against them, to force them to build that resist, it feels really, really nice. So Thanatos playing the Rumble here is forcing him to build that cowl early, but you look at the other carries on the team, they're both almost purely physical damage. Obviously, there's some magic damage mixed in, but a lot of damage from these double AD carries, and that is going to really slow down Impact's ability to start stacking armor. And if you start stacking armor for the team fights, well, then all of a sudden you can really struggle more in that side lane in the 1v1.
Always nice to make the tanks have to make that tough choice on the itemization, as it looks like our bottom lane duos will now swap up to the top side of the map as we have less than 5 seconds until the grubs have spawned. Remember that in game number 1, it was Team Liquid winning out on the neutral objectives early. They got both of the first dragons. They got 2 out of 3 of the grubs. And with that first dragon already secured by Yuji, we'll see if C9 can do a whole lot here with the grub pit. It looks like we're going to see the same thing that we saw in game 1 with Blabber, making sure he shows up, making sure he secures just one of the grubs, stop the Void Mites from spawning for TL, but then don't overplay your hand, and Team Liquid will secure the other 2.
Yeah, nice stuff from them. I think this time around, a little bit, I'd be wary if you are Blabber playing into Yuji. The Xin Zhao with even a very slight lead can be very, very dangerous. So we'll see some of the chunks here going through mid lane. Cloud9 were really early rotating Sven and Vulcan over to the mid lane. But it doesn't look like they're going to pay too much of a price.
All right, Team Liquid putting down some vision up here, keeping track of the Krugs, making sure they'll be aware whenever Blabber wants to show up. But he's on the other side of the map right now. Thanatos and Impact still just scrapping 1 versus 1 down there in the bottom lane. Thanatos with a slight lead in terms of the gold, but no huge major leads in any one specific matchup for either team so far. Couple hundred here, couple hundred there, but really it's a dead even game again.
Yeah, and it's interesting just to see the lane assignments here from C9. They have moved Loki up to basically be the duo lane. He's acting as that kind of AD carry for now to go up against Ion and Core JJ. Sven going to be just kind of farming it out here against APA, so maybe just feeling like Corki is going to have a better time in that 2v2 than Sven on the Ezreal will. Of course, Ezreal is a little bit low on the wave clear, so this is going to mean Ahri gets pushed in mid lane, and you can see Sven is getting pressured, and APA may be able to slowly but surely kind of whittle away on some of these plates.
Right, next dragon not spawning from another 2.5 minutes, so shouldn't be a whole lot of reason for anybody to really take a fight unless that's what they absolutely want to do. And we've already spent plenty of time talking about how Team Liquid just doesn't want to do that. So I expect things are going to just really continue back and forth a little bit with this type of Vision War play. Core JJ always trying to track the enemy jungler here, maybe throw a Winter's Bite over the wall. Nicely done there from Core to steal away the big Krug.
Feels really good. And Jan, when you check in on the stacks, already at 77 stacks before he has any CDR, purchased up whatsoever. He's going to be working towards the Essence Reaver. And of course, as you complete that Essence Reaver, you get the additional CDR. It's going to get faster and faster and faster as you hit level 9 and get the max rank of your Q as well. So he's really on a good pace right now for stacking, and it seems like they're going to move him mid, potentially start feeding him some of these jungle camps as well. Giving over Raptors and things like that can really accelerate it also. And it's clear to me that TL just wants to play all eggs in the Jan basket. Like, this game is basically, all right, Jan, we're going to build for you, we're going to play for you, and it's up to you to carry us.
And they keep trying to chase these C9 lane assignments. They rotated again, Cloud9 Sven from mid lane, then down to bottom lane, then all the way up here through river once again, constantly moving. They swapped him with Thanatos up to the top side. They don't have that teleport anymore. Loki does have his for the bottom side now, that then he takes Sven's spot. So we keep on playing musical chairs here with every single minion wave. And Cloud9 constantly rotating and causing this kind of follow-up.
And Impact even has the full Hollow Radiance. So I was going to be interested to see, did he just sit on Cowl? Sometimes people will just sit on Cowl and then start building HP and armor and things like that to be kind of more ready for that fight. But this does give him a lot of wave clear. It is quite a nice item in the 1v1, so that's going to be really helping out for Impact, especially if you're not going to be building a lot of AP. But there are quite a few different builds that you can do on Galio these days. Even when you're going like, tank Galio in quotation marks, you can do Riftmaker second and those types of builds. Sometimes people splash in Zonias, and sometimes people do go just pure full tank. So it'll be interesting to see what style Impact wants to play.
And you can see right there the effect of the Explodey passive on the Hollow Radiance, just making it so easy to combo the... it's a good one. I think it accurately describes what's happening. But the Winds of War plus the passive Slam Down combined with that just makes it so easy to guarantee that these waves are quick. Roll over the bottom side river. Team Liquid, though, with Yuji and Core both nearby. Yon also just trying to max his stacks before he has to maybe rotate over. Yuji's going to take some damage. Nice grab from Blabber. Slams him right back into the wall, and it's first blood over to Loki. Team Liquid caught unaware, disrespecting the Skarner, and Blabber teaches him a lesson.
And Vulcan, you have to worry about this cow. This brush by the Dragon Pit, that is the most important brush for every Dragon fight, and he comes straight out of it, runs Yuji into the wall, and they full combo him. He didn't even get his ult off.
Yeah, I mean, APA was very slow to move here, as was Yon. Yon wanted to get pushed mid lane first, and he just comes out, gets the combo right into the ultimate. Great play there. And it's just the extra man. The fact that APA isn't there with the team, the fact that Loki is, means there's not really much of a shot for TL. So their first swing at a fight comes a bit late, and it's a miss.
All right, but now we have a TP coming up to the top side here, looking to make a move on to Thanatos, who now needs to try to escape. APA in hot pursuit. Thanatos with the flash out, but is it in time? APA doesn't find the second hit of the Q. Thanatos is still trying to run, but he's winning the tournament. APA falls. Core shows up only in time to find himself executed as well. And C9 are playing so much better as a team.
Oh, man. TL tried to force the play on the top side, and Thanatos just gets the outplay, kites back towards Blabber. Blabber's able to block the charm from APA, and it all goes bad for TL. Impact going in here, but it's right as Thanatos is overheating, so he gets a lot of early damage down, and then he realized, okay, TP's coming in, I just need to kite to Blabber. Drops down the equalizer for the slow here, and look at him, flashes back. The charm is soaked there by Blabber, and the last charge of the ulti was used by APA, so he flashes forward to try to finish him off, but he's just out of damage. The overheat comes through again, and they get the kill, they get the finish off. Vulcan comes in with the heal. It's a disaster for TL.
And you could see after the electrocute proc, Thanatos was down to 100 HP. If the Q2 from the Ahri would have hit, that would have secured the kill. It would have reduced the turn power on the side of C9.
And he could have ulted over the wall maybe and saved himself.
That could have been such a big difference maker, but the miss on the return of the Q spells disaster for Team Liquid. And now APA is getting cooked again.
Flash.
Thanatos might just kill him. Core JJ shows up in time to keep his mid laner alive, and now maybe Team Liquid can try to find something back as Yon makes his appearance in the fight, and Thanatos has no way home. Surely the kill is claimed, and Yon is the one picking it up.
That may be a mental saver for this game, because the previous one was for sure a tilter for the side of TL. Cloud9's cross map, though.
Yeah, Vulcan and Blabber ready to help out Loki here and make a play onto Impact. The Tier 1 turret is still alive, but it can't protect him. Blabber's on a killing spree, and Impact is dead again.
And Yuji's next. I mean, it's a little bit dangerous here. Vulcan and Blabber.
Oh, Vulcan now re-engaging with another nice headbutt pull. Then Yuji too far forward. Now forced to flash defensively, but Loki's ready to flash follow. He grabs the kill, but he'll pay for it with his own life as APA and Core JJ will make that a 1-for-1. They're really taking their damn time on it, though. Still a 1-for-1.
Okay, TL, don't panic. Your win con is still
Maybe
Yon.
panic some.
Yeah.
A little panic.
Panic
Minor
doesn't help
panic.
anyone, okay? Nobody benefits from panic. Focus on Yon.
Okay, fair,
Some deep breaths. Deep breaths and look at the Yon cam.
Look at the Yon stacks. Don't look at your jungler and your top laner dying under their tower.
Exactly. That's just going to cause you more stress, okay?
Exactly.
Everybody needs to have a little bit of meditation, a little bit of Yon cam. You know, he got a solo tower on the bottom side of the map.
Okay.
So you got your gold. You're talking about the items being incredibly important for this champ. You know, focus on that.
He's got 3,000 gold in pocket. That's also pretty nice.
A lot of money.
Better if you spend it,
check
but you
in
know.
the Yon column.
Yeah, there you go.
He might be just trying to stay on the map for like a full IE or something at this point if he hasn't based yet. And you can see that the Knight's Vow is through. He's already up to 152 stacks and is going to go back to base now. So I'll see, you know, will he just grab like a rapid fire second, or is he going to try to, you know, greed it out and go for that IE, because the IE is such a big spike. But rapid fire, of course, does allow you to really start stacking even more easily on your opponents. It's a lot safer to step forward for those max range Qs.
And with Yon having to take a recall now, though, with his pockets so heavy from all the unspent gold, that means that TL knows that they can't fight for the Herald. C9's going to claim that one without any contest.
So Shojin is kind of like the more the old school build. Most people these days are just going for crit, and they are going, you know, IE and rapid fire. Shojin, though, does give you the basic ability CDR, so it's going to be helping your stacking speed. Also gives you a little bit of HP, and of course, as you're mixing in more and more abilities, you're going to be getting that ramping damage. So it is quite strong, but it is, I would say it's like the less greedy but less powerful version of the IE, but he is going to be setting himself up well. And of course, you still can get an IE later in the game. Usually if you go for this, then you're going to go rapid fire third and then IE fourth, which does mean it comes quite late.
Oh boy, Impact could be in some danger here yet again as Blabber goes forward, but the Impale will not connect as Impact flashes away.
That instant taunt from Impact was actually really critical as Blabber went forward, because it got a mini CC on him, procced his Aftershock, and delayed the Skarner ultimate coming out so he could actually get away.
All right, APA is coming down. They're going to fight it.
Okay, C9's already got the Drake started up. Yuji into the pit, immediately trying to make this a smite fight. Thanatos over the wall, but now C9's got to be a little bit more careful as Yuji is still trying to get away, and Vulcan is drawing all of the aggro from TL. Thanatos confirms the kill on Yuji. Vulcan gets away from APA, who tries to get the kill, but cannot do it. The Ahri is not strong enough. It is a Drake plus 2 kills for C9.
Team Liquid looks so desperate in every play that they make. Honestly, since that first Dragon, everything feels like they are reaching. They are under pressure. I guess Yon is the only one actually that still looks calm, so maybe you're okay with your Yon cam only view for
Go
TL.
to Lox cam, only on Yon.
but look, Yuji goes in here, and Blabber again just pushes him against the wall. The CC chains have been very good for TL. The rest of them just jump on him. While Vulcan on the top of your screen, the Alistar there just pops ult to tank the rest of the members of TL, but Yuji can't do the same. He burns down, even with the Galio being called onto his side, and Vulcan even runs in circles and survives.
Yeah, I mean, Yuji, I think, definitely feeling a bit of pressure there, feeling like, oh god, I gotta get in, I gotta get the dragon. Goes very early, gets CC'd against the wall, loses ultimate, loses his flash, Galio ults him defensively, and he still dies. And look at that reaction from APA. Clearly feeling the frustration, knowing this game is slipping away from you, and if you lose this one, you've got a reverse sweep.
Yeah, not only did he miss out on the kill on Vulcan in that attempt, it was his flash that he spent alongside his ult to try to get that last little angle to confirm the damage that he needed, and to have that fall through, now you're missing one of those big playmaking tools that you would otherwise be able to use to try to get back into the game at a different point, and now APA is under pressure again as Blabber continues the chase, but won't be able to lock the Ahri down long enough.
And the tough thing is, even though Yon is in a really good spot, you know, if you look at his stacks, if you look at his itemization, like everything is great for him. The game is getting so far away from him that I don't know that it's going to matter by the time he's online.
All right, 20 minutes on the clock. Otacon has spawned, which has triggered a special Uber Eats offer that you can check out in chat, or the Twitch extension if you're looking to eat as good as Cloud9 are eating in this game. They have been having Team Liquid for breakfast, lunch, and dinner so far in this second.
I knew you were going to go there, and honestly, deserved flowers. Well done.
They ordered the buffet meal, and Team Liquid has been obliging. Yon is the only one who has still got that chance, I think, to be the carry. Yeah, exactly. And C9, their eyes are on the prize. They've got a sweet tooth, and they're looking to see if they can end this one.
Yon over 200 stacks, though, so, you know, going to be hitting that 225 mark quite soon. and should be sitting on a bit of gold, 800 in pocket. So he's a bit off that rapid fire, of course, but is going to be working towards it. And you can work some magic if you can have a well-established front line, play the fight slow, just constantly poke and prod with that smolder. You can soften people up enough that maybe he can carry a fight, but it's going to be so dependent on how they do when he first hits that 225 after their first team fight.
The thing that I'm worried about, Isaac, is you're talking about a well-established front line. I see a front line that is 0-2 and 0 and 0-3 and 1. This front line for TL having some struggles, but Sven now in some danger, trying to get away. The charm from APA doesn't connect. Sven's able to escape, and now UG is under pressure. Thanatos flashing back into the Baron pit to try to create a little bit of extra distance between himself and Team Liquid as Blabber jumps over the wall. A slam into the terrain, followed up by an Ice Impale, but nobody's dead just yet. Vulcan's going to be taken down as APA finds the kill, but Team Liquid has also lost their own support. Yuji's about to die to Loki, who secures the kill there as Impact drops, and now without Yawn alive any longer, C9 slams another fight.
It is a little messy, but it's all Cloud9 in the skirmish. Here's a look at it as they start up the Otacon themselves, and Sven was very far out, so it got a little dicey, but that charm did not follow up from APA. Sven had cleansed to be able to get out of range, kept on moving up the river to his team, and then Thanatos, as you said, flashing, but still in the pit. Then it's when they make the call to turn. Blabber plus the Ezreal ult does a lot of work.
Exactly, and Blabber's ult had to be flashed there by Yawn, and then Yawn is just constantly getting distracted by Sven. He can't actually get him. He keeps going out of vision. He flaps forward, tries to get in on him, is not able to even win the duel. He's their strongest member, couldn't get a lot done in that fight. It was great selection from C9.
Anti-count together, okay? Together.
And I loved the very end of that replay too. You saw Loki perfectly tracking APA's cooldowns on the Ahri. As he gets the last hit for the kill, he immediately flashes to the side, knowing that the Charm Spirit Orb was coming right back off a cooldown, guaranteeing there was no chance for a hit back. I feel like Loki is seriously dialed in this series.
Yeah, Cloud9 have been really, really good in a lot of their skirmishes. Loki definitely exceptional. The CC chains from Vulcan and Blabber have been insane. Thanatos just individual outplays as well, even when he's not with the team. So C9 for sure look locked in here. Let's see what TL could do about it, because now even the Yawn cam is getting a little shaky.
Yeah, it's looking tough. I mean, this is Loki's stats so far this game. Definitely got ahead, very far ahead early, and has been looking really good in Game 1 and Game 2. He has been smurfing. Has made a really big difference for C9. I think a lot of people were thinking, all right, this new era of C9 with Loki and Thanatos as the sole laners, and Sven and Vulcan coming back to the team, it's going to take longer for them to really click and kind of get online, but they were able to be very successful very quickly here in the LTA. And Yawn does have his stacks. He is online, but he needs his third item, and I feel like because he doesn't have that third item, you're not going to fight the third dragon. You're just going to wait and see if you can make something happen at the next one.
APA jumping in after Sven here. He chunks him down to 1/3 HP, but now the follow-up from C9 is way too much for APA to handle. I don't know what he was even thinking there, as now it's going to result in a pile of corpses wearing Team Liquid jerseys. C9's just marching down mid lane. Sven hits him with the trademark frog, and this one's going to be costly.
Not the frog!
And that was looking like an emotional engage from APA, trying to get Sven under the tower there. They don't even get close. They just chase him down, kill him off. Yawn gets flash ulted by Blabber. They're looking for a potential end here at 24 minutes.
I think this game is done. They've got a big minion wave. Impact and Yuji are going to try to defend this, but it's a 2 versus 5. Sven backs away. All right, C9, they don't have quite enough in the tank to end the game just yet, but that was a big blunder from APA.
We call that one a little int check just at the end. Oh, maybe they come out and they int a little more, and then we just end the game.
The int check.
I like TP, man. TL's just going to try to chase this.
Okay, Team Liquid.
Desperation hours.
Desperate to try to find anything, and all they're going to find is an ambush lying in wait. Impact already dead. Yuji tries to fight back, but the wind becomes lightning, but a beautiful equalizer from Thanatos guarantees Team Liquid's retreat. Vulcan ready to bury the enemy support as Yuji and Yawn are both forth back over the wall with the blast cone. C9 can do no wrong in this one. Team Liquid looks completely frazzled.
Yeah, this one's looking pretty cooked, and I'm looking at my watch. It might be umpty o'clock. Might be seeing a change-up, testing out this 6-man roster. If you're going down 0-2 like this, slammed in back-to-back games, I think it's time to smash the case and let out the umpty, try something different here for TL, because Cloud9 is running away with it.
Yeah, honestly, anything that you could do to have like a big shift for the team just mentally, because it does seem every player we go after every single play. They are really, really feeling these losses in every single team fight. So definitely going to have to change something up here for TL, for Spawn. Of course, this game isn't technically over, but it is looking like it is. Here's another look at the, I guess, in check part 2, where they camp inside of the jungle. You know, you've got your 9,000 gold lead and have such good turn from Cloud9. A lot because of Vulcan and because of Blabber, you know, the CC that they do bring, but a couple more kills gathered, and those mean that you're going to be returning with the Baron buff. That should definitely wrap things up.
I mean, honestly, that second chase, I didn't even really mind, because the game looks so cooked at that point that it's like, okay, maybe they get lazy and they're recalling it, you know, separately, and you can get some kills.
It's a YOLO.
Exactly. At that point, every play is a bad play. Every play is, you know, a really low percentage play. So I'm not really mad at that one, but C9 here does have the Baron buff, and they are barreling down for some of these tier 2s. You can see Impact trying to push out top lane, see if they can get a little bit of something back, but mid lane inhib is already open, and C9 are coming for this bot lane inhib. They want to crack the base.
I mean, it's a 5-digit gold lead with the Baron. Equalizer forcing Team Liquid back yet again, but the wave is mostly cleared, except for the cannon minions, who are going to keep sieging this tier 3 turret in the bottom lane. Another big hit comes out from Sven's Ezreal, and Yawn is down to 10% HP. The Smolder's forced back. That's the only win condition. Team Liquid has to regroup around him, while their bottom lane inhibitor also falls. Now, the tier 2 turret is still standing up in the top lane, so it's not like C9 can just walk a little bit further up into the top side of this base and immediately claim the third, but I don't even think they need to. They're going in for the fight instead. Impact grabbed up by the Impale, barely gets himself away as Loki gets back over the wall, and Sven is on a rampage with Impact already dead. Now Yuji is stunned up, and he will follow his top laner straight into the abyss as Team Liquid, now in a 3v5, scrambles to try to defend. C9 with the Baroned up minions going after the Nexus turret. Sven kills APA as Core and Yawn try to flash back into the safety of the fountain. There's not enough stacks in all of Runeterra for Smolder to carry this one. Sven keeping him stuck inside the fountain. C9 20-3. Go to match point.
C9 are looking good. People were doubting them after their loss to FlyQuest, but they are looking like they're on a complete different level than Team Liquid here today. 2-0 in the series, back-to-back domination.
It is a rough situation for Team Liquid. Let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break it all down.
Thanks. Don't know what to say after that game. We thought that Team Liquid was just going to outscale.
Umpty, help!
Umpty!
Where are you?
I actually don't necessarily blame Yuji or Umpty.
Yeah.
APA had some we do need to check out this week's Pagoda Moment, which features C9's 2-for-0 at Dragon. And Inspired, you can talk to us. Why is Team Liquid even fighting this?
I mean, this Drake is already like is weird, but the earlier Drake as well. Like I feel like Skarner, Power Spike, same for Alistar, is around level 6 when they're really hard to kill and they have a lot of CC. And you have Smolder on your team. Like you decided to pick Smolder to scale for late game. And Smolder had 10 CS per minute. He was doing what you wanted him to do, but then you just made the game so hard for him. Like, what can this little dragon do when everyone is fighting around him and he doesn't have his stacks, he doesn't have his items, like he just doesn't deal damage.
Yeah, and even in this fight, like if you're gonna take the fight, there's an angle where, for me, since I was walking up to the Drake, probably looking to contest it, 3k HP, Braum is walking the other direction to contest like the banana bush. It's like they're just not on the same page.
Yeah, also if you see a Pagoda-worthy moment in play, let us know by spamming the Pagoda emote and chat. And let's also check out the victory comms from C9 in this game.
Smolder wants to lose flash.
Smolder's 1 HP.
Gallo,
Hey,
can we go Gallo? Yeah, no flash. Gallo first. Zin flash in.
Yeah.
Smolder can't really damage.
Yeah.
I'm looking Zin no flash.
Zin dead. Or don't give anger, don't get damage.
Zin.
Yeah, don't give Smolder anger.
Okay, we're okay. You can't do that. Press.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not that strong.
Mayor 10 seconds.
Ari no charm. Yeah.
Hit her.
Mayor 8 seconds.
Sven is fisting.
Nice. I'm in, I'm going now.
Just don't give killing goal.
Mayor 3 seconds.
Okay, I'm ending.
Win. Nice, guys.
Nice.
Now we're just going to get into some highlights of the game.
Yeah, we should.
Yes, we should. Let's roll these right away. Early on, 12 minutes in, Inspired, you had mentioned this is the Drake fight that you're really surprised the Team Liquid was fighting.
Yeah, because when you pick Alistar, like the whole point of the champ is getting level 6 and you are like unkillable at that point of the game. Same for Skarner. The moment he completes his first item or like he just bought 2 Giants belts, he's really unkillable at this point of the game. I think you should just avoid fighting and make Cloud9 force the fights into you in order to get the lead.
This one was a crazy fight.
Oh no!
This one was a crazy fight. Basically, like even the pretext to it is like APA pushing out bot wave, trying to make a play up top, TPs, like Rumble gets out. Now you're just completely out of it after the previous fight too.
Yeah, if you look at both of the key team fights that gave Cloud9 the lead, is like Smolder is farming in the mid lane. Like you don't even include him in your play, and that's what happens. So I really don't know what Team Liquid was thinking, like making these decisions.
Yeah, I feel like that's the biggest thing, right? Is like a lot of this stuff was unforced errors by TL in terms of the fact that they actually did get first Drake. They could have sat back. This was a kill onto the Smolder.
Yeah, even at this point, we're thinking maybe they're able to hold out the game from here. The gold's at about 2,000 different, right? But then this is the fight that we saw in the Pagoda replay as well, where you probably shouldn't be contesting this Drake. Like you can tell Yuji wants to try and get that Drake, but they just can't fight here.
Well, circle Vulcan, right? Because he's doing a lot of work on the back line where APA and Yon, neither of them are able to get into the fight to do damage at all.
Yeah, exactly. I think in those type of situations, you have to poke the Alistar first. Because when Alistar presses ult, you just have to accept that he's immortal for those 6-7 seconds. And that's your goal. That should be your goal before the teamfight starts, forcing the Alistar ult. You can't just walk in and let Alistar zone your whole team.
And there was a sense of desperation from Team Liquid in this game too, because I think this fight started well for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
C9 got caught on the Otacon, was debuffed, but then even watching Yon flashed out the back of the pit and then started chasing around the top of this fight to try and get a kill. Really putting himself out of position and making so that he ended up having to win a duel against Ezreal. W gets dashed away from and he falls as well.
I like that C9 like followed because like Rumble was stuck in the Baron pit, basically had to flash in to take the fight, but it just seemed like C9 was so much better. But we did get news.
We do have
You know who's here? Umpty will be in for game 3.
It's Umpty o'clock, Team Liquid chose blue, but even just taking a look at that fight, I just wanted to bring that out there so we have that information as soon as possible. Because the rest of the game looked tragic.
At this point.
Yeah. Looked very tragic.
Yeah, gold medals all around for C9 in that one. We talked a lot about Team Liquid dropping the ball. I will say Cloud9 did what they needed to do. We didn't like the draft from them because we didn't think they'd have ways of forcing plays. But Team Liquid are the ones that tried to just go all in onto them the entire time.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me, and I'm curious to hear from Inspired, because for me, with Umpty, sometimes the mechanics aren't there, but I really like his thought process, especially around his lanes. What do you expect to see from Umpty going forward that would be a little bit different in terms of how they play with UG?
I think Umpty is more comfortable playing the game on the lower gold, and that's why he makes like those weird pathings, weird gank angles that will put his laners ahead, but he will have to figure it out, like how he's supposed to play the game while being behind to enemy jungler. And I think that's what makes him very unique player. And I think that's what he's gonna come in and do in this game, and it might surprise Cloud9.
Okay, we'll see if Umpty can get the sweep.
He has the Cinderella story.
Yeah, the tablet was actually yelling at us.
It was a tablet?
I think it was a tablet.
I was wondering what that was.
Wild.
I was like, is that a fire alarm?
I have no idea. Don't make send you into action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on your screen or click the link in chat or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champion Shop, featuring exclusive deals and 50% off.
It is
That's the tablet.
Raz, what are you doing with the tablet?
That's the tablet.
We'll be back for game 3 after this break to see if Umpty can pull off the reverse sweep for Team Liquid.
It's gonna blow up.
Oh no! What's it say?
Red Bull gives you wings. Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Rich touching the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm lucky.
We can maybe get Zol.
Okay,
Okay, we're fighting hard.
I'm coming.
He's done.
He's one shot. He's one
Watch out,
shot.
watch out.
Ward soon. I can help you. Oh, no flash.
No flash.
Charm.
Brown here.
No flash, guy. I want to kill him. Yeah. Nice, Dentos.
I'm tipping, guys.
Kill Brown.
Brown flash. Brown flash. Yeah, Brown flash.
Nice, guys. Nice.
Nice, guys.
I'm watching.
His door.
No.
No flash.
Okay, I kill him.
Yeah, we'll take over your base. Faster.
No flash.
Not bad, guys.
Dead.
Are you ulted on me? Oh, flash. Nice flash, actually, sorry.
Okay.
What? No flash.
Nice. No, I'm going. We should help him. We should
Okay,
ult here.
okay.
Yeah.
Zen no flash, no ult. Nice stun. Smolder no flash.
It's really good.
Okay, I'm very low.
Kill these two.
Zen's gonna go on me. Zen no flash, guys. He's on top.
Yeah, kill
I got
him.
Brown. Zen no flash, no.
Smolder no flash. I can
Okay,
kill
Loki's
him.
fighting down here though. The carries here. Nice flash, Loki. Okay.
Welcome back to the LTA. It's day 2 of playoffs, and it's match point for C9. Game number 1 was slow to start, but then fast to finish after C9 got an advantage. Game number 2 was just a beatdown.
It absolutely was, and that is why we are seeing this man on your screen, coming out, making his series debut. Of course, did play with the team for the entire split up until the last week. But they decided to start with UG today. It has not worked out. I will not say that it was, squarely on UG's shoulders or anything like that. But clearly, after you get slapped around that bad in 2 games, you got to change it up. You got to do something.
The question is, how good are vibes? How powerful is the change in the team going to be? Because they really need it. Every single replay player cam, head in hands, feeling the mistakes there. A lot of the plays that you see on screen in the previous game from TL, you could tell. They were feeling pressed, they were feeling desperate. So it's got to be a complete reversal.
And I would say, if I'm Spawn, I'm thinking about what is the most possible like comfort I can get for my team in this draft.
Yeah.
Like, put APA on Ziggs. I almost don't even care if it makes sense in the draft. Like, just get them on absolute comfort champs, because I agree with you. Looking at their faces, they were looking very dejected after a lot of those plays. You want these guys feeling comfortable. You want them feeling relaxed going into this game, because any sort of a comeback has to start here. And I feel like it has to start with a good early game, has to get like a little bit of momentum that's building their confidence back up, because they just got obliterated in back-to-back games. You need something going right.
If I am Reaper, if I'm an Arrow, I'm banning the comfort picks that stand out in my mind. Exactly. I'm like, you know what? Didn't care about this and any of the other ones, but I'm slamming the ban now because I know you're desperate. I know where you go. You know,
gotta keep that mental in the ditch. You already did the work putting it there. Now you do the work keeping it there.
In your time of need, you always crawl to Ziggs. We're not going to let it happen. I mean, honestly, it is very valid, because we think about the last time they played versus Cloud9. His Ziggs was doing mega work. It stole Baron. He was like 6-0.
Took 3 towers in 4 minutes, I think it was.
Yeah, and like they would have won that second game if they didn't teleport into the Nexus turret. So, yeah, I mean, you think about these angles from both sides. So honestly, I would be kind of disappointed if Cloud9 don't play a little defense with their bans there.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm remembering that game correctly, I think that APA's only death on that last Ziggs game was at the very end, right at the Nexus. Had not died up until that point.
Umpty the goat is in!
So, all right, we'll see if Umpty can run the barnyard on this one and bring the Team Liquid boys back to life. We have still not got to see a Game 4 of Fearless gameplay in North America, damn it!
I told you guys not to be greedy. Asking for Game 5s. One at a time.
Hey, you could graduate and watch LTA. That's a 2-for-1.
There you go. This sign guy is vindicated, though. He's, well, we'll see if he's vindicated. If Umpty can bring the team back, then clearly the man with the sign knew something.
There you go. Get him up on stage.
Kobe told you to make a sign. Hey, look
job, Travis. Good job, Travis.
I know
Good
that
job,
guy.
Travis.
It's Travis Gafford of Travis Gafford Industries.
Wait, was that Bucio on the side of the screen?
Got
Wow, he's
Bucio,
back in.
all the celebs in the crowd. Wow.
For those of you guys wondering why we're
Let me see that bicep.
The return of the LCS, but smiley face.
Oh, let's keep it.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's got to be the youngest fan in the audience today.
Yeah.
Getting them started early on a little bit of League of Legends action.
2 years younger than Sniper.
That baby looked like it wanted some more games.
Yeah.
That baby looked like they wanted a TL
Gonna
win.
have to hit Challenger next year if he wants to keep pace with Sniper, you know?
I think we all want some more games. For those of you wondering why we haven't got into the draft just yet, we're still just making sure Umpty gets set up. Obviously, you know, you swap in a new player, has to do his tech checks, make sure all of his peripherals and settings and everything are where they need to be. So once Umpty's good to go, we'll be good to go, and we can get into this draft. We've talked a lot about how Team Liquid needs to reset, make sure that their positive mental attitude is present on the team before they even get onto the Rift. But for C9, I think it's the exact opposite.
That's like a Kasante copy pasta. It's got to be. I see 4,700. I know it's like a Kasante.
That's
all I needed to know.
A single letter of Korean, but I see 4,700.
But Kasante copy pasta, it transcends. You know, it goes beyond language.
It is a block of Korean text with a couple very specific numbers in it.
Exactly.
Oh, there we go. APA Ziggs. All right, there's the card right there.
C9 have not banned it yet.
Oh boy. And Team Liquid, they've got first pick. They can just slam the Ziggs if they want.
Cloud9 are on red side, so it's a little bit more pinched, but come on.
All right. Yone,
I swear, if they let it through
Silas.
and then TL wins, you're never going to hear the end of it. So what's happening is League of Legends, you know, we're playing best 5, Cloud9 Team Liquid, top of the LTA. Should be a marquee matchup here, and we're going to go to 4 games at least for sure.
Okay,
so available.
They banned the Yon Lucian instead. I feel like that is also a comfort pick. Like it's not
That's
iconic
dangerous,
to the level of the APA Ziggs, but it is one of Yon's flashiest champions. He's really, really good on it. I respect banning that one away. Nico is another pick that APA has played plenty of times in the past. We've seen him be very creative on this champion, using the disguise capabilities of it very effectively. Maybe this is the pick. Maybe this is the comfort instead, and it looks like we are going to get that one locked in.
Also got to remember, could be down to support. It has become very popular in support as well. Though it's not really something I super associate with Core JJ. There's still time. I agree. There's still time for Bard.
Maybe not a lot of time, but there is some.
There's some time.
Yeah. Got at least one more game
he
to
is
play.
locked in.
Focused up. Let's see what they want to go with first here on the C9 side. Still only on game 3, so Fearless has taken a few choices away, but there's still a lot of the meta options left on the table. And okay, Maokai.
Okay, so we have an early Maokai lock for Blabber. So yeah, I mean the Jace priority does go up. A lot of these AD mids go up. There you go, instantly going for Trist.
You know, with Skarner gone, he picks Maokai. It is kind of limiting some of the chance that Umti would be known about playing for. So it's like, when APA talked about how they would utilize this 6-man roster, he was saying Umti would come in, play the tank junglers, play that supportive style, and then when Yuji came in, he would play the carries. Well, Skarner is gone, now Maokai is gone. There is still Sejuani available if you want to force a tank. We don't know for sure that that's what he's actually going to do, but that is what we have been told he is going to do.
Okay, blind Yorick lock for Impact.
This is definitely spooky. You know, we talked about this yesterday. We did see the Mordekaiser as an answer. That's true. But Aurelia to me is always something I think of when I think of horrible matchups. I don't know that Thanatos is going to feel confident to play it, but really anything that is quite mobile and has dashes that can play around in the top lane can be very difficult for the Yorick.
I love pairing it with a Nocturne because Yorick's always trying to split push, and so you get your Nocturne to cover it, so you can cover. Some of these matchups you're talking about are so risky if you get camped by jungle, and if they do kill it. So I really actually like that Nocturne lock-in for Umti for Team Liquid. Nice kind of answer. Plus, they're keeping the Nico as the flex. A lot of playmaking there.
This is the exact same matchup as they had last time when they played, where Thanatos Flame Horizoned him. So it definitely did not go well for Impact last time, and it looked to me like Impact hadn't really gotten enough games on the champ to super understand some of the kind of little small details about, you know, controlling the maiden and things like this. And so Thanatos has it up and available. He's going to go right back to it, and we'll see if Impact can run back this same matchup and do better than last time.
And I mean, we talked about it earlier in the series about how Thanatos does have this pool of champions and he really likes playing, and a lot of them are very meta picks, and Gnar is one of them. This guy knows how to pilot this champion very skillfully. As we jump into the second half of the bans, and Orianna will be the first one here for C9, so they're saying that they do think that Nico probably going down to the support role for Core JJ, targeting the mid lane pool for APA instead, as Team Liquid will ban out the Ziggs themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's because they see the Tristana, you know, AD mid, and you're like, well, Maokai's not always enough magic damage, so they probably, or could, look for some more magic damage from their bottom side of the map. So that's why, you know, they themselves ban the Ziggs. As funny as it is to see a TL Ziggs ban, it is justified.
When I do that, I'm just blaming my teammates. I'm saying, I've seen you play that, and I don't want to see that again.
Oh yeah, we can't afford to have this on the team today.
Yeah, exactly. Kai'Sa going to be taken away here from Jan. Of course, again, makes sense. You're showing a lot of dive here with the Nico, with the Nocturne. You know, Kai'Sa would be an AD that would pair really well alongside that.
Okay, let's see what our last ban here for TL is. Do they want to focus something else? It might be an AP threat down in the bot lane. No, they're just going to go with one of those threats that armor or not can bulldoze through you if the ulti setup is there. So Misfortune and Ziggs, your second half bans from TL, Orianna and Kai'Sa from C9, and they are going to lock in the Senna for the infinity scaling.
Something I also really like about Senna is you talked about Nocturne, the ability to attack in the side lanes. Senna doesn't need to be able to see on the map because you can ping where the Nocturne is ulting. You can Senna ult across map even during that Nocturne ult to help out your Gnar if he's getting attacked in the side lane. So I think it's actually a really good pick. And some of the most common pairings are things like the Nautilus, which is still up and available. Hasn't actually been played thus far, isn't banned out. So you can easily get a strong support pairing there too. And I do really like the Senna. I mean, especially because you're pairing it with the Tristana. Like, it needs some sort of high DPS with it. It is kind of like more poke until you get a ridiculous amount of souls.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Nautilus. I like these engage picks with the Senna. You could also do a Blitzcrank, another engage support with Maokai, and have that combo. The classic Maokai ultimates and hooks to pull people in.
I will say I like Blitz as a pairing, but against the Yorick, you know, the Yorick with all this crap in front and Nico clone and stuff, it's like there's so much stuff that is just gonna block your skill shots, man.
Yorick Mori, infamous purveyor of crap on summoners.
It's like, you know, when you play against the Fury and you're trying to hit skill shots and the dogs are blocking everything.
I feel you.
There's a whole zoo out there, man.
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Yeah. There's a lot of crap on my screen. I don't don't want to hook any of it.
Accurate description. And so they do go with the Nautilus. The point and click ultimate can, go under.
Goes past the crab.
It goes under all the crab.
The depth charge can defeat the power of crap that Team Liquid can summon through the York. So, okay, we've got the Senna Nautilus duo down there in the bottom lane. Maokai and Nautilus, powerful engage. Over on the other side, I really got my eyes on Umpty on the Nocturne in this one. We've already talked about how he needs to come in here, and hopefully that's a mental reset for TL to bounce back after that rough game 2. But also, the pressure's on for him. Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. But for everybody else, the Nocturne ulti, we always talk about this character. Your first ult on Nocturne, you need that to be impactful. The cooldown is so long, and it becomes so difficult to affect the map if you mess it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm definitely going to be looking at Umpty, especially coming in a series like this when it's match point. He hasn't played League today, right? Like, that is actually a really big deal, right? This is his first game, and it's an elimination. So, we talk about game number 1 in the series is often slower. People kind of work out those jitters, have that time to really kind of ease themselves into the series. He doesn't get that luxury, and that is going to be very, very important. I also really have got to keep my eyes on Impact here in this top lane because he played this exact same matchup. He got clapped in it last time. Yes, I think that was the Ziggs game where they kind of almost won anyway. But it's one of those things where he has to show that he can make this York worthwhile because York is not a team fighter. Like, you have to win your 1v1. You just have to, or you don't really contribute much to the game whatsoever.
Well, we'll see. How heavy is Impact's shovel this game? Is this a concussion causer in the top lane? Because it's going to need to be.
It's got a nice skin for it. Nice little chroma down there. So it's
yeah,
it's
at least Kobe's giving him a check so far.
Good start.
You gotta look good to play good. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see.
Success starts with the right skin.
What do we get here at level 1? Loki gonna walk right into the brush, but he's got the rocket jumps right back out. Yes, the clock has moved far forward enough that he can't go back to base, get the recall, get the full heal, but because he has the rocket jump, he doesn't take an absurd amount of damage.
Yeah, he doesn't take a huge amount of damage, doesn't lose his summoner, doesn't lose his life, but you are now starting W level 1, so you're gonna have to lose the push there, and he is down a couple hundred health, right? So it's minus a potion in a bit, so APA gonna be pretty happy about it, even though it doesn't result in any sort of a big kill. That being said, APA did start E there to try to actually lock him down, so it's not as big of an advantage as it normally would be.
And I think for me, so far, Loki has been my front runner for player of the series so far in this series, so we'll see if APA can step up and answer him. But right now, we've got Kangas standing by for an interview with Team Liquid coach Spawn.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Spawn. Spawn, the big story has been UG versus Umpty. Now we have Umpty in for game number 3. I want to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a couple of junglers up that Umpty's really good at the moment, like very high priority on Nocturne, Maokai, Sejuani at this stage of the draft. I think there's a Umpty specialist champion, so it makes sense to play him.
I mean, that was the big idea behind the 6-man roster, was that you can utilize those champ pools. How prepped were you coming into the series that this is something that you'd be pulling out?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every single game this week, actually, we opened scrims with UG 1-2 and Umpty 3 regardless of results, so this is pretty much how we thought the series was going to go, so that's what we thought.
All right, cool. How confident? Can you give everybody at home something to believe in? We won a game 4. We haven't had a game 4 in Best of 5 Fearless let. Do you think this is the one?
I mean, I hope it's a 1. We've got to start somewhere, right? We've got a pretty big hole that we dug ourselves into, so let's see if we can force a game 4.
All right, well, Team Liquid fans will be cheering for you. That's it from us. Back to the casters.
As far as Umpty Nocturne does go, I expect him to go with the standard Stride Breaker Nocturne build, but it is worth mentioning that there is a new solo queue build that I've been seeing a lot where people actually take the Inspiration Tree second for Triple Tonic, and they do an 8-camp clear, sell off the Triple Tonic, so you have enough for a BF Sword on first back, and then you can actually do first item Yuntao. But, of course, expect him to go with the Stride Breaker build, as we said, because he has not gone Utility Tree, just has gone the standard Ultimate Hunter here for Nocturne, and standard full clear for Nocturne. So he might actually go for a little bit of a scuffle around the first crab, as Maokai will join up.
Yeah, Blabber's going to start up the crab and immediately secure it with the Smite Bramble Smash combo before Umpty can move in and steal it away. Generally, when you look at a jungler 1v1, you expect Nocturne to smack Maokai around, so Blabber, nice job there securing what he needs and getting out, as Vulcan's on the losing side of a trade with Yon and Core down here in the bot lane.
Yeah, and you can see Blabber's actually moving over towards this other scuttle, so he's considering just contesting both. He has his Smite, so he has another charge of Smite available here. Either that or it was Umpty's Smite on the previous one, so he's ready to go, and he's going to actually double scuttle, so going to be feeling Really good.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, the 2v2 keeps on going. Blabber secures that top side crab. Vulcan gets ignited, uses his own heal in response. So support non-flash summoners used on both sides.
This is just going exceptionally well for Blabber. I mean, Maokai Q is very OP, but still, getting both scuttles here back into his reverse clear. Talk about 8 camp clears. He's going to get a 9 camp clear for his first clear, which is amazing for the Maokai.
Yeah, I mean, his first base, he's going to have like 1,300 gold, and we are assuming he's going to go AP. He would be solo AP, so is going to be, really accelerating that clear.
And look at what we got here today. C9 in their disastrous loss last week against FlyQuest. Score looked like that. Thanatos tries to flash away from Impact, who flashes first. Unless you flash first on the Gnar, as soon as he starts swinging that shovel, it buffers through and you're dead. Impact with the solo kill for the first time this split.
You were asking how heavy is that shovel? It's looking pretty big. Gets him right over the head there. Takes down Thanatos, gets the flash as well. Barely had enough mana for that final Q and is able to finish him off. I said he had to win lane. You called it out. That's his first solo kill of the split. First regular season in his career. He didn't get one. First series in playoffs, grabs it, gets the early tabbies here, and he's going to be feeling good.
It is so hard now for Gnar to work through that defense. The tabbies early with the shield, with the extra regeneration from biscuits and potions still in inventory for Impact. This is worlds better than the first time that they played this matchup, and now he can look to try and abuse it.
Impact just chases him down there, use the cage, force out the hop.
And now that you force the hop here, if you can get another trade, you can summon the Maiden and really get some damage down. But of course, Thanatos is going to respect that. He's just going to play back. But this Prio does earn them the Dragon here. T is over on it. Blabber is moving in the area, but without Prio bot, without Prio mid, there's no real chance I think he fully commits to this.
Yeah, this is total TL control over the bot side river. Blabber's still hanging around. Maybe he tries to chuck a sapling in there, but as long as T has smite, this one should be...
That made me nervous.
Okay, that
made me nervous.
That was way too close for what it should have been. But that is now 3 out of 3 games that Team Liquid gets the first Drake.
If you early smite and no one's around to see it,
he was right there.
Did you early smite?
He was watching.
Yeah, he saw it. We saw it. They saw it. A lot of people saw it.
Okay.
Thanatos finds a nice usage of the Gnar ulti there onto Impact to scoop him into the turret range, finds some quick trades on him, hits him with a wallop yet again, crunch forward, and a Q straight to the face. Now Umpty's going to die for free in the follow-up. Team Liquid, oh no! Double kill over to Thanatos after the early solo death, as Sven and Vulcan now have to continue trying to disengage up here in the top lane. APA is coming up to try to join. At least they're going to force the flash out of Vulcan, but you're only getting a flash from C9 when C9 got 2 kills in the bottom lane.
I mean, that is so rough, and it's a 160-second cooldown on the Maiden that only starts after it dies, and he summoned it as he was losing that fight, so not only do you lose your advantage in the side lane, now you have well over 2 minutes where you can't pressure the Gnar whatsoever, and just like that, his lead is gone, and he's at a huge deficit.
So if you early smite and thousands of people see it, then you and your top laner instantly die.
Yeah, that's the punishment.
That's what we've learned.
But it's very severe consequences.
But honestly, it's like this 1v1 is very important, but also the Maokai being level 6, Blabber's lead really does matter in the chase down. Starting out though,
Killed
Thanatos,
himself with a cannon. Worth. Got it.
There you
Plus
go.
1.
I mean, yeah, it's right in front of the turret, so Thanatos even got him into range for a tower shot. Yep. Then, you, as you say, you sudden the Maiden, so then really bad afterwards there too. But then Blabber here, really nice. Q flashes over him and has the ultimate because of his previous level 6, and so they get the double kill back over to Thanatos. So even though you got the solo for Impact, your glory days are so short-lived as you immediately got shut down there.
Yeah, it's like you're going on your victory lap and you trip and fall and roll your ankle, and it's tough.
That's a rough one there, but at least it looks like Team Liquid is going to control the neutrals early on in this one on both sides of the rift once more. They've already got all 3 of the Void Grubs.
Yeah, and something else we hadn't checked in on, obviously, is the fact that Jan, early call here, he's playing the Zeri, scales incredibly well itself, and is up, a little bit of gold there, about 300 in the advantage right now before having actually cashed that Cullen. APA obviously doing fine in the mid lane there against Loki. So things, definitely not out of control by any means yet for TL, but it's definitely a bit of a sinking feeling when you start to fall behind in the 1v1 as Yorick.
Yeah,
this is a bit of a tough one right now. Hey, they are even on flowers, 1-to-1 on flower petals.
Huge.
Here, nice and early.
I love the search around for the screen for something here.
I am doing my due diligence, looking for these different elements of the game of League of Legends, Mr. Kobe.
We've got a 1-to-1. We've got a good tie here.
Thanatos does not have a lot of Narbar to try to jump in, but C9 is bringing the whole team down here bottom lane for a bit of a party. Umpty is going to see Vulcan lurking there in the jungle, and with that bit of vision, that means that C9's plan is found out. Team Liquid can take a defensive position, but Thanatos teleports up into the top lane to get some free pressure.
Exactly. Impact did not have his TP, and he got delayed a number of times there as C9 was stepping forward, so he should be able to get up there to collect most of this wave, but will still lose a little bit of farm and a play potentially if Thanatos wants to play for it. He's not going to be greedy, though. He will reset because he didn't base before TPing top, so wants to spend that gold and just keep his pressure on the map.
And I want to point out Blabber here on the Maokai, hovering around because they know that Umpty's on bottom side with Nocturne already. They've got good wards, inside the Krug camp, up towards the top of Raptors too. And so he's done such a good job on this Maokai, following, mirroring this this Nocturne, as well as even staying above him a slight bit in camps.
And I mean, we heard from the interview with Spawn that he was talking about how, Maokai, Nocturne, Sejuani, these types of champions that are still up. This is Umpty's wheelhouse, so they're happy to bring Umpty in right now. But Blabber has an insane lifetime win rate on Maokai. This is one of the iconic Blabber champions. And this is just another game kind of showcasing why. The early crab control, being able to outplay Umpty in the river as they're both approaching that 1v1 between their top laners in that bottom lane fight. He's just where he needs to be on the champ.
Yep, he is looking good so far and is closing in on that Leandries. Umpty, I think a lot of pressure on him to be able to make this first ultimate really pay dividends. He's got to get something done with that. He's sitting at level 8 now, hasn't found an opportunity to actually use it, thanks to, largely in part, those deep wards that you've been talking about. And we want to see him find some way. If Thanatos uses his jump aggressively in the side lane, maybe you can look for a play there.
Oh, Loki jumps back and flashes away from APA, who thought he might have had him there on the flank with a Pop Blossom. So at least they get the flash out of the C9 mid laner. They're going to get the teleport from both mid laners, though, as APA TP'd in to try to make that move.
Well, you did actually force the flash. It's going to be hard to fight the Dragon now because APA with his ulti is very weak by comparison.
Okay, let's see if Team Liquid can force this, or if C9 will successfully challenge as immediately a ton of damage onto Blabber, just disrespectfully walking up, and Team Liquid explode him.
I swear, this brush, when you're approaching dragon fights, that thing is key. That is #1 objective when approaching. All these guys getting killed, flashing out of that brush, getting these engages. This time around, it's actually TL making the snap engagement, as Blabber approaches the dragon, and they're the ones that leave no room. It's kind of the opposite of what we saw in the first game.
Exactly, and this 6-man roster is just one of a number we've seen in the years here. These notable 6-man rosters, the Sword and Shield with Impact and Ray. We've had, Blabber and Svenskeren rotating through, Jensen and Golden Glue rotating through with the Swole Bros, one of their famous comebacks, coming in when they were down 3-1, being able to make it happen. And a lot of these teams have actually worked out pretty well. We are very early days, obviously, in this Umpty and UG roster here, but it's going to be able to be really interesting to see how this does work out. Does this become something that is long-term? Do they move towards one player more as a full-time thing if they're playing better?
Pure JJ thought he was moving around to make a play here on Thanatos, but Blabber is ready to join and make it an honest 2v2. Vulcan joins up, again, putting the numbers in the favor of C9. Blabber going forward with a twisted advance, and the feat of warfare is claimed by C9 as 2 kills are instantly picked up. Loki versus APA is going Loki's way for now, as APA just does not have the tools to try to fight back just yet. Yon showed up, but the Zeri doesn't have enough damage yet to really impact anything.
Core JJ, in their series versus Shopify, he basically solo won the game, invading like that and going super deep. But this series, he has had back-to-back picks where he is extremely deep in enemy territory, no backup at all, and also not really accomplishing a lot. So it's a very high risk with very low reward and keeps getting punished for it. Let's see about this red buff. Blabber at least secures that one as well, though.
Yep, he does grab it. And it is going to be the experimental Hex plate here for Umpty. So not Strikebreaker first, but this obviously does give you more ulti CDR, is a lot of power, gives you additional move speed, and does allow you to duel very effectively during that ultimate.
And the reason a lot of people don't like this one is because it does allow you to get more ults off, but it is less threatening when you do go for them. So if he can get off a bunch of ults and you're actually using your R like on cooldown, then it is very, very good. If not, then yeah, not so good.
Yeah, I mean, Strikebreaker is just so nice at getting you the fear tether, right? You know, you get in there, you slow them down, you have the additional move speed following your Q path. But we'll see if they can make it happen. Cull's getting cashed out across the map. Yon obviously very strong, but you know, showed up to that fight, as you said, Flowers, and it's like there's 3 beefy C9 members. You can't really E into the middle of all of them. You're just going to die. So now we've kind of gone back into this slower stage of the game here, where Impact, you know, is trying to get Prio in that side lane. Doesn't have his ulti right now, though, so it's just, again, becoming a real problem. I mean, he's down 1.3K. It's kind of turning into a bit of a repeat of that last matchup.
I mean, they both got a pair of red shoes, except Thanatos has a Trinity Force and Impact has the parts of a Trinity Force. Pretty distinct difference in power there for the C9 top laner. He'll kill off the ghouls as he kites them out, fights them out, and we've got the Rift Herald spawning here in about 5 seconds. You can see APA hanging around that topside river, but Loki, Blabber, Sven, and Vulcan also all nearby on the other side, as Sven's going to get this mid lane wave shoved up. First item online for both AD carries is the static shiv for the additional wave clear, and Blabber's going to start up the Herald.
Well, they do have Umpty rotating over, so this very well could be the answer.
JJ eats the damage from the initial sapling there from Blabber. There's your vision plant. Vulcan goes fishing, but he does not find anybody with the dredge line. C9 still looking to make sure they can secure this Herald. There's your paranoia. Umpty jumps in, but the Herald is going to be slain by Loki. Now C9's got to be careful. Big 3-man pop blossom. Team Liquid finally finds what they're looking for as Sven, Vulcan, and Thanatos all got to try to get away. Thanatos teleported to join the fight, but C9 still lost it. Now Impact gets to slam the bottom lane tier 1 turret.
They lost everything. Not only do they lose that fight, but Thanatos got his teleport off as the Nocturne ultimate was procced, so they also lose bottom lane. That is an absolute catastrophe for Cloud9. TL reaps so many rewards. They win the entire map in that sequence.
And they get feats off of that first tower that Impact is grabbing, so that was so big and actually closing the gap a little bit down there. Impact now at least gets his Triforce. This is huge for TL. They're going to be able to get the top tier 1 as well. They're opening up a pretty big gold lead, and look at where the gold is mostly at. It's on Yon, it's on the Zeri. He's going to be very, very powerful at this point. Will easily have his 2 items when he goes back to base here, you have to think. And we can watch this one more time. You're thinking, okay, with this teleport coming in for Thanatos, it could go really well for Cloud9, but they just go right in. They're able to get this massive pop blossom on multiple members. They couldn't really see the approach because of the Nocturne ultimate. It buys so much space for Yon, so TL just flood in and wipe C9 off the map.
That was so beautiful from Umpty and APA. As you say, with the cover of darkness, he slips in. APA got the ult into the double root as well on both of them, into the fear. They win the fight before this mini-Gnar even arrives, and then when the mini-Gnar arrives, you're not scared of that thing at all. So 2 towers, plus the fight, plus the Herald. Team Liquid, well, kill the Herald, at least. Dragon being started up by Cloud9.
The Herald was the only thing C9 got out of that fight, and they will use it as a distraction here in mid lane while they try to fight for this 3rd Drake of the game. Team Liquid going in for the engage as Core JJ starts it off, but there's no follow-up. The Leona is already killed. Umpty's ready to jump in now, but Thanatos and the rest of C9 are looking to peel. The shutdown for Loki as Umpty falls, but Yon is flying into the back line. C9 is falling left, right, and center, and Yon's the one knocking him down. Team Liquid lost 2 for 2 so far, but Impact's looking to win them the fight now with an extra kill on Blabber. A little bit more damage will seal the deal, and TL came to play in Game 3.
The early moments of that fight looked tough for TL as Core JJ was kind of in there by himself, then Umpty flies in, but the space they create for Yon when APA goes forward, it buys him the time to get the damage out to win this fight.
Yep, I mean, Cloud9 have 2 AD carries, but Yon has 2 items, and both the C9...
Quality over quantity.
Exactly. Cloud9, each AD carry only has 1 item, and the Zeri pops off. So here's another look at it. As they go for the initial engage, it does kill Core JJ. Then the Nocturne ultimate into the follow-up. APA locks up the front line, and Yon is able to chain through all of them, pushing them all off. Impact then chasing Blabber down on the other side of the screen, and that should be TL as well, picking up that 3rd dragon in the aftermath. So they are keeping that dragon stacking alive. They are keeping that dragon soul very early into this game.
Yeah, I mean, it is looking really good now for TL. Yon in such a strong point of the game. How aggressively he's moving, and we're going to watch Thanatos potentially go down as he has to flash out. I mean, Yon, flash forward, killed off the Nautilus. Honestly, could have killed Sven and Loki as well if he didn't get Buster Shot away. They had to use that defensively as he cleansed the center route. C9, though, going to try to trade on the other side of the map. We'll be able to get this tier 1 top at the very least. But Impact now, from being down 1.4K, has clawed his way back off of some of these fights. Did get quite a bit of gold from the tower on bot after that one fight, and then picked up a kill on the back end of this one.
And I want to give praises to APA as well, especially after how much of a disaster game number 2 was with the desperate Ari dive under the turret and just the obvious frustration he was experiencing there. Getting him on this comfort pick, getting him on this Nico here in this third game. The Pop Blossoms have been so impactful in the Rift Herald fight, creating space for this third Drake fight like we were already talking about. I feel like his presence is seriously enabling Yon to pop off the way that he has, and this strategy is working for Team Liquid.
Certainly is, and the Nocturne ultimate going to come back up very quickly after that one too, so they can again return to the map, put so much pressure because these outer towers have all been taken care of for the side of Team Liquid. There is just so little safe space now for Cloud9 to keep farm funneling into their double AD carries here in the Tristana and the Senna. They have to be very careful as they're rotating around the map. You could fall prey to a Nico disguised as a minion plus a Nocturne ult coming through. And Zeri's actually a very good AD carry at following up on those plays with her mobility.
And because Sven, for a lot of this game, has just been kind of tasked with picking up waves, he hasn't really been skirmishing much. He doesn't actually have a tremendous amount of souls. He's at 47 stacks right now, just over 20 minutes into the game, so it's going to take him quite a long time. If you're thinking, well, maybe Senna can carry late game, kind of like we saw with Masu, that was when he was at like 140, 150 stacks. That is so far into the future if he can't start picking them up more consistently. I do really like the Black Cleaver here from Senna, though. Being able to shred for both the Tristana and the Gnar, I do think is quite effective. And we'll see. TL could pull Otacon. It's spotted, though.
So TL does have a little bit over a 2,000 gold lead, but the important thing is the 2-item power spikes are still there for a lot of their C9 counterparts, right? You can see the second item completed for Thanatos with the Sterix. Infinity Edge was just purchased by Loki. Otacon started up by TL, but C9 is nearby. Blabber thinking about the approach here, got Vulcan and Loki right next to him. But C9 is just deciding to surrender the Otacon. They do not want to take this fight where Team Liquid is already set up in the river, so that's TL claiming the big objective.
I think really hard to approach through that Tri-Brush, when APA has Flash, when Nocturne has all, you have all these cooldowns available, so they say, you know what, we're just not even going to risk it. We're just going to take the tower on bot side for Thanatos and look for a better opportunity later on. That being said, though, this makes TL a little bit stronger here. Get that XP, get the additional adaptive force going into this Dragon where they have a chance at Soul in just 2 minutes.
So I said it earlier as a joke with the flowers being tied at 1-1, but it is worth pointing out that even after taking the Otacon, the flowers are still pretty much even, 20 versus 19. C9 had been collecting more of them thus far, so when TL just had the big collector thing from killing the Otacon itself, it brought that back to a more neutral state.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like the old one where 30 flowers spawn that you can then, kind of just gather yourself. It just gives you whatever is on the map and buffs up the ones that you already have. So it does, of course, have some power there, gives you some experience, gives you some AD and AP, but they are looking for Vulcan.
Now Vulcan walking away, though. Core JJ already spent the Solar Flare, but now he's going to be locked up by the Senna. Defensive Nocturne ulti looking to save Core JJ as he barely escapes, but no, Loki is ready to hunt him down, and that's a big mistake from the Team Liquid support. But now a nice catch there onto Thanatos means that C9's front line takes some damage on the way back out, but Blabber has made a move towards Impact. The depth charge chases him down, and Vulcan flashes over the wall. Team Liquid with some critical blunders.
Cloud9 as well with just some bloodthirst here. They see an opportunity, they full send because they know they do not want to let Team Liquid buy the time to set up for the Dragon. It's coming in just over a minute, so they want to get as many kills as they possibly could there. The issue is you still have another 50 seconds, and so TL will revive. They still get to spend their money, and they still get to return and try and invest in some vision for themselves. We'll see if those flashes end up being critical, because those were, Blabber's flash and Vulcan's flash, invested to try and go get those kills. But Impact also tried to get away with his, so we'll see if Cloud9 can repeat here. They've got the pre-existing control wards. Vulcan's back in place.
And Impact won't have his ulti for this fight now, right? Because that is gone. So that is actually a really big knock-on effect of that. Core committed so much to trying to kill Vulcan there, and Vulcan just shut it down with one hook, interrupting the Zenith Blade. And now they're posturing here around mid lane. Both teams going to try to play through mid. does have his ult, and APA has everything ready, so they're going to have to try to look for an engage, and they've spotted Thanatos.
Thanatos with about 80% of the Gnar bar, ready to transform when the fight breaks out. C9 with control over the bot side river for now, but this has been such a difficult position to fight in for them so far with the power of the Nocturne, of the Nico, of the Zeri combination with those ultis. C9 controlling the banana brush, just like Kobe said that you need to if you're going to be making a fight around the Drake. Team Liquid looking for their opportunity to potentially go in, maybe fight for the Drake, but it's already secured by Blabber and C9, and it looks like they aren't really wanting to fight here just yet. Thanatos does transform into Mega Gnar, so that means C9 has to back away because they do not want to fight with that ticking down.
Exactly. There wasn't really a good angle for a fight, so I think that is correct. Impact still didn't have his ult, so Yon just takes the push mid. They're going to move topside, try to steal away a couple of these jungle camps potentially, and that is going to be their slight reward. But at the same time, someone has to get back and answer Loki. You cannot be giving these side lane tier 2s. ISO gold is so much, especially for a strong scaling character like the Tristana, already on 2 items. They're just going to say, you know what, you're going for that, we're going for Baron, but I think C9 is going to be pretty wise to this.
Okay, Team Liquid starting up the objective, but they don't do it particularly quickly. Thanatos has no Gnar bar. The Maiden of the Mist is back alive. Loki teleporting up to join the fight now, and the Baron is already down to below 4,000 HP. Team Liquid looking to secure it, but Blabber jumps in to steal the Baron at the 11th. APA! Everybody on a killing spree, and APA goes into the back line looking to find the kill on this Sven. Umpty chasing after the carry, and Yon has got 2! They may have lost the Baron, but Team Liquid's winning the fight. Thanatos will be the 3rd to fall as Team Liquid chases him down.
Still looking for him as he's trying to use the Baron and Power Recall, but he is eventually gonna go down. Meanwhile, the Tristana runs through the tier 2 towers to try and get out. Loki with another blast cone. Him and Vulcan will be the only ones to escape with the Baron buff.
The heroics from APA, though, this game have been incredible. As Blabber, even with the Nocturne ult there, even without a lot of assistance on this, he just kind of walks in and is able to knock down the Baron. Let's see how low it gets when the smites do come out. It's at 2,000 HP. When do they go for the burst? There's the W forward to get in range, and then Q, smite, both of them coming out at the same time. Both junglers using their smite, but Blabber does secure it. But this engage from APA is what saves it from being an unmitigated disaster. They buy the space. Yon finds an angle to just slide past Thanatos and get right in the back line.
And then Loki actually used his ultimate on Tristana to knock Umpty away from him, but he knocked 2 people right next to Sven then. And then they just assassinated Sven as Yon jumped over the wall to follow through there too. So they were able to take down the other carry. Even though he was able to slink away through the rest of the map. Still, though, the Baron steal itself is massive from Blabber. He's able to combo his Q and his smite. And Cloud9, with 2 members wearing the buff, they can actually still siege.
Okay, Blabber fires off the ulti to create some space so that C9 can force down the tier 1 turret, but they do not want to over-push. Impact and APA both waiting on the flank to punish if they did.
Yeah, Yon bought his Vamp Scepter after completing his first 2 items, but then had so much gold that he decides, you know what, I'm just going to sit on the Vamp. I don't need a BT right now. Go straight towards that IE. So Zeri is fully online at this point. A 3,000 gold advantage over Sven right now, who still only at that 65 soul mark, is not going to be that super carry threat for a very long time. As long as TL can make sure Yon is hitting and create space for him, the rest almost doesn't even matter. Like, they just have to enable this guy, and he can solo win you fights.
All right, only 30 seconds left on the Baron. You can see only plus 600 on your Red Bull Baron power play here for C9. The default is 1,500 just when you take the objective itself, but that's what happens when you immediately get slammed in the fight right after securing the objective. And Azael, the way that you worded it earlier, I think was accurate, that APA saved that fight from being a disaster for Team Liquid, but at the same time, Blabber saved it from being a total disaster for C9, because if TL got the 3 kills and they won the smite fight, all of a sudden it's a Team Liquid bulldozer heading straight for the C9 structure.
Yeah, exactly. They would pick up so many advantages off of that. So Blabber with a game-changing play, and C9 trying to reclaim some vision here, but there are multiple members in that side brush.
Death brush for TL. Doesn't catch anyone yet.
Okay, Umpty and APA will just take their exit here. Core and Yon both hanging out nearby as Impact is going to be marching down mid lane. They're getting set up. You can see the recalls happening right now. They want to be ready to make whatever purchases they can and then show up for the Drake. This is Soul if Team Liquid takes it.
And they definitely are going to be looking for it. Loki just going to jump aggressively here, looking for a little bit of chip onto Impact, but does have quite a bit of armor at this point. You can see most of the players on TL do have their upgraded shoes.
Yeah, Team Liquid not going to take a ton of damage there from that Triss just yet. Although Loki does have 3 fully completed items, one of them is not Lord Dominic's Regards, so it is more difficult to punch through these tankier frontliners of TL. C9, though, they know that there's 10 seconds left on the Drake. They want to have control over the pit, control over the banana brush. Their control ward is going to be removed by TL in the mid lane side brush now, as immediately the Scuttle Crab is secured. The vision blasting out shows them where TL is. APA off to the side there. C9's got to keep an eye on him if they want to be able to have a chance here in the fight. As Blabber fires off the ulti, the Dragon's not dead yet. It's going to be secured by Blabber now, but Yon is not in the fight any longer. C9 scrambling to try to get away as Team Liquid is looking to take another fight. Damage over the wall from Sven, though. Finds the kill to APA, but TL still winning for now. Thanatos with the hero moves over the wall, but he can't find Yon. He gets him with the Q. The Gnar for the win for C9 to take the fight. They come out on top. A triple kill for Thanatos. It's a 4 for 2 so far for C9, and they want to make it an ace. Impact trying to fight these guys off in a 1 versus 3, but it's more like a 2v3. The Maiden's about to kill Sven. Impact trying his hardest, trying to fight these guys off, but no, the ace and the Dragon for C9.
That buster shot that knocked Yon over the wall, I think, there was so critical from Loki. We have to watch this one more time because in goes Umpty, and Blabber again with the smite secure was absolutely massive. Thanatos was coming on this angle here. Umpty dies off pretty much immediately, but watch as Yon goes in. He just gets sent back over the wall here. That buster shot pushed him out of the fight and meant he was not a big contributor. So as he re-enters, Thanatos is able to find him.
And that was just as Loki got burst down. With his dying breaths, he kicks the other carry out of the fight, and Thanatos then has room to work with. The Gnar cleans up. The final fight here of Impact and his Maiden versus Sven and Vulcan, the 2 duos going after each other, eventually gets turned with a 3rd member as well, and Thanatos joining. But Cloud9, massive stuff for this squad. They came back and they're still doing it.
No one's there, though.
Nobody is there.
That's
APA
Baron.
gets picked off. That is a 50-second death timer. He had just used his teleport as well, so even if he comes back to life, he's got to hoof it all the way over here.
I think their only hope is that Thanatos also has no GP. He got kind of chunked, so they're thinking maybe APA has him low enough that we can fight.
Okay, Vulcan dredge lining away from TL. The 4-man approach towards C9, who have already got the Baron down to about half HP.
No
Blabber flashing forward to follow his own ulti as immediately Cloud9 are ready to send it. Thanatos into the back line going after Yon. Stuns him up here with the wall of the lightning crash. Yon tries to run, but Loki hunts him down. C9, clean ace.
Huge stuff from them. They knew since they got the pick and they still had Maokai ultimate, they just start up the Baron with all intention to turn off of it. That ace is going to lead them right into the base.
They're trying to potentially look for an end here. They're not even going for the Baron. It's only APA that's going to be respawning. Long timers on everyone else. They got that kill. Are they going to be able to take the series here?
And you can see them using Vulcan and Blabber to tank the turret instead of losing the potential minion wave. As long as they have the minions, they can keep going forward. 10 seconds on Core JJ, 15 on Umpty and Yon. C9 continue their push towards the Nexus turret. APA goes in for the Pop Blossom, looking to clear out the way, but the ace is there for C9. They've still got a couple of minions left. Core JJ trying to throw everything at him to stop this push, but C9 will not be held here. Umpty can't do enough damage into the back just yet, and C9 3-0 Team Liquid.
What a comeback from Cloud9 in that final game. TL having some great moments. Yon getting put into a really good position, but those last 2 fights were massive from Cloud9. Loki buster shotting Yon over the wall, and then Thanatos killing him off by that dragon fight, and then that fight over by Baron. APA gets caught. Yon has no flash, so Thanatos just full sends it, flashes on him, stuns him against the wall. He cleanses, but he gets hit by the wall right after. As soon as they take down Yon, they know it is done. It is dusted. Cloud9 charge forward, take the series.
Cloud9 bouncing back from that defeat they suffered at the hands of FlyQuest ever so quickly. They looked massive today.
And now Cloud9 has a rematch set against FlyQuest as they move forward. This third game was certainly the best look we saw from Team Liquid today. It really looked like they had a solid chance to take us further, take us to a game 4, maybe to a game 5. But Azael, I think you rightfully called it out. Loki with the hero buster shot. Sometimes a game of League of Legends is determined by one fight.
Yep.
Sometimes it's determined by one play. Sometimes it's determined by one press of one button, and that is what we saw in that dragon fight from Loki there.
And I think, it really did come down to these last couple fights. People can be critical, will be critical of APA for getting caught here, but at the same time, he had so many incredible engages, right, throughout this game that I think put them into this good position that created the space for Yon to make things happen. And this is just really good CD tracking from TL, or rather from C9, knowing that TL don't have all their summoners, that Yon is missing his flash, and Thanatos is just going to full send it on him.
Yep, and Cloud9, when they've got the Maokai ultimate ready to rip, they do. Blabber turns it. Thanatos already on the flank with a target on Yon's back. Chases him to the ends of the earth. And since you see Loki in the back here getting his reset off of that first kill, he can jump up to follow Thanatos' pressure on Yon and ensure that they have enough to finish off every single member and end the game.
Exactly, and they knew the only person that mattered is Yon. He flashes in, finishes him off, and Loki's right there with him.
It's a clean sweep for C9, and now we're joining Kangas at the fan zone for an interview.
Thank you very much. I have Blabber here live. Congratulations on the series win, a 3-0. When are we going to get a 5-game series? Obviously not now, but I feel like you just denied the fans something. Do you have a message for them? We're looking for the 5th game.
I mean, hopefully they get in the lower bracket. They play next week, I believe. But yeah, I mean, I would rather 3-0 than, have a 5-game series. But if I'm guaranteed I'm going to win the 5-game series, then I'm down.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Well, it was a 5-game series against Team Liquid, who have this 6-man jungle situation going on. You had to play against UG and Umti today. So what was your preparation coming into this series?
To be honest, we didn't really prep any differently for UG or Umti. We know that UG prefers to play the more aggressive champs, the more carry champs, and Umti likes the more facilitating champs. But to be honest, Umti can play all the champs. You saw him play Nocturne here. He's played Lilia before in the past in the Fury, right? So to be honest, we were just prepping the same, regardless of who we were playing against.
Do you feel like you felt a difference from them on stage today?
I think with UG, they are more predictable. They have less X factor. I would say that Umti is a lot more creative. I think sometimes he does int, but for me, it's a lot harder to play against Umti, just because he does make good plays and he can win his team the game. He can also lose the team the game, but it's harder against someone, I feel like, that has more of an X factor in that way.
Well, I mean, we were talking about the difference. You're one of the jungle goats in North America. UG's had a couple of stage games now. Do you have any advice for him or any thoughts based on his first couple of games?
I mean, I think he'll have a pretty good career. I think he, is very consistent as a player. I think when he plays more, he'll kind of know more on what to do in the game. I'm sure his team is teaching him, and I think he'll be good.
All right, well, we'll be watching very closely. But next up for Cloud9, still in the upper bracket, you get a rematch versus FlyQuest. I want to get your thoughts because it was not that close in the last best of 3. So what are your thoughts going into that? What are you going to do differently this time?
I mean, to be honest, I kind of just played really bad last time. I was having a really bad series. And we also just didn't play so great. The first game, my Vi game, I feel like we should have won, guaranteed on that Drake fight. We lose and then just snowballs really poorly. We just keep chain inting, and then game 2 I personally ran it down. So I think that I just had an off series, but I think this time around it'll be a lot more competitive versus FlyQuest.
So you got the ints out of the way is what I'm hearing.
Exactly.
All right, it's better to do it when it doesn't matter as much. I have one final thing for you right here because summer's about to come. That means school's out, and we actually have some of the jungle goats of the region along with all the active players. Now, I would love to see if you can take your little icon here. Which table are you sitting at, Blabber? We have a lot of options, obviously, like Xsmithy, Dardock, Contracts, the old CLG ones. We got one, I think Kobe's in there. Yeah. Are you seeing one that you're feeling?
I mean, it's kind of close between this one and this one.
Okay, yeah, so you're thinking inspired?
Well, it's more so Dardock and Svenskeren were the junglers that I looked up to when I was first playing the game, they were the ones like I watched a lot. So yeah, but I would probably choose this one because Santorin's also my boy. So I'll sit here.
Shout out Santorin with Svenskeren and Inspired. Thank you so much, Blabber. Congratulations on the win. This is where he's sitting. Now let's get the thoughts from the lounge.
That could be a real one, by the way.
14 seconds, Leona.
I really think we can, guys.
I think he can. Even if he holds the forward, I don't think he can.
Don't be scared here.
Try to CC him, Thanatos. Try CC him.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe real one. No flash.
Yeah, it's real one. Kill him, go.
Kill.
We have wait.
I'm taking the other turret.
Two guys.
Hit turret.
Okay, yeah.
Keep pushing.
Focus. Courage good.
Split up. And Nocturne spawning. They're spawning, guys.
No. Please. They're giving free kill. Kill.
Guys, Poro, they're spawning. Nice!
Please.
The game otherwise it's a disaster.
You really didn't want to play more.
I really thought we were getting 4.
Yeah?
At least 4.
Yeah.
There's that level of doubt in me right now that I'm feeling when it comes to TL that I'm like,
is it over? Are we playing again?
Oh, man.
Inspired, what are some of your quick takeaways from the series, though?
I mean, as I said at the beginning, I thought Cloud9 is gonna win. I thought it's gonna be 3-1. So
you were
it
close.
It wasn't. I was close, but I didn't think it's gonna be such a stomp series. Like I felt like Team Liquid was not Team Liquid we know today. Like they were doing a lot of very weird decisions, a lot of very weird fights. When they shouldn't be fighting, they were trying to fight. Like the fights were also pretty badly executed. Like I do think Team Liquid usually wouldn't let the enemy jungler just walk into the pit and steal Nash like they did in this game. So I don't know. I think it was just an off series by them.
Yeah, it felt like it went back to a lot of the things that Spawn was saying in Split 1 that they were doing poorly, which isn't like, there was the whole TL can't team fight meme, but it was less about that and more about when they were choosing to fight and not necessarily around their item spikes or good setups. One thing, because we were denied a game 4, the chat, I did want to check out and see the champ pools of these two teams, right? Because
throw it up.
We were talking about
did so much work
these
on this
two
board.
teams. Yeah, I know. We have so many good assets, guys.
So we were looking at, even before the series, like what happens if you project this into 4 or 5 games? Who is going to be more pinched? And I think looking at this, at least to me, it shows that Team Liquid probably would have struggled a bit in drafts of games 4 and 5. The only 2 played champions that would still be available for AP that he's played this split would have been Cassio and Ziggs. Also Aurelion Sol, maybe he stretches into. The Yone and Gwen had been banned the whole time by Team Liquid, but if I'm looking at C9, they still had a lot left that if I look at these champions and I see them on these champions in game, I'm pretty comfortable with it. I see Ambessa, Gwen, Camille, I'm fine with that. Rise, Sway, Silas, Victor, Yone. Like it just looked to me like they had a lot more left on the side of C9.
It's crazy. We will never know. Well, one day we'll get a game 4 and a best of 5 fearless. It'll happen. Next week, I'm guaranteeing next week it's gonna happen. We have Shopify Italian versus
Are you looking at SR? Yeah, I was gonna say you're looking at SR versus Hunter.
It has to happen. Though I don't know about the Team Liquid versus Dignitas series. That's the only one that I'm not too sure about.
That might be fast.
Yeah.
We'll see. Player of the series, this series, the mid laner for Cloud9. It's Loki.
Woo! Oh, 13.3 KDA.
That was he had a really good series overall. Inspired, you were talking about it since the Azir game. Just like going through his performance in this series, what's something that you, like it stood out to you?
I think he was just very consistent. Like he was doing his job, he was not making many mistakes. He didn't really die much as we saw his KDA, like basically didn't really get caught at all. I think he was just what do you expect from a mid laner? Like don't make mistakes, get slowly CS leads and then be useful in team fights, and I think that he did what he was supposed to do.
The rank 1 or 2 solo queue player in action. That's how you're going to play in these games. Core JJ actually recently had taken rank 1 away from Loki.
Oh, that's true.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter when you play on stage like this.
It's funny because there are now questions, at least last Pros episode, a lot of the mid laners didn't really think that highly of Loki, and I think the biggest distinction, I think, from Loki and the rest of the players is I feel like he does his job on Cloud9 well. A lot of the times he follows Blabber on the plays that he's going for. I don't really, there's no 1 or 2 games that I look at and think that Loki has performed really badly in this split, I feel like. And then he has a series like this, so it's nice to see that he's carrying on what I feel like is his biggest strength, is his consistency.
Yeah, consistency and also just the quiet pressure he was able to have mid, I thought also helped Blabber a lot. So not only is he syncing up with Blabber really well in a lot of those plays, as we pointed out through some of our replays, but then additionally just creating a point of pressure where he was pushing onto TL side of the map pretty consistently.
Yep, and if he's up 10-15 CS laning phase, that compounds the gold lead in crucial fights. Let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week. Only 2 matchups, so not as many names available in this week's SSD Fast 5. Slow fastest kill in the bot lane I see there, 922 from Asu. I did say we had many more measured games this week, Raz.
That is true. I ain't seen one name on this board though, Inspired.
Seems like I wasn't farming enough.
You're not
we need to get back in
once,
there.
What happened?
I don't know.
Right?
You didn't get level 6 before 7 minutes in any of your games?
They're taking away your CEO.
Sejuani, Zinzo, and what else did I play? Pantheon. I mean, none of these champs really like farmed that fast, so I guess I didn't manage to.
Yeah. You did do the most damage on your entire team in your Pantheon game. That's not on the SSD Fast 5 though. Upgrade your storage and load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSDs. You can scan the QR code on screen or head to Samsung.com to learn more. I gotta say, Inspired, I'm kind of sad that we didn't get to hang out for longer.
This was a quick series.
Showed up at 1 o'clock and it's not even 3:30.
Oh my God!
Wow, like, what happened?
I don't know, we have to ask Team Liquid, I think.
Let's look at the bracket. We'll see who is playing next week and also the week after because matchups are set for the next about week and a half actually. So DigTL and 100 Thieves Shopify Rebellion are going to be Saturday and Sunday next week. And we already have the upper bracket final, FlyQuest versus C9. Winner of that will get their slot in the Split 2 finals. Loser of that will drop down into the lower brackets.
And like Rez, I am looking at that 100 Thieves Shopify as our, we have to get Game 4 out of this.
Yes.
Game 4
Also,
fearless.
Fly versus C9, I'm just going to say it right now, it's not going to be like last time. Like, it just can't. It just can't.
I don't think so either. I don't think it's going to look similar.
Yeah. So, like, that one's for sure going to go at least to, like, 4 games. I think they're a much better team. They may have just decided to throw themselves at you when you guys were doing Dragon. So, like, you get games like those.
Yeah, also, because it's in 2 weeks and there's a patch change, we could be seeing a fairly different game, so we can't just rely on you dominating them.
Yeah, I agree with that. I didn't even look at the patch yet, so we have to like look what's gonna change and try to adapt. Maybe we can figure out the meta better than they do, and we get a lead like that. And going into series, we'll see.
Okay, appreciate you, Inspired. Thanks everybody for watching. That is it for us this week in LTA Split 2 Playoffs. We're going to be back next week, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for Dig versus TL. See you then.
Welcome back to the LTA. Today we have another battle to decide who stays in the upper bracket and who gets knocked down a notch.
Look around, guys. Look around.
One mid. Go mid.
Yeah. Guys, mid's open.
I'm looking front. Looking front.
I want the face. Keep going.
Team Liquid is erased off Summoner's Rift, and C9 dominates game 1.
Okay, I come. Yeah, we'll take over your base. Faster.
Go flash.
Not bad, guys.
Zin's gonna go on me. Zin no flash, guys. He's knocked up.
Yeah, kill
I got Bram. Zin no flash. No.
Smaller flash.
Okay, Loki's fighting down here though. The carry's here. Nice flash, Loki. Okay. I got him. Nice, guys.
C9, 20-3. Go to match point.
Close target. No. I'm down. We're in as well.
We're working back side.
I'm looking back side. I'm with you, Yon.
Heavy.
Makai.
Here. That guy's looking out again.
Yeah.
He's gonna try to steal.
I'm looking nocturne. Careful, Nico. Leon, okay. I'm ulting. Zeri's ulted. Okay, Zeri's down. Nico. We don't damage. We're not kill.
It's not bad, by
No,
the way.
not bad. Leona. Okay, Leona flash.
Careful, Zeri.
Zeri no ult actually.
Yeah.
Good fuck.
Yeah, kill Zeri. Nice, Santos.
I can root.
Nice.
C9, 3-0 Team Liquid.
What a comeback from Cloud9 in that final game.
got